Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800 2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806 656 4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Lawyers are concerned about several issues when it comes to artificial intelligence, AI, including data, privacy, compliance, and job displacement. Will AI really take jobs away from lawyers? In this special report, Bayo Olaoye addresses one of those concerns, job displacement for lawyers, as a result of the introduction of artificial intelligence. Will artificial intelligence make lawyers jobless? The short answer to that question is no. There are three reasons why AI will not take away jobs from lawyers, according to experts. First, AI systems being developed for the legal industry are primarily co-pilots. Secondly, there are numerous tasks AI simply won't do because legal implications prevent it. For example, litigation. AI cannot make court appearances, unless, of course, nations radically change their constitutions to allow robot lawyers to stand in court, which is highly unlikely. Additionally, for lawyers involved in strategic work, such as security, meeting new clients and existing ones, or serving on boards, AI cannot replicate the human touch. AI lacks the commercial acumen required to build relationships with clients and navigate complex problem-solving tasks. AI cannot engage in the strategic aspects of legal work that require understanding human behavior, negotiating, and making judgment calls. According to experts, AI systems built for the legal industry are designed to function as co-pilots, helping lawyers become more efficient but still requiring human oversight. For instance, AI can draft a clause for you, but as a lawyer, you must ensure that the clause makes sense. AI can assist with tasks like legal research, drafting legal documents, contract review, and identifying red flags. However, human involvement and judgment remain essential as all systems, particularly large language models, can sometimes be confidently wrong. Despite its potential to assist in many areas, there are numerous tasks AI will not do for lawyers, either because it lacks the necessary capabilities or because it is unnecessary. Some might argue that AI makes lawyers more efficient. A law firm that would typically hire, say, 8 legal associates annually might now only need 5, using AI to assist those remaining associates. While that may be true in some cases, it does not necessarily mean lawyers are losing jobs, as AI will create new roles and open up career paths for lawyers, according to AI industry experts. For instance, AI companies build products for lawyers, require legal professionals just as much as they need AI researchers and engineers. Lawyers are domain experts who know the pinpoints and can guide the development of legal AI tools. In addition, there is the need for lawyers who will build a career in AI governance, working on AI policy auditing, AI existential skills, and AI enlightenment. In fact, lawyers will play a bigger role in AI governance than we can ever imagine. For instance, the AI alignment problem is one of the biggest challenges in the industry. There is ongoing research on whether we can solve the alignment problem using the law. As it is known, law is the most democratic aggregation of human values. How do we evaluate the ability of AI systems to follow the law? Or how do we ensure that AI systems do not misinterpret the law in case of unforeseen contingencies? Humans have the Supreme Court to interpret laws when faced with complex scenarios. What will be the Supreme Court for AI systems? These are questions that require both lawyers and AI engineers alike to ensure compliance. In fact, universities are recognizing the growing need for lawyers to build careers in AI. Many institutions are now offering master's programs that focus
Hello and welcome to News Update on SOUQ News Television. I am Olumide Shokoya. The federal government has spent about 12.5 billion naira to retrieve gold from artisanal and small-scale miners across the country under the National Gold Purchase Program, an initiative aimed at strengthening the naira and boosting Nigeria's foreign reserves. According to details from the Natural Resource Fund account, the expenditure approved by the President in August 2025 was part of ongoing interventions by Solid Minerals Development Fund to improve capacity and efficiency among local miners. Minister of Solid Minerals and Development, Dele Alake, said the initiative eliminates the need for dollar sourcing by purchasing local mined gold in Naira, which is then added to the central bank's reserves. He explained that the program supports local employment, reduces gold smuggling, and enhances transparency in solid minerals sector. The government also revealed that the Solid Minerals Development Fund received monthly allocations totaling 7.38 billion naira between May and August 2025, with plans to expand gold acquisition program further in 2026. The Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, has expressed concern over Nigeria's growing preference for cryptocurrency trading instead of investing in traditional capital market. The Director General of the Commission, Mmotimi Agama, revealed that more than $50 billion worth of cryptocurrency transactions passed through Nigeria between July 2023 and June 2024, showing a high level of investor sophistication and risk appetite not reflected in the formal investment space. He said fewer than 4% of Nigerian adults currently invest in capital market. Agama described the low participation rate as a major obstacle to national economic growth and capital formation. He noted that while less than 3 million Nigerians invest in securities, over 60 million engage in daily gambling valued at $5.5 million, comparing Nigeria's market capitalization to GDP ratio of 30% with South Africa's 320%, Malaysia's 128%, and India's 92%. He called for stronger forms, wider financial inclusion, and trust-building strategies to attract retail investors and strengthen the country's long-term economic development. Now, as 5G enables smartphones flood Nigeria market, a new report has revealed that infrastructure to support them remains severely inadequate, posing a threat to the country's digital transformation goals. While affordable 5G devices from brands like Xiaomi and Samsung make up nearly half of smartphone purchases, only 12.7% of Nigeria's mobile towers are 5G enabled, and coverage reaches less than 5% of the population. The Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC, disclosed that major cities such as Lagos and Abuja still face significant 5G coverage gaps, leaving thousands of devices unable to connect. Experts warn that limited network expansion is slowing innovation and economic growth, especially in tech-driven cities like Lagos. Despite recent reforms, including $1 billion telecom equipment investment and a new law designating telecom infrastructure as critical national infrastructure, rural areas remain largely excluded. Analysts stress that without urgent government intervention and subsidies, Nigeria's dream of a fully digital economy could remain cut out of reach. Now, thousands of Nigerians are losing money daily to failed airtime and data purchases that never deliver value, a growing concern now dominating consumer complaints at the Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC. The Commission revealed it at its 94th Telecom Consumer Parliament in Lagos that failed electronic recharges are now the second most reported issue after poor network quality. From Lagos to Kano, users continue to lament deductions without corresponding value as banks and telecom operators shift responsibility. With over 171 million telecom subscribers in Nigeria, most of them are on prepaid plans. Even a small percentage of failed transactions amounts to massive collective losses. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN Director of Consumer Protection and Financial Inclusion, Dr. Aisha Isa Olatinwo, stressed that consumer protection is industry protection, insisting that customers must receive value or immediate refunds for failed transaction response. The NCC and CBN have launched a joint regulatory effort to tackle the issue through a new framework that enforces accountability across banks, payment aggregators, and mobile network operators. The plan will establish clear service level agreements with refunds timelines, traceable transaction codes, and penalties for institutions that fail to deliver or refund value. The regulators say the move will not only safeguard consumers, but also restore trust in Nigeria's digital payment ecosystem. According to NCC Technical Advisor Kwasim Odubaku, fixing refund delays and improving transaction reliability is vital to preserving confidence in the telecom and banking sector. When consumers lose money, the entire industry loses credibility. Fixing this isn't optional. It is survival, he stated. Now, the United States President Donald Trump has praised Japan's first female Prime Minister, Sanai Takaichi, during his visit to Tokyo on Tuesday, commending her commitment to strengthen Japan's military and deepening bilateral ties. The leaders signed a new agreement on trade and critical minerals, expanding cooperations on resources vital for technology such as smartphones and fighter jets. Takaichi, a close ally of late former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, also pledged to nominate Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize and reaffirmed plans to raise Japan's defense spending to 2% of its gross domestic product. The new partnership includes $550 billion investment package covering shipbuilding and increased purchases of United States soybeans, natural gas, and vehicles. Trump lauded Japan's continued purchases of U.S. defense equipment and described Takaichi as one of the great prime ministers. The meeting also saw Trump reaffirm U.S. support for families of Japanese citizens abducted by North Korea. Both leaders are expected to visit the United States Naval Base in Yokosuka before Trump continues his Asia tour, which will include meetings in South Korea and talks with Chinese President Xi Jinping aimed at easing trade tensions. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News Television. I am Olumide Shokoya. Coming up shortly is SOUQ Business Landscape.
The unexpected rise of Ankara fabric in West Africa has transformed it from merely an industry into a vital part of culture, identity, and art woven into everyday life. This evolution has encouraged many to enter into the business side of Ankara. Today, the fabric is not only worn, but also used in interior decorations and artworks, making it a significant item in our changing world. Despite this, the industry stands at a crossroads, balancing tradition, modern challenges, and global market demands. My name is Grace Komolafe, and I invite you to join me on this second episode of Ankara as we explore the current state of production, the hurdles it faces, particularly in Nigeria, and the abundant opportunities that exist within this vibrant sector. Ankara's journey from West African markets to the global stage highlights its enduring appeal and the resilience of its producers. However, to fully harness its export potential, addressing quality, policy, and logistical challenges is essential. Ankara has become a global fashion statement with its bold patterns and rich colors now staples on international runways, reflecting a growing appreciation for African aesthetics. Nigeria and Ghana have long anchored Ankara production, keeping alive an industry with deep cultural significance. In Nigeria, there is a specialized market where you can find all kinds of Ankara fabric to suit your needs, whether for business parties or home use. Are you aware that Oshodi Market in Lagos is the major Ankara market in the country? People travel from every part of Nigeria to this market to make purchases for different reasons, either for Ashwebi, different occasions, or for business. In this market, you would find importers, you would find wholesalers, and again, you would find retailers. Are you thinking of going into Ankara business? In this report, we have more information to share with you.
No, this one is a different company.
Despite Nigeria's rich resources, skilled workforce, and a large domestic market eager for Ankara fabric, the country has struggled to capitalize on this potential. In the face of rising imports and global competition, the Ankara industry is looking inward towards alternatives that preserve cultural heritage while empowering local economies. Innovative approaches and traditional methods are revitalizing Ankara production across West Africa, particularly in Nigeria. While the future is bright, it is not without challenges. The high reliance on cheaper imports has led to an overwhelming dependence on foreign textiles, which now dominates over 80% of Nigeria's fabric market. How have Ankara sellers and business owners been able to sustain growth in the industry? What kind of Ankara do you sell? Big or small?
We sell big, small, and medium range.
Great. I think this is the first person I'm meeting that sells 3 categories of Ankara. I actually met people that does medium and small. I met someone that does just the small. So good to know that you are doing 3 categories: big, medium, and small. So why did you decide to go into a full-blown Ankara business?
Because any customer can walk in now and request for small one. I will attend to the person. If you want medium, I have. If you want big one, I have.
You don't want to lose anyone.
I don't want to lose anybody.
You like money.
I'm people man now. I suppose like money very well.
When someone is alive, when you're going to be saying. So for now, things are so high. When I'm still learning this business to my master, that time it was 700 or 600 like that. So things started increasing every day. So that is the problem we have. The customers are complaining. This are complaining. Both people that are coming from far journey saying that after this, there's no much gain on it again. So that's the challenge we have.
Long before Ankara became a global phenomenon, West African textiles were celebrated for their craftsmanship and cultural significance, with Nigeria being a key player. Today, Nigeria's textile industry has faced significant challenges over the past few decades, despite the country's rich potential in cotton production and a historical legacy of vibrant textile manufacturing. Once a leader in the sector with over 180 textile mills in the 1970s employing more than 1 million Nigerians, the industry has been in decline since the 1990s, grappling with issues such as smuggling, high production costs, outdated machinery, and inconsistent government policies. Instead of boosting the Nigerian textile industry, interest in importation continues to rise. With a renewed interest in textiles, including Ankara fabric, local production remains low. An influx of cheap imports surged over 100% to 365.5 billion naira in 2022, undermining the demand for locally produced textiles. As Nigeria strives to engage in the business, the high cost of importation negatively impacts their efforts. The situation is compounded by rising energy costs and a depreciation in currency, leading Nigerians to depend largely on imported Ankara to meet the demands of customers.
Importation business now is a hell. It's very, very expensive. Just last month, the clearing of the goods was about 6 million naira. Overnight, it turned to 14 million. Should we stop selling Ankara? No. We have to go on, move. The price that we give customer, in 1 hour, it changed automatically. But because we are into the system, we know how to manage the price.
As customers become more conscious of their environmental and social impact, the demand for sustainable and ethically produced textiles is on the rise. Ankara, with its deep cultural roots, is uniquely positioned to lead the way in this movement. The global market for Ankara is expanding, with new opportunities emerging beyond West Africa. However, tapping into these markets requires strategic planning, quality assurance, and effective marketing.
Actually, like, the person wants to do the business, it depends if you have the money, because this business now is it's all about money.
Capital intensive.
Capital. No amount of money that is enough. No amount of money. If you have 10 million, 20 million, 100 million, you can start up something, because when you check this one now, this nylon now, per one nylon now is almost 48,000 or 37,000. So when you now calculate one line, two line, three lines, so you can see that it's millions of money. So if you want to go into the business, if you have the cash or you have the power, it's a nice business, but you must have money to rotate the business.
Ankara business is not a child's play, I must say, with what I've heard today. You want to go into Ankara business, of course you can start a very small scale. Do not say no to small beginning, do not despise little beginning. But I must say, if you want to do a big time Ankara business, it's not a child's play, you must be ready for it, I tell you. So for instance, you have this line, like I mentioned earlier, you'll be having this pack, this pack goes for about 40-something thousand, and you're having a couple of them. So you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I mean, the number you keep counting. Did you see? Same colors, and we're having different designs. It's not a child's play. Millions of naira goes into this business, and you can see this is Oshodi, where Ankara business takes place, the real business. This is where it happens. Yes, from all over the states in Nigeria, they come all the way to Oshodi to do their biddings in Ankara business. The Ankara industry, a cornerstone of West African culture and economy, is deeply influenced by government policies. Yet, the implementation of these policies is not without its challenges. Bureaucratic delays, corruption, and inconsistent enforcement often undermine their effectiveness. The success of the Ankara industry is intertwined with the government's actions. Thoughtful policies and effective implementation can drive growth. Moreover, regional and international trade agreements such as the African Continental Free Trade Area AFCFTA offer new opportunities for expansion and collaboration. The future of Ankara lies in the hands of the next generation. Young innovators are reimagining what Ankara can be, blending tradition with modernity and driving the industry forward. Is more than just a fabric. It symbolizes African heritage, creativity, and resilience. As we look to the future, the potential for Ankara is limitless if the industry embraces innovation, sustainability, and global collaboration. The journey of Ankara is far from over, and its story will continue to inspire generations. As we conclude our journey through the vibrant world of Ankara, we turn our attention to the future. What lies ahead for this iconic fabric? How will it evolve to meet the demands of a rapidly changing world? And what opportunities and challenges will shape its future? Questions you may have quality answers for. See you again on another interesting topic on SOUQ Perspective. I am Grace Komolafe.
Dr. SOUQ A. Adedeji, whose leadership has significantly transformed Nigeria's tax administration, is a distinguished first-class graduate in accounting from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and he currently serves as the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS.
I firmly believe in the wisdom encapsulated in the statements. Revenue growth is the lifeblood of a nation's economy, providing means to fulfill essential duties to its citizens. These words capture the core principle that will guide us as we navigate the challenging terrain ahead, ensuring that our nation thrives and fulfills its obligations to its citizens. In our pursuit of greater fiscal future, we are determined to align ourselves with President Bola Tinubu's Extreme Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee. This collaboration will enable us to shape the prosperous fiscal landscape that will empower our nation's growth and development.
Born on January 8, 1978 in Ogbomoso, Oyo State, Nigeria, Dr. Adedeji is an accomplished accountant and public officer with extensive expertise in corporate taxation and public finance. His journey in public service began in 2011 when he was appointed as Commissioner for Finance in Oyo State. In that capacity, Adedeji introduced transformative financial reforms, most notably the establishment of the Treasury Single Account (TSA) to streamline government revenues and expenditures. In March 2021, President Muhammadu Buhari appointed Adedeji as Executive Secretary of the National Sugar Development Council (NSCDC). In this capacity, he founded the Nigeria Sugar Institute and spearheaded the Sugar Backward Integration Program, which sought to enhance local sugar production and reduce reliance on foreign imports. In June 2023, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appointed Adedeji as Special Advisor on Revenue, and by September of that same year, he had ascended to the position of Executive Chairman of FIRS, Nigeria's leading tax authority responsible for the assessment, collection, and management of federal taxes.
The focus will be on these indirect taxes, so that as long as you consume, you have to pay. As long as you have interest on your investment, you have to pay. And this is echoing Mr. President's message that we are not going to tax the seed, but we are going to tax the fruit. The fruit is what we focus on. So all those things, when we have this holistic process, it will be captured, and that the vision is to have a progressive tax, that if you earn more, you pay more, and if you earn less, you will not pay.
Under his leadership, FIRS exceeded its 2023 revenue target of 11.55 trillion naira. As chairman of FIRS, Dr. Adedeji implemented a performance-based system aligning with the service's new slogan, simplifying tax, maximizing revenue.
Dr. SOUQ Adedeji has done incredibly well in transforming and reforming the tax processes and procedures in Nigeria. In a little over a year being at the helm of the affairs of the tax body in Nigeria, we have seen a significant improvement in revenue generation. His policy of not crumbling business with taxation is something that also needs to be applauded. SOUQ Adedeji philosophy is taxing fruits and not the seed, and taxing prosperity, not poverty. Because if you look at the fiscal landscape of Nigeria in the past 10 years, you find that businesses have struggled to live, and that has led to the exit of so many businesses from Nigeria. But with this new reform, we're seeing that the businesses will profit from the reform processes, and that will mean more business for Nigeria. We will have a lot of foreign inflow in terms of foreign direct investment that will actually drive the process of economic growth for the country. And I think he has done so well, and he deserves a kudos, especially for taking the giant stride to restructure FIRS for efficiency, for accountability, and for value for money.
He has also made the welfare of the staff a top priority, fostering a positive working environment that has brought smiles to the faces of FIRS employees nationwide. Supporters of the tax reform bills highlight several key benefits, harping on the need for streamlined tax processes that could reduce bureaucratic hurdles and foster an environment where businesses can thrive.
He has initiated a lot of reform which dovetail into the tax reform bills that is before the National Assembly. This initiative is to improve on the tax administration system in Nigeria with a view to improving on the collection systems that will be beneficial to every member of the Nigerian state. SOUQ, as is well known, has improved on simplifying tax reform even within the federal land revenue, which in no means has improved on tax administration, and he celebrated essentially for the core initiative of the tax reform.
Under Dr. Adedeji's leadership, Nigeria's tax system has gone beyond mere policy adjustments. Its focus is on fostering sustainable growth and ensuring that the benefits of tax reforms reach both businesses and citizens.
So those that are attacking the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them on the VAT allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT, and then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have, the issue of trust. Trust, what do some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by this if corrective measures are not taken. Graduation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now the graduation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% graduation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law.
Contributing to long-term national development, Dr. SOUQ Adedeji's career is a testament of his unwavering commitment to improving Nigeria's financial systems and enhancing revenue generation, showcasing his exceptional expertise in corporate and public finance.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the SOUQ Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
First of all, be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizens. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
A very good morning to you and welcome to SOUQ Business Landscape, your window into the forces shaping the markets, industries, and economic policies across Nigeria and beyond. From aviation fuel regulations to solid minerals reforms, from digital financial inclusion to agricultural revival, every story we tell connects the dots between policy, enterprise, and development. In today's edition, we explore the dynamics behind Nigeria's aviation fuel safety, efforts to protect telecom consumers, financial reforms are driving investor confidence, solid minerals that are reshaping our reserves, and the ongoing quest for productive agricultural base. We also look at how regulatory shifts in the UK's capital market could influence global investment behavior. Good morning to you once again and welcome to SOUQ Business Landscape. I'm Oyempriye Kurmale. I have two people here on the desk who will be having this conversation. And I dare say three because we're expecting a third virtually. But ladies first, they said, good morning to you, Swift.
Hi, Priya. Good morning. How was your night?
It was okay, thank you.
Fantastic. Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, Africa. They said in life, the first step to making it is to start something. So no matter what you're going through, start something. Welcome to SPL, where we discuss and dissect issues that affect you. My name is Swift Aderito. Get ready for us to do this together.
Yeah, her name is Swift Aderinto. She said you should get ready. And I'm sure you have. Get a cup of coffee or a cup of tea for this conversation. Talking about coffee, there's someone that has that color. Or maybe it's just dark. Good morning to you. The night, Olumide, welcome.
Good morning, Priya. Good morning, Swift. Good morning. I am Olumide Shokoya. Don't forget to also drop your comments. Let's keep the conversation going on YouTube.
Great.
Before we start talking about coffee, you just had to talk about coffee. For those of you that don't know, please, if you want to gift Priya, because I have a friend who works in aviation, if you want to gift him, he says it, Walai, just do me coffee. Any type of coffee, because I always drink. So once it doesn't run out, so when people give him shoes and shirts, it's like,
really?
Coffee. And honey to top it up.
Oh, great.
I think that's how you will be with time.
Yeah. By the way, honey is good for the voice. And it's a good business venture. Now, let's intimate you further on what we will be interrogating this morning. First, highlights growing concern over the rising number of aviation fuel suppliers in Nigeria, from just 6 accredited marketers to 45. Quite a number. Experts fear that this proliferation may compromise safety and quality standards in Jet A1 fuel supply and posing risk to flight operations and public safety. Secondly, we focus on a rising wave of failed airtime and data purchases through electronic platforms, leading to daily financial losses for millions of Nigerians. I experienced that yesterday. The Nigerian Communications Commission and the Central Bank of Nigeria are launching a joint regulatory framework to ensure timely refunds and accountability across telecom and banking institutions. Our third story says that Nigeria has been removed from the Financial Action Task Force, FAT. No, it's grey list. It's a global watch list for countries with weak anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism frameworks. The Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, sees this as a major boost for investor confidence and market credibility. Our fourth story will be on solid minerals. The federal government has invested 12.5 billion naira to buy gold directly from artisanal and small-scale miners. Chooks is going to love this story. This initiative aims to strengthen the naira, build Nigeria's gold reserves, and formalize the local mining economy. Our fifth story will be on cryptocurrency. Securities and Exchange Commission wants that Nigerians are increasingly choosing cryptocurrency trading over traditional capital market investment. Despite the high risk, over $50 billion worth of crypto transactions were recorded between the mid-2023 and mid-2024. I think that explains how robust the market is. We'll move on to our penultimate story. It will be on palm oil. Nigeria, once the world's leading palm oil producer, now spends $600 million annually importing palm oil due to outdated farming practices and poor investment in the value chain. And finally, the UK's Financial Conduct Authority plans to stop publishing names of individual short sellers, opting instead for aggregated reports on total short positions against listed companies. These are the stories we will be looking at this morning and today, if we have the luxury of time. And we're about to go on a break, but before then, you know him, Ayanuba Benga Paul. He is standing by and is joining us virtually. Good morning to you, Benga.
Good morning to you, Priya. Thank you for having me on the show.
Great. It's good to see you, and it's good to see you joining us today. It looks like a Monday because you look so sharp, clean, and Swift like to say hello. And of course, we have Olumide here.
Benga, good morning. I like the tie and suits. It's different.
Thank you so much, Benga. And we'll go on a break, very short. And when we return, the conversation starts right here on SOUQ Business Landscape. To stay with us.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
He said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizens promises. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Arton Kane. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizens promises. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us in the program. Now we hit the ground running. Aviation experts and oil sector players have called on the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority to regulate the growing number of marketers supplying aviation fuel to airlines. They warn that unchecked proliferation is fueling black market activities and increasing risks to flight safety. Previously, the industry operated with just 6 accredited marketers, ensuring tighter oversight and quality assurance. However, the number has now risen to 45, raising concerns about the integrity and safety of Jet A1 fuel being supplied to airlines. The stakeholders stressed that unless the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority enforces stricter regulations and revalidates existing licenses, the sector may be exposed to dangerous consequences. They argue that aviation fuel quality must not be compromised, urging the government to act swiftly to prevent a potential disaster. Ladies and gentlemen, if we look at this from different perspectives, let's look at it developmentally. A strong aviation oversight system under the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, enhances public trust, strengthens Nigeria's global aviation standing, and ensures sustainable industry growth. It measures essentially and maintains the safety in the industry. If this is true, because when it comes to this sort of stories, one needs to be careful and to balance it, because the more you have, more stakeholders or more participants in supplying aviation fuel, the more the price may crash. most especially if there's competition.
Yes, it's the competition. I think it's the competition that is
So let's say Dangote, we know he exports aviation fuel to the United States, and I can't say he's exporting the whole aviation fuel that it produces or that it refines to the United States. I'm sure there are other countries that are equally buying, and I'm sure there are local companies too that are getting some from him. So other refineries, if they have the capacity to bring that, to produce that, which I don't really think so, because BUA is still on the way coming. Now, we also refine, and our refining capacity maybe 50 or less than 50 at the moment. So, do we also have aviation fuel? And if earlier on the industry have 6, and now it has increased to 45, so the onus will be, is it this, we're having, on the positive side, it could be that, yes, it's going to be competitive and the price is going to go down. On the other side, we need to also watch out. Don't just proliferate the market. Maybe it is institutional weakness in terms of monitoring and regulation, which may have a downside that may lead to the damage of the engines of the airplanes, and is going to defeat insurance, and underwriters may want to run away from the industry, and we don't want that happening. So, in handling this dicey issue, what's your perspective, Olumide?
First of all, NCAA, they are for quality control, because we all know that Jet A1 fuel is highly sensitive, and contamination or poor quality could lead to catastrophic disasters.
Yeah.
I mean, if you go patronize it from the black market, and God help you, it's contaminated, any small engine failure on an aircraft, we know what it would happen. So that's why they are coming out to say this. Now, according to a report, because I had to go back to do a bit of research, we had about 46. Now, out of that 46, 36 had valid license, 5 had non-valid license, and 5 with expired licenses. So that's what we're dealing with. And I remember last week here on SBO, we were still talking about the monopoly of someone selling or marketing Jet A1 fuel, that we do not want that kind of thing. We want a situation whereby, you know, we have a lot of marketers selling this thing so that the prices will drop, because the price of airfares right now, even locally, is outrageous.
Yes, it is.
And the doctor has always said it several times, that when they check the breakdown, it's like 50% is even going to the government, and the rest is probably coming to the airline. So how much is the airline actually making? That aside, what can be done right now? Now, we want a situation whereby fuel, Jet A1 fuel, would be cheaper, so that these airlines can actually make some profit for themselves.
Yeah.
So, and the only way that can be done is if in a deregulated market, whereby every other person is in that market independently marketing it at their own competitive price. But so what I would just say now is the NCAA has to step up. There has to be some sort of quality control put in place to monitor these things. We cannot lie about it. There's always black market. Even when there's fuel scarcity,
yes,
there's always black market.
Okay.
So how we're going to trace this black market and phase it out, the onus lies on the NCAA and other authorities, the DPR and the rest of them. I think even NUPENG and the rest of them have to also come in at this point. But we need to, then the airlines also, the onus is now on them, because the airlines are the ones buying this thing. Where they get it from, it's now, you cannot regulate who they should buy it from. They have that, you know, power or that right to buy it from any other person. But buying it from an accredited dealer is what also matters.
Great. Swift, your take.
I was wondering if we could ask Benga, because I was teaching.
All right.
And when we are done, I now come back and
so,
do a final.
Oluwabenga, if you can hear me, about 40% of the cost in running airline comes from aviation fuel. We remember vividly, immediately subsidy was gone, or maybe before, a little bit before that time, the airfares were not these outrageous then. Now that it has gone, we are looking at airfares domestically and externally. It's on the rooftop, and now aviation fuel seems to be the concern of the conversation. So we're just asking, is it now an institutional weakness or lack of effective and efficient monitoring, or is it competitors outdoing each other and some of them are coming to the public to cry?
Well, I don't think the removal of subsidy had anything to do with aviation fuel in the first place, because it's only the PMS that was subsidized back in the day. They deregulated diesel, kerosene, and a lot of others before the last subsidy on petrol was removed. So I just believe that most of the aviation companies had other challenges that made the prices skyrocketed. Now, there are two ways to look at these issues. Yes, NCAA needs broader and stronger regulatory framework to tighten the security in terms of monitoring quality of jet fuel that are being supplied. But saying that they should reduce the number, the number of suppliers were about 6 before now, and then recently it has jumped to about 45, and they are saying that is too much. But I believe that rather than complaining that it's too much, it is actually good for competition. It is actually good for accessibility of products to people, even though we need to monitor uh, this fuel quality, their sources, to ensure that we prevent disasters waiting to happen. But it is funny that we are talking about jet fuel, whereas did you know that 90% of the car engine problem that we have in Nigeria is as a result of the kind of petrol we put in our vehicle? If you go to most, especially Francophone countries, and I think I've seen it in Ghana too, um, when you get to a filling station, you will have about 3 or 4 different pumps, and so and they are all at different prices. I mean, nozzle on one pump, not different pumps. You have about 3 or 4 different nozzles that will tell you leaded, unleaded, something percentage of this, some percentage of that, so that it is the fuel standard recommended for your car that you will put in your vehicle. But in Nigeria, there is nothing like that for vehicle. It is the same fuel that a Toyota Camry 1994 uses, that a Range Rover 2025 uses when we get to filling station. And that is why you see that whilst the same vehicle, 2025 model, used in Europe or in US would still look brand new after 5 years if you check the engine. The one in Nigeria would look as if it has gone through hell and back. And if it can do that to cars, then you know what that means to aviation industry if it is not properly regulated. So the call for regulation is apt, but at the same time, let it not be that the call for regulation is just a means to stifle competition, because it is competition that will make the economy thrive, that will make the industry grow faster.
Great. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay,
Yes, Swift.
so my own challenge with this compliance, as much as it's good so that we meet global standards, my fear is the price of compliance. Because many times in Nigeria, when a regulatory board says, oh, we want to come in, even as small as fire service, when fire service says they want to come and check your office, check your building, if you are doing standard, if your building is standard,
yes,
if there are fire safety, if you are keeping to the fire
safety measures that should be put in place in case of.
They bill you, and what they bill you alone is scary and challenging.
If you fall short of those protocols.
Once they are coming, there's a bill for them to come. That's the truth. There's a bill for them to come. That's how those services make extra money. Once they are coming, once you move into a new office, it's mandated by the federal government that you invite them to come and check that you have done the right thing. And before they come and check, by the time you go there to get the list, usually you have to say thank you or help me or whatever. But once they are coming, there's actually a bill. For compliance, there's a bill. Before they stamp, it may not be very much, but there's something involved. Now imagine what transpires to aviation. Now, for me, what I see is I see a lot of bigger companies threatened that some new people are coming up in the market who would further, because the more there's competition, the more reduction of prices will come in. For a long time, people have been saying it is hard. Like the aircraft owners have been complaining. I think I was listening to Airpeace interview some time ago, the CEO, and he was complaining that, do you know what it takes for them to be able to procure aviation fuel? That there are sometimes it's very hard. You know, there sometimes it's difficult. They go through a lot of challenges. Now, that is why these black marketers came. And with these black marketers, it has been easier. So the complaint of aviation fare procurement has been reduced. So I just see some bigger players in the industry. That's my take. I just see some people that are raising up dust. Is it important that we keep to these standards and we check out the fuel, we check out what is going in? It is critical, it is important, because like you have all said, if a bus has an accident, there's a possibility of just 1 or 2 people dying. If an aircraft crashes or has a problem mid-air, there's a possibility 300, 200, 150 passengers go at a time. And so that's too much for us to take the risk. But we should also be looking at the fact that are people being threatened? Is it a threat from the big players so as to keep the price of aviation fuel very high? Because aviation fuel is not supposed to be this high.
Okay.
That's where my take is coming from.
All right. And notwithstanding, whilst it is a very, very good thing for other players, for new investors to come into the market, to establish their presence so that we expect the crashing of the price. We do not want to promote the black market. And that's because the black market, is not regulated. And if it is not regulated, it might fall short of the standard that has been set in place by the International Civil Aviation Organization, which has set the laws in place globally. And we now have the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, making sure that those international protocols are applied in our aviation industry so that there will be a uniform standard in the world. In that case, we move on to our next story. And this our next story has to do with money and finance. Failed transactions. Thousands of Nigerians are losing money daily to failed airtime and data purchases that never deliver value. A growing concern now dominating consumer complaints at the Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC. The commission revealed at its 94th Telecom Consumer Parliament in Lagos that failed electronic recharges are now the second most reported issue after poor network quality. From Lagos to Kano, users continue to lament deductions without corresponding value as banks and telecom operators shift responsibility. With over 171 million telecom subscribers in Nigeria, most of them on prepaid plans, even a small percentage of failed transactions amounts to massive collective loss. The CBN Director of Consumer Protection and Financial Inclusion, Dr. Aisha Isa Olatinwo, stressed that consumer protection is industry protection, insisting that customers must receive value or immediate refunds for failed transactions. In response, the NCC and the CBN have launched a joint regulatory effort to tackle the issue through new frameworks that enforces accountability across banks, payment aggregations, and mobile network operators. And the story goes on and on and on. Olumide.
Over 171 million mobile users in Nigeria, and mostly on prepaid. And failed airtime is now the second reported complaint. It touches home, it touches everyone. And it's so amazing that when you want to get some particular service, your money is first deducted. Whether you get that service or not,
yes,
your money is deducted. The bank deducts your money. Remember there was this clash between telecoms and banks.
And the banks, yeah.
And they had to settle it. Okay, bank, do your own. Telecom, do your own. Even as at that, even with the banks now taking it directly, anything, they first remove your money. And to get that money back, I'm sure off camera, I've discussed so many times of how I let 2,000 naira, 3,000 naira, because I cannot walk into the bank and start shouting and raising doors because of 2,000 naira. Some people, it might be their last available account balance.
Okay.
But for me, I just let it slide. But sometimes when it gets to my head, when it becomes too much, I just storm the bank and I start to complain that why is this. And they will tell you it takes 4 working days, business days, 4 business days or 3 business days. I mean, we should get to an era where we should be having auto reversal. Some banks do it. Auto reversal, yes. Some banks do it. So now, the first joint framework they should do now is install some form of software that traces the money. Whether the money has left your account or the money has gotten to the service provider, that should be first determined. So that in meting out punishment, fines, you know who to find. Because several times I've had to go on social media to call different service providers out, and then I find out that it's not even the service provider, it's someone else, or maybe it's not even the bank, it's the service provider. So for clarifications, I think that needs to be put in place. Also, there should be some form of law, maybe not law, but some form of rule under 24 hours maximum. Airtime is not refunded, data is not refunded, and data is not given, airtime is not loaded. There should be a refund, 24 hours.
Okay.
And it should come with an apology.
It should come with an apology.
Yes,
okay.
Because it is liable
it's
for
inconvenience.
Yes, it's because in Nigeria we let things like abroad in Western world you could get sued for that. The person can tell you that you caused him so much damage. He wanted to close a transaction. He needed data to transact, and you have cost him millions of naira. We just jokingly say these things, but it's really, really serious. And so I'm glad that this is coming to the fore. I'm glad that they are now taking steps forward to see how they can rectify it, because we really need to rectify it. And it's not just, I think most of the time when they give these telecoms, it's not today they've been giving them fines of 1 billion naira, and it's like they just pay this money, and it's like they even have it
start somewhere.
That, okay, for this year, this is the amount of fine we are going to pay. I think it should go beyond fines. Maybe when you start to suspend their licenses, they would, when it gets to a particular level of complaint and you suspend their license, I think they will sit up.
Okay. Now, so let's look at it from this perspective. The Nigerian Communications Commission, the NCC, and the Central Bank of Nigeria, they are joining hands. So is either the telecom is at fault, or the bank is at fault. So if the bank is at fault, the CBN takes care of that. If the telecom organization is at fault, no, the NCC takes care of that. But on how to determine where the money actually ended up and you did not get your service is what needs to be determined. And I'm sure the CBN and the NCC have the required technology to be able to decipher that. So let me come to Benga. Benga, have you tried loading your phone or buying data, and after paying for 24 hours or maybe forever, you didn't get the services of what you paid for?
Well, it has not happened to me personally in a long time that I can remember, in all fairness. What has happened to me is when you buy plenty data, and then, say for example, I buy 75 gig of data, and yet I cannot use it till it expires. That is what has happened to me on regular basis. Even just last Saturday, there is this news channel that I speak on in India, and they tried all they could to get across to me, and I tried all I could to get across to them and join the program. But unfortunately, it was impossible. Despite I had to even subscribe quickly to my second network, because I usually subscribe on my MTN because Glo has shown me shaggy. I had to quickly subscribe to Glo again to buy data. But despite having data, I still could not connect to the show. That's the challenge that I've faced. But I think these frameworks that they are doing will be helpful, not just to the banks and the telecommunication company, but to the general outlook of the country as a whole. because it is not just the 171 million mobile phone subscriber that we have that this thing is affecting. You need to think in terms of the other maybe 1 point something billion worldwide that those 171 million people are trying to communicate with. And those communication results in national growth, in income into the economy, and several other good things like that. And this is why it is important to address this issue in time, because the difference between life and death could be in that data or that recharge card that did not pull through on time. Somebody wants to call fire service, for example, and you loaded airtime and you are not getting it immediately. You have to wait for 24 hours. I mean, the house would have burnt down before your, or maybe there is an emergency, you want to call the ambulance to come and help you out. And that is why it is very important that these things are critically looked into. And don't forget also that because of some of these challenges, it also dampens the enthusiasm of the consumer to buy more of the products offered by the telecom service. And that is why I wonder. I mean, if you check the statistic put out recently, I think about 2-3 weeks ago, it shows to you that some of the leaders in number of internet subscriber in Nigeria about 2 years ago are now nowhere to be found. And these are people who have submarine cables connecting to Europe. These are people who have spent a lot of money on infrastructures to make sure that their telecom company is the best. But you buy data from them and you will not be able to use. So people will be like, why would I buy the data? And you know, foreign competitions are now coming in the form of Starlink and others like that. And if that is giving them what they want without trouble, I mean, in my house, in my friend's house, and in my uncle's house, over the last 5 days that I visited those places, all their internet, their broadband internet cable that they use to watch TV at home is not working. And I'm wondering, and they are using different networks, so it's not like just one network. I don't want to be mentioning the various networks, but they are using different I'm also using different networks. But you are not able to watch TV, you are not able to connect, despite having unlimited recharge on your account. And that is why all of this needs to be nipped in the bud so that we can continually create good image for the country on all forms, and then increase investors' confidence that we can actually get things right.
Okay, thank you very much. Benga mentioned, he said it could be a matter of life and death. And that data or that airtime that you have at that moment could just be the lifesaver. But I dare say, you could be, the lifeline. You could be transacting business at that point in time that's worth millions of naira, and probably that's, you just hit that specific contract. And whilst you're doing that, is it the network failure or something, and you're stuck, and before you know it, the sender is, say, the money sent successfully, and the receiver is telling you, I didn't see it, it didn't come to my account, and before you know it, valuable time you did not plan for, is lost, and you start exerting it by going to the bank, and they're telling you 7 working days, 2 working days, and those working days, they needed to see the receipt so they can append their signature for you to get your procured materials to execute your contract. There are so many things.
Yes.
So, Swift.
So what I see the marriage between NCC and CBN as a necessity at this point, because Nigerians are really suffering. Over the weekend, the network was really bad. I went for an event, I was emceeing, and I wanted to leave by 10. I noticed that all the all the cab drivers I was ordering, they were rejecting me because I didn't want to drive. And I kept wondering, why are they rejecting me? Eventually, a friend that was sitting, I said, please kindly help me, you know. He too was having the same issue. I said, well, we have to get out of here. And so someone was driving. We said, oh, maybe we'll take a bus. By the time we got to Joylegba, because there was a Surulere, the cab called us that he's there and he's a network issue. So you can imagine how much money, I'm just giving an instance, your regular cab drivers lost. That site was a Saturday evening, that Saturday night when people are coming from parties, people are going and everybody was complaining. I have been trying to order online. There was a far cry. In fact, there are some people that, you know, they have already paid for the month for for some of these cabbies. They were already debited. Now you can imagine the drama it takes you 5 working days, 21 working days, 7 working days. And so NCC and CBN are talking about stiff penalties, which is critical at this time. Because if there are no penalties, these people will continue. The network service they have been running since 2003, 2004 or more. And till now, if you have not been able to get your act together, then that is not my fault. And talking about data, there's this particular thing I do over the weekend where they give you 2.5 gig. Now, I barely used it over the weekend because I was using something else. Do you know that as soon as it hit 11 o'clock, the network just sent me 75% of your data gone. We all started laughing because when I loaded, my friend brought his own modem. I was like, look, it's unlimited. And in 2 days it expires. So everybody, let's use this one.
You didn't even touch
I didn't touch that one. And I cracked that joke that make una just watch you. And at 11, they just sent that message. And I laughed. Now, at this point, you know, there was a time when network providers, we used to load 1,005 every week. If not, your line will be blocked and taken away when the SIM card just came. Thank God for Glow that came in. I always say this. And then people in America and Europe used to tell us that, no, if you load 1.5 or you buy data, it's not monthly, it's not weekly, it's a rollover. If you don't use it this month, it's rolled over to next month. If you don't use it next month, it's rolled over. That it keeps getting rolled over until maybe it's locked. Then you now have to purchase again to unlock what you have not used. It was like frame trick in our eyes. But now look at it. You buy data, maybe you buy for a month. Even if you don't touch that data, by the time it's getting to the end, they send you a message
has been used.
The way they send it.
95% has been exhausted.
And so customer protection, we are not seeing customer protection for us, and it becomes a challenge. Also, the ILFM gives out free airtime. And so I noticed throughout last week I was struggling. Like I would do this airtime, I would be debited, and then people would send messages that, Sugar Mommy, I've not seen. And so I had to be telling people, okay, send me your account number. Let me forward what is supposed to be airtime to you, which is an extra service to me. Now, I've calculated all those airtime. I've not been refunded because I'm looking at my bank like this. I'm getting angry already. And they're telling me 7 working days.
Great.
So it's important that NCC and CBN, in fact, they should not just have this marriage. They need to do it as quickly as possible.
Okay.
I'm deducted 1,000 naira airtime. In 24 hours, I don't see it back, or in 12 hours, the bank should pay me 2,000 naira back.
Great.
I think the issue of this 3 to 5 working days needs to be addressed. Is it that...
24 hours, right?
Yes. Is it that the so-called whatever...
Tech people.
The computer takes 7 working days to travel to wherever the money is, to locate the money and bring the money back? Because this whole thing behind 5 business days or 4 working days seems a bit far too much.
All right. So I think Benga actually wanted to say something. So Benga, yes.
I said that issue of 8 to 5 days has been addressed by the government. We spoke about it about 2 weeks ago on this same show, where was it the NCC or someone gave the order that all transaction issues should be resolved within 48 hours. It did not even say 48 hours working day. It says within 48 hours, all
yes, I remember.
Transaction issues, we treated the topic. So that has been addressed by the government.
Yes.
It is just further to address other aspects of those same issues.
Yes, thank you very much, baby.
But
I remember
that one
myself.
is on paper now.
Myself,
Is it still?
Olumide and Benga, we had that conversation. I remember. Yes,
That's what I'm saying. What is
we
on
need
paper?
to go on a break.
It's on paper, I know. Physically now, I told you of my story. I'm still told, relax. My money has not been refunded. This happened last
Maybe you
week.
should send CBN a mail.
Why must I keep doing your work
Yes,
for you?
but CBN is there. They have, like, you use the word, they have a marriage with NCC. So you should, while sending CBN a message,
You also send
then you
NCC.
copy the
Yes.
NCC.
The
So,
partner.
yes. And besides, Swift mentioned the ILFM 95.
What the station can quickly do for her is
Okay.
what the station can quickly do for her is to cut this part of the show where her complaint is, and then tag CBN, tag all those banks after the show on the social media of the station. They will listen.
Great, thank you. Our social media team actually heard you, and I'm sure they are going to do that. Now, the ILFM is 95.9, and it is the radio station of SOUQ, of our television station. So if you're watching us, you might equally want to tune in every morning, 95.9 FM on the IL radio. We're going to break. When we return, the SOUQ Business Landscape continues. To stay with us.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
It said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800 2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806 656 4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Us on the program, and I need to bring to your notice that Olumide the Knight need to run off, but you will be seeing him in Just Africa when it comes up in a subsequent program. But we still have Ayan Oluwagbenga Daniel. Can you imagine I say Oluwagbenga Daniel? Oluwagbenga Paul. Don't worry. I'm sure you'll be laughing where he is.
I was with Senator Benga Daniel last weekend. He's touring Ogun East to report back to the people on his mid-term reports of his activities in the National Assembly. So we've been touring together.
I see. So I'm not completely making a mistake when I called you Oluwagbenga Daniel. So let's jump into our next story. Thank you very much, Benga. Now, the Director General of the Securities and Exchange Commission, Imomotimi Agama, has praised Nigeria's removal from the Financial Action Task Force, the Task Force Grey List, describing it as a clear signal of the country's renewed commitment to financial transparency and reform. The Financial Action Task Force, the global body overseeing anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing, announced Nigeria's delisting on Friday, which is last week, after 2 years of monitoring due to identified weaknesses in its financial system. Speaking on a television program, Agama said that the development represents a major turning point for Nigeria's capital market. He noted that improved regulatory standards and compliance would restore investor trust and attract greater foreign capital inflows into the country. Now, Oluwagbenga, when I saw the story, it was one, good. Two, I like the fact that it's going to, promote investor confidence and attract investors into Nigeria, to make them have a different thought about Nigeria. To make them see that at least some things are working in some places and we are seeing the result, not only in Nigeria, but from a multilateral body, a multilateral organization that is saddled with the responsibility of looking at nations on their financial dealings with regards to money laundering, corruption, and the likes. But I am not, just singing the praise of the country. I know that we are not there yet, but at least we are making some progress. What's your take on this?
No, we are not just making some progress. We are making a lot of progress. Great. A lot of people are yet to say it because it is yet to cascade down to the general masses. But out there, if you follow what the international body language towards Nigeria is now, you will give kudos to the leadership at the presidency right now. They may not get it perfectly well, pleasing to everybody yet. I have my own reservation. Everybody has their own reservation. But the fact is that they have done a whole lot of swamp draining to ensure that we get it right. I mean, you read just now that they started monitoring us for the last 2 years. And if you put the timeline in perspective, it was when this administration came into office that they started monitoring us. So which means they must have given up hope on the last administration and they left it be. So when this new guy came into office, they said, okay, let's watch him for a while. And after watching all the reform, after watching all the efforts, sorry for my age factor, they are able to come to conclusion that now we are getting it right. And what that signals is that other countries who were afraid to invest in Nigeria before so that they won't run foul of their country's law, other companies that they won't run foul of their country's law because of this challenge with the issue of money laundering, terrorism funding. I mean, you saw when these guys, forgotten their name, the cryptocurrency guy that were arrested in Nigeria, was it last year?
CZ? Binance?
Yes, those Binance guys. Yes, and it was one of the things they said about them was issue of terrorism funding and money laundering. Now, even though I did not like the way that matter went that time because we went ultra viral of the law to be able, in fact, that singular incident will scare more investors than encourage. But the fact is that all this effort eventually adds up. The end eventually justifies the means, and that is why we are getting up the grey list of FATF and a lot of other black books that were in this administration effort is paying up and taking us off many of them. Some has been announced already. Some will be announced shortly, either before the year ends or before this first time of the administration runs out. So it shows to you that, yes, it may not have cascaded down to the masses, but this administration is doing a fantastic job in financial reforms in the country.
Yes, this administration is doing fantastic job in financial reforms. That's Benga's words. Yes.
Okay, so like everybody knows, it's critical at this point in time that we need to start paying more attention to the financial task force, and we need to know where the gray areas, where the problems are, so that they can be curbed. We are looking at the fact that a lot of companies are now paying tax. Our federal government can sit back and say, this is the amount of money that we made from taxation, which is a lot. And we know that next year, people have already claimed that that figure is going to triple because a lot of the big businesses have been avoiding tax payment. Now, because of the transparency issues, this will no more be an issue. First, like Benga said, investors' confidence is critical, and this signals to investors that, look, Nigeria is no more that corrupt nation. If you put in 1 million naira, if your profit is 5 million naira, you don't have to go through the back door or whatever. And so people are excited about that. The next thing which is important is enhanced capital market activity. The capital market activity is going to increase because more people are going to want to invest in your country. And this is what we have been waiting for Nigeria. We are seeing it in the stock market. We are seeing it in a lot of companies coming in to say, look, we want to do manufacturing, we want to do big projects for us. And of course, finally, which is the one that I'm coming for, is my fear of compliance issue. The money that banks and other firms are going to spend to remain compliant is a lot of money, and those monies to me can be put into other things. So I think the federal government needs to see as much as possible to reduce the costing for compliance, because in Nigeria, compliance takes time. Before the bills are passed, there's a lot of bottleneck. Except it's not civil service still going to do this, because all these things take a lot of time. So we are hoping that the compliance will be at a fast pace, because it's good. It's a good innovation. It's important. It's critical. The financial standing of this government and this era has been beautiful. Corporate, civil, entrepreneurs, everybody is commending the government that, oh, this is good. But the compliance things, the amount people still need to pay to register so that your firms can be checked and your books is quite expensive.
Great.
So we hope that, something will be done about that and everything would fly.
All right. Whilst Benga was, giving his own perspective of the program, he made reference to Binance. And we're not talking about Binance, but our next story is based on cryptocurrency. And I think you should listen. The Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, has expressed concern over Nigerians' growing preference for cryptocurrency trading instead of investing in the traditional capital market. The Director General of the Commission, Emamotimi Agama, revealed that more than $50 billion worth of cryptocurrency transactions passed through Nigeria between July 2023 and June 2024, showing a high level of investor sophistication and risk appetite not reflected in the formal investment space. He said fewer than 4% of Nigerian adults currently invest in the capital market. Maybe that's why there's a lot of money in there. Agama described the low participation rate as a major obstacle to national economic growth and capital formation. He noted that while less than 3 million Nigerians invest in securities, over 16 million engage in daily gambling valued at about $5.5 million, comparing Nigeria's market capitalization to GDP ratio of 30% with South Africa's to 320%, Malaysia's 123%, and India's 92%. He called for stronger reforms, wider financial inclusion, and trust-building strategies to attract retail investors and strengthen the country's long-term economic development. Yes, Oluwabenga, this outcry is coming from the man at the helm of Affairs and Securities and Exchange Commission, Imamotimi Agama, and in raising his voice, I can see the frustration. I can see the frustration. I know Benga is going to join us.
Why is he frustrated?
I can see the frustration. I will not call it frustration per se, but he's decrying the. Do you know what it means, Swift? It means he made mention that $50 billion were transacted in the mid of 2023, June rather, to the mid of 2024, July. $50 billion in cryptocurrency alone. Is it about 60 million? Is it about 60 million or million Nigerians are in there practicing, investing, and you know, because it's equally a volatile space.
That's why.
And they can lose their money.
They don't
and the way of regulation is not as tight or secured the way you have in the conventional investment system of the capital market in Nigeria. Securities and Exchange Commission, it's about less than 3 million Nigerians are in that space. But he also mentioned in another space also, more than 5 million Nigerians. More than $5 million he's talking about other investments. He called it the gambling space, and that had to do with the sports bet, I think. Sports betting apps and the games. You know, these are three different areas that most people do not have trust for, the one that is even more secured.
Because the one that is more secured, you know, there was a time that...
Not that they don't have trust, they've not developed that trust.
It's not the development. There was a time that the banking sector was coming real hard on people. You have a certain amount and you go there to withdraw your money, you are arrested, you know, all that. As much as it was good because they were afraid of fraud, people were warning them that, look, you need to be very careful because a lot of young people will lose investors' confidence. So the average 20, 30-year-old below young man who is into tech, who is a content creator and is paid in dollars, he would rather put his money into crypto because he knows that he's not going to be arrested. And it is so bad that when the bank even calls you in that, please come for a conversation with us. When you get there, there are EFCC officials waiting for you to take you. And so people, once they say come for a conversation with us, people now know that you need to get a lawyer to go for your own money. You now need to prove, and they'll be telling you, oh, this money, and you have to. I had a friend that it was so bad, like he had his let me use the word YouTube and other service providers that paid him because he earns a lot from TikTok. And he said he had to be reporting to EFCC office for 2 weeks. And so somebody told him, why are you stressing yourself? There's crypto now. You can use crypto to book your airline flight. You can use crypto to travel. You can use crypto to do this. And of course, looking at the fact that the new president...
It's almost untraceable.
Bam! Now, President Donald Trump's son now has his own crypto currency, which in quotes is deemed very safe, which a lot of young people have put in money. So when I'm getting harassed for my own money, which is what we're wanting, that as much as, yes, we need to calm down the bad boys and all that, we must also put into cognizance that there are a lot of legit young tech boys that are being paid in dollars or girls. And if you keep doing this, you keep arresting them, you keep doing all this, automatically they will lose investor confidence in banks. So most of them, 90% of their monies are no more in the banks. All they put in the bank is money to buy fuel and one or two things. Every other thing is from crypto. In fact, someone was telling me of an app that he uses to order food via his crypto. So the crypto pays directly to the supermarket.
Here
yes, and the supermarket comes to his house and delivers. He just pays like a 20,000.
So the supermarket also own a crypto account.
There's a way that the crypto, there's a particular, somebody too has decided, no, okay, these people don't want to save in the banks and has created an app or something that you just, pay to them. They sort the supermarket and the supermarket does a delivery and there's a service charge. So it was like a 5,000, a 10,000, a 20,000 is okay for me with my crypto, instead of going to the bank and knowing that I'm going to face arrest or, ESC and, I don't know how clean his money is. So automatically, they have pushed these people to crypto.
But there's also the adage that says he will have, he will have clean hands, or he will, have no skeleton in his cupboard, need not be afraid of anything. So if the law enforcement agencies want to, have a brief chat with you, you shouldn't be afraid if your dealings are not influenced by corrupt practices.
This happened to me 4 years ago. A friend of mine was in the UK, and his wife was about to give birth. Now, he said he doesn't trust his wife's sisters and all his brothers are abroad. And he just calls me a night before. My wife is going into labor, the hospital, I don't know what was happening, that he wanted to send me about 250K. So I could run to the hospital, make a deposit of about 150K, then get their account number. That's the hospital's account number and details and all that, because he doesn't trust his wife's siblings. And the account number they are giving him for an hospital is a personal account. It doesn't make any sense. And so they transfer to my bank. Now, this particular bank, money like that has hit my account before. It was not a one-off. But guess what? As I got to the ATM to try and withdraw something, I noticed that my account was locked. My account was locked, but I was in a hurry because I had another account.
For you made 250,000 naira?
So I quickly rushed to the hospital. I tried to transfer, my account was locked. I had to use my own money. I said, no problem, I'll sort it. And I sorted that. I got the hospital's account details, and I sent to him. And I heard, this is the hospital name is here. And we started laughing. I said, how much did they want to eat from you? Let's say the whole fee was 600. They had said it was 750. They wanted to chop 150. So we laughed and joked. I now had to go back to my bank, because by the time I was done with the hospital, it was around 5, 6 in the evening. It was the next day I had to go back to my bank. I spent almost an hour there proving, you understand. They said, I had to fill another form, my account. And I was like, does this even make sense to you people? So this is what I went through personally. Now you can imagine somebody that is being paid 30 million naira for content, or 15 million naira. Mine was just 250. Now somebody with 30 million. Right. So this has pushed people to that space. As for the sporting bet and all that, I am against it. I'm a Christian. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right.
But of course, I don't have an issue with it anyway, because I have a lot of friends who own sporting bets companies. But we also need to understand that it is also the new trend. A lot of young people, they say football is the only thing that can bring a bank manager and a laborer together. You see them talk about Manchester United, Chelsea, and you are wondering, are both of you on the same category? Sport bets is here, it's going nowhere. And so the federal government, to me, needs to regulate these bodies to start putting their monies into, back to the system, because there's nothing you can do about it. These monies are going to get in there. Hi, Benga, welcome back.
Yes, Benga, welcome back. We are on, so Emomotimi Agama, Securities and Exchange Commission, is raising the alarm that most Nigerians do not invest their money in the conventional or the traditional investment platforms like the capital markets. They have chosen the cryptocurrency platforms, and they've also chosen the sports bet activities or companies or apps to put in their money, and they've lost trust for the conventional system that's even more secured. So we're trying to see what are the fears that these young people are entertaining, because if between mid-2023 June to mid-2024 about $50 billion went through the cryptocurrency industry here in Nigeria, I just kind of imagine if we have an additional, that sort of money in the Nigerian capital market. What's your take on it?
Benga, are you still there? Hello, Benga.
Okay.
Well,
Okay, so I even wanted to run through this.
Okay,
yes, I'm with you.
Yes.
Oh, great.
I'm here. The network is just misbehaving. But you see, it is not that they are afraid of anything. It is that the system itself has failed the people over a long period of time. And so you can't be asking people to come and invest their money where there is no assurance or guarantee. Let me give you an example. Those who cooked book in the Security and Exchange Commission in 2008, and those who were involved in the alleged fraud of 2012, where are they now? They are still the one running things in many high places as it concerns policy in Nigeria. And you see, if you had two crypto back in 2008, two crypto back in 2008 is about $2, or it's less than $10 thereabout, as of 2008. But today you will be having almost $140-something thousand per crypto, which means you are having over $200,000 with that two crypto. You see the return on investment.
Oh, so sorry, Oluwagbenga. And we are coming, we're just rounding up with the program because we needed to make way for SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ, to come on and take you on SOUQ Pulse. And I really wish Agbenga had, concluded his thoughts and sign out. But this is what we want to draw the curtain. Okay, so Benga, please kindly round up your perspective so we can sign out.
So I'm saying that the return on investment for those who invest in crypto is higher. And once you have higher appetite for risk, there is higher opportunity for you to make profit and to win at the end of the day. The same thing for the sport betting. If you put the sport betting into perspective, 60 million people playing betting per day. If you put it at 100 naira on the average, even though we know a lot of people play more than that, for 100 naira on the average, that means there is 6 billion naira being generated every day in that sport betting environment. No wonder a lot of new sport betting companies are coming up by day, because there is actually a huge market. And let me tell you something shocking. I know about 10 to 15 people who built their houses from money they made from sports betting. I know about 7 to 8 people who were able to raise funds to travel out of the country and are now doing well in all their various countries of destination because of money for sport betting, But people like us, we are too afraid. We don't have that appetite for risk. So that is why I don't do sport betting. It's not because I am holier than anybody or I want to prove righteousness, but it's just about your appetite for risk, your ability to handle risk, because you can put in a lot of money and everything will go down the drain also.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Benga, for your time with us today. It's been fantastic. Each and every time we need to bring you up here to speak. I'm telling you, you just hit the nail on the head, and it's been fantastic having you today, this morning, on the conversation on SOUQ Business Landscape. Okay, Benga's gone already. So,
all right, yes,
Swift, it's time for us to go, and it's the right place to tell our viewers to do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. I am Oyin Priye Krumale. Stay tuned. SOUQ John Rogers SOUQ will be right in front of you in a little moment, and is SOUQ Pulse coming up shortly.
All right, so I want to say thank you for following us, thank you for liking, and thank you for commenting. Feel free to tell all your friends and everybody. And of course, thank you again for following. My name is Swift Aderito. If they say you can't do it, you can do it. So push harder. Have a beautiful day.
Thank you.
Take Nigeria because it's the the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizens. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Cashew nuts, ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannah, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the north central and northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, a recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility of global cashew prices poses risks to farmers' income and overall economic stability. Concerns also arise regarding labor practices in some cashew farms and the environmental impact of deforestation for new plantations. To address these challenges and maximize the benefit of its cashew industry, Ivory Coast must focus on key strategies moving forward. These include investing in local processing facilities to boost job creation, export value, and farmers' incomes. Furthermore, the Ivorian government body overseeing the cashew sector, ARECA, must promote fair trade practices and ethical sourcing to ensure better prices for farmers and improve working conditions. Sustainable farming practices will also help to protect the environment and ensure long-term cashew production. According to a recommendation made at a workshop organized by the World Bank, tax exemptions and access to credit facilities will help to tackle some of these challenges. Furthermore, the private sector can also invest in research to develop high-yielding cashew varieties, improve processing techniques, explore new cashew products, as well as develop and implement digital platforms that connect farmers to market in order to facilitate financial transactions. Organizations like the Africa Cashew Initiative (ACI) must also assist in data compilation in the value chain at macro, meso, and micro level. By addressing this and harnessing its cashew potential, the country can further enhance its economy and build a more sustainable future for its citizens. Israel Adeyemi reporting for SOUQ News.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the SOUQ Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
Wole Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died. Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Plastic waste is a mounting crisis, but it also presents an opportunity for business and government to lead the vanguard for systemic change. While regulations, corporate initiatives, and citizens' engagement have made progress, much more is needed in how businesses shape consumer behavior, how governments enforce environmental policies beyond rhetoric, and how public perception is managed through strategic communication. For decades, Nigeria's reliance on single-use plastic sachets, bags, and food packaging has grown, driven by affordability and convenience. However, this has come with a cost. The country generates an estimated 2.5 million tons of plastic wastes annually, with only about 12% recycled. In urban centers like Lagos, Abuja, Ibadan, Port Harcourt, waste is a leading contributor to clogged drainage systems, flooding, and environmental degradation. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye examines the challenges facing efforts to tackle the menace of plastic wastes in the country. Despite past government efforts to curb indiscriminate plastic use, such as Lagos environmental sanitation laws under former Governor Babatunde Fashola, enforcements have been inconsistent. The challenge now is moving beyond periodic government crackdowns and isolated corporate initiatives to a coordinated long-term shift towards a responsible plastic use, recycling, and waste management. Leading Nigerian manufacturing companies are taking active steps to integrate recycling and responsible disposal into their operations. Key initiatives include investing in recycling hubs, with Coca-Cola of Nigeria, Nestle, and Guinness setting up plastic recovery and recycling hubs, creating an ecosystem where post-consumer waste is collected, processed, and refused. Retailers and distributors are being encouraged and in some cases incentivized to set up collection points where consumers can return used packaging for responsible disposal. There is also brand-driven consumer education. Organizations have introduced citizen advocacy campaigns to influence individual waste disposal behavior. This kind of messaging, when amplified by large brands, can have a ripple effect in shifting cultural habits. Beyond environmental responsibility, investing in circular economy models enhances long-term profitability, strengthens brand equity, and aligns with global environmental, social, and governance standards. To effectively shape consumer behavior and stakeholders' engagement, businesses must leverage communication strategies that go beyond compliance reports. Employees should be active participants in sustainability efforts. Companies can integrate sustainability training, incentivize waste reduction, and implement office-wide plastic reduction policies, engaging suppliers, investors, and partners in sustainability commitments such as reducing excessive packaging or co-investing in recycling solutions to create an ecosystem-wide impact. Mass communication campaigns, social influencers, partnerships, and media collaborations can help educate consumers on practical steps for responsible plastic use and disposal. While Nigeria has engaged in international climate and sustainability conversations, the government must go beyond policy declarations and foreign aid incentives. The priority should be local, long-term economic and health benefit. Rather than reactivate bans that are often poorly enforced, the government can provide tax incentives for businesses, investing in recycling infrastructure while enforcing stricter.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the hearts of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
Well, there's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
Yes, about policies, government policies, international policies, policies that come from donor agencies, multilateral organizations. We look at loans, who's giving, who's taking. There are a whole lot of indices that we get to look at, and we just talk how our business is faring. Are they making profit? Are they losing? At the end of the day, what do we say that brings profit to those countries?
Hello and welcome to your regular programming. This is SOUQ Pulse. This is where we talk. So when it gets to issues that have to do with bantering, agreeing, disagreeing, and looking at as they affect me, majorly the economy, business, development, how exactly are those policies shaping businesses and making countries grow? Who is overtaking who? Who is bringing things to the market? Who is buying? Who is borrowing? Who is lending? Who is making the profit? This is SOUQ Pulse, where we talk, and talk we will. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. Today on SOUQ Pulse, we'll be looking at Nigerian brands. How can we sell Nigerian brands? Selling Nigerian brands. We'll be looking at the rise, the hurdle of the future. What is it holding for Nigerian brands? We have become very synonymous with this particular punchline, made in Nigeria. How proud are you when it comes to those particular words, made in Nigeria? Do you patronize it? Do you push it? Do you acknowledge it? Do you even stand by and say, yes, this is made in Nigeria? No matter the policies that have come from the federal government, buy Nigeria first, are they following through with it themselves? That's what we'll be talking about today. And your excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm very proud to announce to you that on SOUQ Pulse, for the first time, we have one of the major brand strategists in this nation. We have an entrepreneur, and we have a marketing innovator, Mr. Emmanuel Udowema. Udowema. There's an O in that side of the word, and I keep asking myself, why is this O silent?
Udowema, yes.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you so much for having me.
It's a pleasure having you. It took 2 weeks to bring you to this particular stage.
Oh yes, I was working on a project. I was working on a report, and projects report with deadlines, so I needed to do that before coming. So at least, thank God that we're able to at least get to the end to some extent.
Yes, now we are grateful we have you. This is SOUQ Pulse, where we talk, and talk we definitely will. So do us a favor, call your friends, tell them that program is up now, that they're about to start. So wait, go on social media, go on every of those platforms, Twitter, X, that is now X, Facebook, TikTok, yes, we are also there. Go to SOUQ News Television, click like, follow, and share. Let's start this conversation. Don't go anywhere. Just a very short break, and we will be right back.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the hearts of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
Yes, about policies, government policies, international policies, policies that come from donor agencies, multilateral organizations. Look at loans, who's giving, who's taking. There are a whole lot of indices that we get to look at, and we just talk how our business is faring. Are they making profit? Are they losing? At the end of the day, what do we say that brings profit to those countries?
Thank you and welcome back. Now, we were talking about made in Nigerian goods. Now, let's start looking at the soft power, what exactly has been in the forefront selling us and taking us globally. And we will both agree that the first things we talk about is music. No. Afrobeats. Then we had Nollywood. To what extent can we say, okay, this particular sector has pushed the Nigerian brands forward?
Now, if you look at things that happen globally, you will see that Nigerians will always be there. A friend of mine, the son is wedding February next year. The son is marrying a white person.
Okay.
And they want to do traditional marriage. I said, why are they doing traditional marriage? He said they've seen what is happening in Nigeria. They've been watching films, they've been watching programs in Nigeria. They want to look like Nigeria that day. It's not, the woman is not a Nigerian, it's a white person. Mm-hmm. So they've started sewing Nigerian clothes because they want to do the traditional marriage the same way it is done here, even though they are not Nigerians. What does that mean? We have been able to export our culture. People are watching us all over. And we talk about the Nollywood. Last week or so, the video was with the French president. Mm-hmm. And why is that? Because of the acknowledgement of the Nigerian brand. And it's still in music, it's still in Nollywood, even in culture.
Okay, yes. Let me cut you. Are we taking advantage of these openings that we are seeing as a country and as specific brands, business brands?
I really think so, because the contribution towards the national growth from that entity is growing. It's far better than what it was yesterday, and it's growing by the day. So I think we are taking advantage. It's also any Nigeria foreign currency. I think so. I think we are doing well. We are progressing. We are exporting our own brand outside.
We are exporting our own brand outside. Okay, now the story you talked about, the wedding, I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. Mm-hmm. Looking at the industries that will most likely get affected. Fashion, somebody is going to make money off those particular wares. Shoes, okay, maybe they'll buy brands that are not Nigerian. But
music.
Exactly, music. Yes. Most possible Nigerian artists who perform at that particular place. Okay, now, let's dive a bit. For music labels, we still see several international music labels signing on when it comes to bigger management, Nigerian artists. Do you see us as a government putting in money and making sure that a lot of those monies made there come back home this way?
Again, it depends on the government policies. For instance, in the US, I'm aware that for money that has to come to Nigeria, they have to pay tax and so on. So if that is implemented, it's going to affect how much money is coming back to Nigeria, how much dollar is coming back to Nigeria. But overall, it definitely would, because if so much are taken outside, They will pay in foreign currency, and that money will be taken, will be brought back to the country. It will definitely come to Nigeria and will affect the economy positively.
Okay, let's look at logistics companies. Konga, Jumia, and Co. and their likes. They've been known to exploit culture. They've been known to exploit, be it Nollywood, be it artists. We used to have one particular site, I think it has gone under right now, where movies could be watched. It doesn't matter where you are. We're looking at being able to see Nigerian brands going outside there and making the dollars and bringing it back here. How much of exploit are Nigerian brands leveraging on music and Nollywood?
My idea about the whole thing is that every day Nigerians are doing exploit. Every day they are making partnership, relationship with others, and they are going out on daily basis to perform. And when they perform or when they do things, where would the money come from? Back to Nigeria. It involves a lot of partnership. It involves a lot of relationship with others, because the more they partner with others, the more they're able to do well. They cannot just do it all on their own. They need to also partner with their likes outside. And that would also expand their reach, their influence. And definitely, as it happens, they will do well outside. They are doing well, they will do more outside. And the resources, again, will come back to the country.
The resources coming back to the country is always like the major watchword.
Yeah, that is just why do people go into business to make profit? It's not just making profit, sustainable profit. If you look at the annual report by companies, I always look at that. They want to make sustainable profit. They are not saying they want to make profit. Profit that they want to make tomorrow, next tomorrow, and so on, progressively. So money coming back is a watchword.
Sustainable profit. Okay, now let's look at some other Nigerian brands. Let's look at the fintech, Flutterwaves, Paystack, major ones. Now, they've been able to go beyond Nigeria, and we see their footprint across African countries. How can we see more of their footprints in Europe, in the US, in China, even though we still see a lot of them being payment solutions, but not as strong as when we see some of the payment solutions from that side? How can we get Africans, Nigerians, to patronize more of these Nigerian fintech companies?
Again, I still talk about partnership with others. We have banks, for instance, like First Bank, like UBA, is being established outside. Also, fintech, like you are talking about. Yeah, they need this fintech, particularly those people who want to send money to their loved ones. They need this. And, you know, before now, if you have to get dollars, if a child or somebody, your loved one wants to send money, you go to the bank and queue for. All those things are not happening again. Now, directly you get your money, you get into your account. So, but how should we expand it? How should we expand this business? I think we need to cooperate with others, other fintech companies. We also need to partner with people in the industry. Then regulatory framework. The government also has to encourage them. They shouldn't make things so difficult for them to establish businesses outside. When we talk about the macro environment, I think the government has a lot to do to encourage them in terms of all manners of support that they need to invest outside. The government should also assist them. If they need finance, if they need counseling, if they need, the government should be interested in what these people are doing, because at the end of the day, it's bringing money, it's improving the economy. And when the economy is improved, more people are employed, the purchasing power is increased, and so many things are happening. I think the government should be interested in helping them to establish their businesses wherever they want to. So there is macro environment issues, and there are also partnership issues.
Macro environment issues, partnership issues. You talked about government being able to come in and assist every one of these companies that show their head that yes, they can do something. Let's look at homegrown innovations. There's this Niger can-do spirit. They say wherever a Nigerian succeeds outside this country, then that country is possible. to make people succeed. Let's look at companies like Andela. Most people might not know about them, but they've been able to train a lot of homegrown talents in tech industry. To the extent that not just them, several other ones, the major big giants, Zuckerberg and co had to come this way and look for partnership with Nigerian talents this way, knowing fully well what they make of us. At what point should we start seeing, as a culture, we raising talents and just pushing them out? Even if they're not thriving here, we'll push them out there to go make that money outside.
Pushing them out has both advantage and disadvantage.
Okay.
Now, what stopped the government, businesses from training these people and helping them to set up? Because if they set up here, they will employ people.
Okay.
This place, at least you have people that work here in income because the business is set up. So why can't we set up business? We have the population. We have about 250 million people, they said. And they said the median age is 18. And this 18, I mean, these Gen Z people, I'm told they control about 10 trillion naira. So why can't we set up this business and employ people? Because if we employ people, look, if I have 4 children and they're all graduates, well, they're not here. But assuming they're all here, if they're not working, I'm the one that provides their food, pay their clothes, pay rent, do everything. But if people establish businesses in Nigeria, they will all be employed. I'll be free. And they too will be able to help themselves and help others who are not able to do so. So pushing them out is not really the whole issue. It's training them and encouraging them to start their businesses and make their businesses to succeed. Provide the infrastructure that will make their business to succeed. For instance, light. Light is a major issue, but thank God for intervention from solar people and so on, and security and other infrastructures like that. But going outside, that's fine. Going outside to stay, to live forever, or to get more experience and come back home. Because going outside is issue of you train people in Nigeria, spend all the money, then they go and devour another person's economy. I don't think going outside should be the real issue. The real issue is how we can train them, expose them, and make them to start businesses here so that it will benefit other people in the country. It will reduce unemployment. It will reduce robbery. It will reduce all manners of social vices if businesses are established and people are employed. And purchasing power too, because we're talking about Nigerian brands. If there's purchasing power, people will buy. People will buy more goods. People will buy more goods that are produced here. And the economy again becomes a lot more vibrant.
Okay, training here, bringing Nigeria here, buying Nigeria here, and getting the talent here. Well, he talked a bit about infrastructure. That's where we'll be going to after this break. So, hey, don't go anywhere. We will really dive into and ask ourselves those particular questions. What is holding these Nigerian brands back? This is SOUQ Pulse. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
Well, there's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
Yes, about policies, government policies, international policies, policies that come from donor agencies, multilateral organizations. We look at loans, who's giving, who's taking. There are a whole lot of indices that we get to look at, and we just talk how our business is faring. Are they making profit? Are they losing? At the end of the day, what do we say that brings profit to those countries?
In Africa, if there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena, the name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. This unofficial love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dangote and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dangote, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one would ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dangote, for his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria, highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions. Like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015, he won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjudged as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son named Abdurrahman. Dangote is one grounded authority that combines rare intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the hearts of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
Yes, about policies, government policies, international policies, policies that come from donor agencies, multilateral organizations. We look at loans, who's giving, who's taking. There are a whole lot of indices that we get to look at, and we just talk how our business is faring. Are they making profit? Are they losing? At the end of the day, what do we say that brings profit to those countries?
Welcome back. This is still SOUQ Pulse, and we are here live. My name is SOUQ John Rogers. SOUQ. I have Mr. Emmanuel here. He is a brand strategist of utmost respect. He's given years and years, decades to be precise, to this particular industry. We'll be looking at Nigerian brands. Now we'll be looking at the hurdles. He started that particular conversation and talked about the infrastructure. We're looking at infrastructure deficit. For Nigerian brands, a lot of them have to grapple with what they see and met on ground. And that is what they produce with and compete with whoever is bringing their own product. And in one way or the other, these are issues. Issues of power, issues of logistics, issues of the craze for foreign products better, or looking forward to buying them more than Nigerian products. How can we deal with this?
I think some companies have really done something about power. I know businesses, I know a number of them that cut off from NEPA, the national grids, and have their own source of power. I don't know which one you are using now, whether it's from the national or your own power. I think businesses have been able to deal with that. Even small businesses.
But that adds extra cost.
It adds extra cost, but it's better than doing nothing. Because if you have to depend on, let me use the word NEPA light, because that's what we use, and it's not available, what do you do? Sit idle. So you have to find a way of getting this thing done. But I think it is something that people, businesses, big businesses can come together to solve. Now, for instance, if you go to, let me take a place like Ikeja Business District, where you have a lot of businesses, there's nothing that stops them from coming together, contribute money, and get power that could, something that could power their businesses. It is possible. Why am I saying so? Redemption camp.
Okay.
I've been at the redemption camp. They generate their own power, and it's 24 hours a day. So it's determination. The moment they determine to do this, they will get. But then there will be extra costs, like you say, which they will pass to consumers. So the government individual businesses, they have to work around and solve this power issue because it's very, very key. Even smaller businesses, if there is no, if you don't have NEPA light, let me say it's NEPA light, it means you have to do generator. And if you do generator, you buy a lot of fuel, you spend so much money on petrol, and except you have solar solution that could also power your system to do work. So that has to be resolved. Then apart from that, the roads are very bad. If you have to take things from Lagos to the east, number one, the roads are bad. The vehicle are not too sure whether the road will take your vehicle down to where you are going to. You are not also sure about the security, whether some people will stop and take your goods. You are not too sure whether somebody will be kidnapped and so on. So the security issue must be resolved. In fact, it's a very key thing. Because if you say you are not going by road, you want to go by air, 1 hour flight is so much, close to 200,000 naira for 1 hour flight. So where do you have all this money? I think the government should really sit back and think of how to resolve this infrastructure issue. But not just government, individuals. And businesses that make money should also be able to invest in the community. Whatever government cannot do or what our government is not doing, they should also complement government effort and get things done. Everything shouldn't be government. People that make money in the system should invest part of that money in the system too and improve the system. So we talk about light, we talk about security, and
let's look at you've mentioned this, and you're also looking at solutions, both government and private sector. Now the Nigerian brands, they have to now grapple with this, and at the end of the day, they win the fight. They keep in the struggle, and they come out with their product, and their products have to now compete with global brands. Why do we still have this craze for foreign brands more than our own indigenous brands?
Issue of quality. Some of these brands, local brands, they don't pay attention to quality. We did a study. I told you I'm doing a study and we're doing a report. There's this particular Nigerian brand. People don't really go because of the quality. The quality is low. The quality is very low, and it's available everywhere. The ubiquity of the brand, you see with the tout, you see with this one, so no, this is not how a brand should be. The finishing is bad, the sensory perception is bad, the visual is bad, and all those things are bad. I think we should pay a little more attention to the finishing of what we are doing. And somehow, now you take a foreign brand here, you take a local brand here, and you open, let me say it's drink, you see a particle inside, you'll be afraid, particularly people that are health conscious will be afraid of taking that because they don't know what you would do to their own health. So issue of quality is very, very key. We must pay attention. We must pay attention to quality. We must pay attention to finishing. And when we do that, we can compete. When you are talking about these national brands, where are they done? It's not in Nigeria. If you take drinks, for instance, beer, malt, and so on, that are international brands, they're done here in Nigeria by Nigerians. All that they do. Let me take carbonated soft drink. What do they bring from outside? Concentrate.
Yes.
So every other materials are from here, and therefore, and they are done by Nigerians. So if these Nigerians, if they have the same machine, import the concentrate, they can also do the same thing. But I do not understand why our people do not pay attention to quality. I mean, that is just the whole thing. Quality, like the study I told you that we are just doing. We did a blind test, a product test, like this. We open. The visual look very good. Oh, when you see the brand, when you see the product, you want to take it. But when you test it, you see that, oh, some things are not done well. The aroma is not well. The test is not done well. The after test is not good. And you look at the packaging is done anyhow. So those that have money and are interested in the premium brand, they will just go pay a little bit more and then go for a product that they trust. Taking brand is a bad trust. Why would you drink Coke, for instance, just open it and drink without checking. It's the trust that make you to open it and begin to gob it. Because you trust that because it comes from there, it will be good. So, but when you also have this company that's just managing everything, before you take that product, you begin to think, God, will I push after taking this? So that's the issue.
Okay. Attention to details, attention to quality, and also finishing. For everyone out there, I hope you're listening, and if you know Nigerian brands that need to hear this, we really need to get it across to them, especially all of us, even those in the fashion line too. Attention to finishing. We also see this happen with furniture. We see a lot of importation of furniture as against Nigerian brands. It's that same issue of attention to details and attention to finishing. Let's now talk about some other things that are very peculiar to us. We were trying to talk about it off camera. We see a lot of Nigerian traditional local brands that is indigenous to us, but we are losing them. The Akwete, that is being made in somewhere in Abia. There is some that are being made in the white nylon stuff that is being made in Akwa Ibom. We have those that are being made across the West. We have the other tie and dye in Kano. But right now we are seeing importation of all this coming from China as against the local fabrics that were being made here. What and why are we losing this?
I think our people are not really investing in those areas. And the Gen Z people, I don't also know if they really like to go for that kind of stuff. If you look at, let's say, equator cloth, very thick, the way it is, I'm not sure the younger people want to go for all those kind of things. They want something lighter, something that will allow them to move freely. But that also presents opportunity for Nigerian business. Look at what is the trend. What are these people? The Gen Z people that the majority here, the youngest, and I mean, if you look at that category, we have a lot of them here. They're massive. So that's present opportunity for Nigerian businesses. They should go back and say, okay, I want to go back and revive this. And then talk to them in the language, in their own language. Use them, promote them, show why they should use it. If I am a father, I am not using it, I wonder how my child will also use it. I think the whole thing should come from the parents, people who are used to it, wearing it, promoting it. Then also the children will also join and say, okay, I have seen this thing is passed from generation to generation, but it's not happening. Even the adults, you are just talking about the younger ones, the adults too, they shift their emphasis to something that are important, but what is there? Perhaps the quality or maybe status issue is also part of it. Now people just go, if you take this make in whatever country, or they'll think that you have money, we show our friends. So that's also what is killing our businesses. But I think a time has come for us to grab this opportunity and begin to go back to the root and do what is needful.
Go back to the root and do what is needful. Now, let's look at two major Nigerian brands that they are swimming in that particular ocean. They've been beaten. They refuse to give up. They are still fighting, and they are reaching global markets. Let's look at Dangote for a start. How did they achieve first market dominance? How are they, because it's a continuous thing, how are they weathering the storm, both internal pressure and external pressure?
I think it's determination. It's the work of the visionary, Dangote himself, Aliko Dangote himself. He is a businessman. He does not take no for an answer. He knows what. I read this morning, he said yesterday, that when he had the idea of building a refinery, if you notice, he didn't bring people from outside to build the refinery. He trained people within from inside. Then those people who build the refinery, so let me say he built the refinery himself. So he knows what he wants, and he goes for, what he thinks is right. Despite despite opposition, look at what is happening with the refinery. You see people ganging up, and so initially they said the product was not good, and now they want them to join an association and all those stuff. Just try to frustrate him. But the man said no, he knows what he's one is fighting, and is also gaining momentum. So when the visionary is, knows what to do, everything will be put in place. I think it is a spirit within Dangote that's really pushing its brand locally and internationally. You know how much, from what I have an insider in Dangote Group. They are now selling so much of their fuel outside. It didn't happen before. We are all buying fuel from outside, but now we are selling petroleum products from outside, which is a plus for us. I think the man on top, Dangote himself, he knows what he is doing. He had a vision and he pursues his vision. That's why he succeeds.
Okay, and they are still succeeding. Let's also now look at another Nigerian brand, but from a younger generation. Dangote is in his 60s. Now let's look at Flutterwaves. They are in their 20s and in their 30s, and they are making global impact. What will you say in your understanding of brand strategy? It's one of the major things that is standing them out for Flutterwaves.
Number one, you see, everything starts with vision. What do you want to, where do you want to be? You start a business, and you've been able to satisfy the local consumers, so that you can also export these ones. Vision is very key in all these things. The young people know that tech is what dominates the world. They have seen how Facebook is creating impact. They have seen how other platforms are creating impact. They also sit back and say they can do it. It's I can do spirit that really make them to do that. Nothing is stopping me. And they just keep going. So it's the spirit, that spirit of I can do, I can also compete globally. It's about looking at yourself as being better as those global brands. If you look at yourself as inferior, if they had looked at themselves as being inferior, they wouldn't be able to go out. They look at them that they can do what other people outside are doing. And they have tested it, and they have succeeded, and they say, okay, if we have succeeded at home, we can also succeed outside. It's their determination. So determination is really key in any business. So they are determined to play at the global level, and they do that, and they are succeeding.
Okay, now let's pinch the government a bit. No. You talked about government infrastructure, you've talked about some other issues. Now let's look at government policies. Do we have enough policies protecting Nigerian brands? Do we have enough policies making Nigerian brands to succeed? Or we have policies, some policies that are going against Nigerian brands?
If there are foreign brands that are doing well in Nigeria, do they have different policies? It's the same policy. It's just that those other people, you see, they have standard, they have protocol, they have their own way to follow to get things done. But if we don't also operate using the same standard, you must follow protocols. They are bound to fail. Government, I don't think it's the issue of government policy, because if foreign brands are here in Nigeria, they produce in Nigeria and they succeed in Nigeria, I don't see why the other brands could not succeed. But I think capital may be an issue.
Access to finance?
Yes, access to finance. Because those people, they have money from their home country, or maybe their government is also supporting them. They have the resources and they want to set up the things that they want to do. But here, they may not have real access to finance. If they go to a bank, what is the interest rate?
Double digit,
okay.
27%.
So they will calculate, if I get this money, will I be able to pay back the money and also invest that money in this place? Then you also look for investors, people at home who could invest in your business. Are they available? Do they have trust in you? Do they have faith that you are going to succeed, and therefore let them put their money? They're also scared because of the way some of us are doing. They'll take your money and run away. So they are also scared of putting the money. I think access to capital is a real key issue, because if they have capital, they could overcome other infrastructural issues. But if they don't have money, they will do this exactly, you know. Today, they're doing well, then they stop somewhere because the money they had has finished. But again, determination, again, vision. I still go back to that. If you look at the pharmaceutical company, there's a company called Fitsin. I don't know if you know Fitsin. They have Astamin and the other. They are doing extremely well. I know when they started in a 3-bedroom flat, they keep growing, and I want to also talk maybe human resources now, the quality of people. The owner of the place refused to look at where you come from. He is an Edo man, but the first 2 or 3 people are Yoruba people, and they have the competence. He didn't mind. He took them, and they're doing very well. So when you also do business, you look for competence. You look for people who will do the business for you. I'm not saying I'm going to take everyone from my own ethnic group or from my church. At the end of the day, they've stopped the business for you. So if you have people that are competent, and you have access to finance, and you have people that are determined to make you grow, definitely you also grow just as the foreign brands are growing. I'm just mentioning Fitsin. Fitsin is competing very well with foreign brands, foreign pharmaceutical companies in Nigeria.
Okay, now we are gradually winding down. Let's look at the future. What does the future hold for Nigerian brands? Do you see better Nigerian brands, and how can we also get into this future together as Nigerian brands and not playing solo?
A lot of things are happening. In agriculture, for instance, a lot of things are happening. Products are being exported. I think people are also conscious of the very fact that they have to play on quality, particularly quality. And if their quality is as good as the foreign brand, that they can also export their brands outside Nigeria. And Nigerian brands will also have to leverage on the digital platforms. That the issue of communication, you can have a very good brand and you don't communicate that brand. If you don't communicate that brand, there's no way people will know about it. So I think Nigerians are really using opportunity that are provided by the digital platform, by the influencers, and also issue of consumer review, because we're talking about future. The brand should also allow the consumers to critique them, because maybe if you just go and say, oh, this is not good, they get angry. They should allow their brand. They should allow their brands to be critiqued by the consumers, and then get information and rework on those brands. The moment that is done, that will be fine. The issue of talking to the consumers, Nigerian brands do not talk to the consumers. They hardly talk to the consumer. They hardly do it. Now, we did a study last month for a product, a seasoning product. We discovered that from that study, I learned that each seasoning product has a role to play in the kitchen. There are some seasoning brands for stew, for soup, for pepper soup. You know, so if you are here, your brand does not have a space in that kitchen, you are not doing well. So talking to the consumers continually is important. What do you want? What are you doing? What are we doing well? What can we do better? You know, this is something that they should do. But if you look at people who do research, they are all multinational companies. Nigerian brands would hardly do research. Nigerian brands would hardly find out what the issues are with their brand. They would hardly want to improve. They keep doing the same thing and they expect that things will change overnight. It can't happen. If you are selling to me, your brand to me, you must ask me what I want. You must give me what I want. Consumers determine what a brand is. The consumers determine whether they will buy it or not. You can't force it on them. They'll walk away. So the brands, Nigerian brands, must dialogue with their consumers continually.
Thank you very much. You've heard it directly. Nigerian brands must dialogue with the consumer continuously. Now, the Nigerian brand is a story that is always and still being written. It's one of resilience. It's one of creativity. And we have this audacious ambition. This is the marketplace, and Nigerian brands have not just come to the market, but we have come to sell and be sold. Now, the future is not just bright. The future is proudly Nigerian. And it behoves on every one of us to be part of growing the Nigerian brand. We should see it as ours. We should see it as something that it behoves us, that we must put our hands down and make it work. We shouldn't be confused about it. We shouldn't stay aloof. We shouldn't stay or sit on the fence. Because if Nigerian businesses do well, then this $1 trillion economy the president is looking for has been achieved. Mind you, we shouldn't go borrowing next year the way we did this year. We should be able to produce the FX we did to fund our budget next year. This is SOUQ Pulse, where we talk. Thank you very much, sir, for being on the show today.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for bringing me here. But let me also add this as we go. For Nigerian brands, three things they must do. They should be able to differentiate.
Okay.
They should be able to create associations for their brands, and they must ensure their brands are in the minds of the consumers continually.
You heard that not just from my mouth, but from that of the teacher we have here today. To everyone out there, remember, be part of the SOUQ News Television family. Follow us, like us, and most importantly, share. Let's continue this conversation after this program. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. Thank you for being part of the program today. We'll do this again next time. Be good.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the hearts of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
Well, there's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
Yes, about policies, government policies, international policies, policies that come from donor agencies, multilateral organizations. We look at loans, who's giving, who's taking. There are a whole lot of indices that we get to look at, and we just talk how our business is faring. Are they making profit? Are they losing? At the end of the day, what do we say that brings profit to those countries?
At the core of what makes us human is our ability to pay attention, be present in our experiences, and channel our thoughts and actions towards meaningful goals. However, for individuals with ADHD, which is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, a medical condition that affects the brain, this fundamental aspect of human nature is often disrupted, leading to difficulties in maintaining focus, controlling impulses, and regulating behaviors.
This hyperactivity disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that occurs in children and adolescents. It's a problem that has to do with brain development and the brain function. And the ADHD symptoms range from inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. They may be very restless, fidgeting, and they're always on the move. And sometimes they may be climbing, jumping from here and there. That they may injure themselves in the process.
Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is one of the most common mental disorders diagnosed in children, though it can persist into adolescence and adulthood. The history dates back to 1798, when a Scottish doctor, Sir Alexander Crichton, observed that some individuals were easily distracted and unable to focus on their activities as others could. He noted that these symptoms often began early in life, which is consistent with what we now recognize as ADHD. The disorder typically manifests between the ages of 3 and 6, with symptoms such as difficulty in focusing, excessive movement inappropriate to the setting, and impulsive actions occurring without forethoughts. This ailment affects people of all ages, though most commonly diagnosed in children. The average age of onset is around 7 years, with symptoms significantly impacting various aspects of life. Approximately 5 to 10 of children worldwide are affected, with the highest prevalence rates observed in Africa at 8.5% and South America at 11.5%. Variations exist across different countries, with lower rates in Japan and Finland and higher rates in Jamaica and Thailand. In the United States, about 7% of children are diagnosed with this disorder, reflecting an average of prevalence globally.
Differentiate between ADHD and other developmental disorders. It starts with comprehensive assessment. And when I talk about assessment, I mean assessment by child psychiatrists, assessment by child psychologists, and other professionals in the mental health team. And of course, there are some basic symptoms that are very clear and obvious. The clinical presentation, when you see a child that is hyperactive, that is impulsive, that is inattentive, that itself can give you a clue that that child may be having ADHD symptoms. And again, you also take further history. You may need to take, if there's a family history of ADHD in the setting, because if there is a family history of ADHD, the child may come up with ADHD in the nearest future.
Individuals affected faces challenges that extend into academic performance, work or personal relationships, and social domains. Some of the signs include constant fidgeting, impulsiveness, and difficulty completing, alongside emotional struggles such as mood swings, low self-esteem, and frustration.
The diagnosis is made following a comprehensive assessment, and you also do some basic psychological investigations, and of course, by combining the report from the child psychiatrist and the child psychologist, you'll be very comfortable to make a diagnosis. And of course, I must say that there are some childhood disorders that may mimic ADHD, like learning disability, like autism spectrum disorders. But the symptoms of ADHD are so very obvious that when you see a child that is hyperactive and oftentimes restless, oftentimes impulsive and unable to follow instructions, that should give you a high index of suspicion that that child may be struggling with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
While it's not a physical ailment like a broken bone, it is a real condition that is frequently accompanied by other conditions such as major depressive disorder, anxiety, substance abuse, learning disabilities, conduct disorder, and oppositional defense disorder, which complicates the management and treatment of the disorder. Treatment for ADHD typically involves a combination of medical therapy and behavioral interventions. Stimulants are also the most commonly used, with 70 to 80% of children experiencing symptoms relief. Cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management, and family therapy are key in managing symptoms, along with educational interventions that enhance coping strategies and organizational skills. While these treatments help manage ADHD, they do not cure it, highlighting the need for ongoing support and personalized care. Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is a complex condition with far-reaching effects on behavior, cognition, and emotional well-being. Continued research and effective treatments are vital in helping those affected lead fulfilling lives and contribute meaningfully to their society. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV.
I was born on the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from Rivers State, from Opobo in Rivers State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married, and I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university, and we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, no. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some, but I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king. And he gave me a hug and he gave me a pick, and they were like, whoa, the Upper Benin won't even shake your hand, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all. I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, great King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. When they studied, came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Jaja of Opobo, they told them about King Jaja of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-grandfather. Like, whoa, no, it was like a big deal to them, for us. Absolutely, upbringing, my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this: you're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, of course, get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you say. If you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for it. So what is it? Do you understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point of carrying all the air and chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. JB7 is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstance. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I want them to make for me. I didn't have tailors. But when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. You know, my parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. You know? So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Labor Brothers. And for 5 years, but you know, the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then. Was going on having the 3rd one, so it became a bit time. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linters, the advertising agency used to be all the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC, we're all in the Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we're hosting, and with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family, and I decided to go back. And I put in my resignation. That was not what I'm fine. When I did, my chairman refused to accept the resignation. So I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids said, they're having something in school, I'm there, okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. when I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was enough encouragement. You make more money doing your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gifts. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gifts and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from Big, that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. Which corporate body do you want to give as end of year gift? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking inwards. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like SOUQ and I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So when, even in Abuja, when they were going to have, like I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Plus, apart from the end of year activities, so that's it. But you know, after those periods, you have periods of lull, like you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah. This is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching, would do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that, within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could see that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, looked at me and like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her, and I modeled the clothes actually. And whoa, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week, you know. I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel, please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close this. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will back me, the top fashion designers there would, when the Alfadi does this, they want every 4 years. Alfadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and SOUQ, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, you know. And I did all the magazines. I've won all the awards. So after a while, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my kids, my two boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design thing, it's not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years. I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And word of mouth goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that now. When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that's spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working, or I'll make life miserable for you, What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world. You understand? Then those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is, wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well, they love you, they want to take care of you, but nature calls. They part ways. Some marry other women, some leave, some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I will advise them, everybody, try to be as independent as you can. Financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him, but let him not feel that the world has come to an end. A man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy. It makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something doing. Do something that will enable you to earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is the #1 killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving, you have to be forgiving, you understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decides whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious. When you offend them, oh my goodness. They will carry it in their chest, and the chest will be expanding, and they won't sleep well, and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes, and always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately, or because I will tell you the truth, no matter whose house is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times, I'm the last girl in the house, so maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. So we could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I can't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of... I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you, bring 2 of your models. Some of them, we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do this? I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what. The truth is, a crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of... The way I see it is like the pangs of birth before the child finally comes. That intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody's happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite, I won't even say it, on the street. One of the big men that live on that street, his birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. We were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who would come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come. Because hunger and poverty can actually bring out the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. They understand. I try to pay school fees, help people. I believe in education and that. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to see, they stay and they do very well. Some of them, I train from a distance and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have A-levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love, and out of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and they, it's not easy sometimes, but yes, a kind of mentor.
Egypt is a living museum where the past and present come together in a remarkable dance, and it is more than simply a nation. Egypt, which is well known around the world for its pyramids, pharaohs, and the magnificent Nile, is still transforming its rich historical legacy into a vital source of economic expansion and pride in the country. Egypt is a vibrant African country that is leveraging its historical heritage, tourism, the Suez Canal, agriculture, and a growing digital economy to drive its future. Let's start with tourism, which continues to be Egypt's most valuable economic driver. Egypt is home to more than 1/3 of the world's antiquities, and Cairo, Luxor, Aswan, and Alexandria welcome millions of visitors each year. Beyond its aesthetic value, the Great Pyramids of Giza, the Valley of Kings, and the soon-to-open Grand Egyptian Museum serve as economic hubs that support employment, foreign exchange, and Egypt's place on the world cultural map. Egypt has recovered quickly despite international disturbances like the COVID-19 epidemic, with current tourism receipts surpassing $13 billion. However, as visitors all at history, international trade passes via Egypt's Suez Canal, one of the most important sea lanes in the world. The canal is a vital bypass for international commerce, connecting the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea across a distance of 193 kilometers. Suez Canal tolls brings in billions of dollars for Egypt each year, more than $9 billion in 2023 alone, making the canal more than simply a historical site. It is a vital component of international trade. The Suez Canal Economic Zone, a center for commerce, logistics, and industry, was likewise fueled by the canal. Agriculture comes next, especially near the Nile. Important products including wheat, rice, cotton, and dates are grown in the lush Nile Valley and Delta. Citrus fruits, particularly oranges, which are highly sought after in Europe and the Middle East, are among Egypt's biggest exports worldwide. Innovations in irrigation and climate-smart farming are growing, and agriculture still contributes to national food security and rural lives. Infrastructure and energy are also changing quickly. By exporting liquefied natural gas to Europe and other countries, Egypt has established itself as a new energy center in Africa and the Mediterranean. This change includes the Zohr gas field, one of the biggest in the Mediterranean. In addition, Egypt is developing smart cities, high-speed rail, and new administrative capitals, while investing in solar energy through initiatives like the Benden Solar Park, Africa's largest. Not to be overlooked is Egypt's creative economy. The film industry in Cairo is sometimes referred to as the Hollywood of the Arab world, and pop culture in North Africa and the Middle East has long been influenced by the Egyptian literature, music, and television. Young Egyptian creatives are already establishing new industries such as tech companies and fashion. Thanks to the growth of social media and digital storytelling, Egypt has geopolitical weight due to the advantageous location at the intersection of Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. Its position as a continental power is further supported by its participation in peacekeeping missions. Commercial agreements such as COMESCA and the African Continental Free Commercial Area AFCFTA, and regional diplomacy. However, the way Egypt skillfully combines innovation with tradition is what really makes it stand out. It is one of the few African countries where a more than 5,000-year-old civilization still shapes its economy and reputation outside. Egypt continues to leverage its history to forge a strong and aspirational future, whether it's a software entrepreneur in Cairo, or a relic in a museum, or a ship across the Suez. This is Just Africa, and I am Chike Okolo.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Mase Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Her historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Well, thank you once again for inviting me over. What would I say? Just doing a lot of wonderful things all over the world, working towards development of humanity in the areas of most especially sports development, football management, football administration, and other businesses I'm involved in. So that's what I've been up to. basically, the National Sports Commission is there to ensure that sports development is put in the proper perspective. There are a lot of papers, a lot of policy papers, a lot of things that have been put in place. So they need to go into it, look at it, and structure something positive out for the development of sports in the country. I'm sure they have all what it takes to do it, and the zeal and the power to go ahead and put those things in place. So that's basically what they need to do. How the implementation is key. And I know, well, one way or the other, they should have the wherewithal to do it. So I wish them all the best. Well, you see, I don't like criticizing. I think I've gone away from areas of criticizing, but the standard of the league is very poor, and they have to put all efforts together to improve on the league. Also, the technicalities of the game, the manpower. We have to, we're still doing what we practiced 15 to 10 years ago, so it's not changed. So all those things have to change. We have to go away from the mediocre ways of running the game and put in more investment in development of the game itself. In the clubs have to be, it's so sad that we in Nigeria prefer to watch the Premier League compared to the Nigerian Premier League. It's a sad story. I remember 40 years ago, you could go to the stadium and watch our local, amateur league, and there were standards. So there's no reason why we can't bring that back. It's the wherewithal, the willpower to do it, and the stem from, having to go away from the area of mediocrity, where we bring in professionalism. We have the people that can do it, without any doubt. But for the system to allow them come in and do those things is another question. How that is going to be done, we've talked about it for many years, but nothing has been done about it. I pray and I hope someday they'll put up the proper perspective and the willpower to do those things. When it comes to grassroots football, we really have to start with kids from a very early age. We must have we have to start with them from age 5 to 16, to 18, to 20. So you have to have a sequence, a system where you build around from the very younger ones, and you have a uniform structure. Number one, we have to identify the kind of football we want to play in Nigeria, our type of flow, our ethos, what we want to play. And then we can now imbibe that, put it in our kids from a very early age. So from age 5, you go under 5 to under 8, under 8 to under 12, under 12 to under 16, under 16 to under 18. You have those structures in place. And it's spread around the nation. Now, where it's not the under 5 or under 18 where you put a 20-year-old or 25-year-old. We have to have a system where those kids are registered and we can monitor them from a very early age. You understand me? Where we don't cheat, where we bring in the right age and we train them to perform at different age group levels. And going into from there and then going into the national sides, so we can start playing the under 10, under 15, or under 16, under 18. You understand me? So those structures have to be in place, which we don't have today. There must be uniformity. You understand? So if we can do that in the future, we will progress. But there must be a system in place. We must have coaches that have been trained to work with the kids from that very early age. And those coaches are trained within the system, within the Nigerian Football Federation, and then they're sent out to work with those children all over the nation. The football academies we have today are only out to sell players. You understand me? So What I'm saying here is where we have, I'm not saying academies shouldn't sell players or not. Those players in the academies, if we have uniformity, should be playing in the league. And then we must have a cap where we say, look, until you're a certain age, you can't leave the country. You must play in that league because we've invested in you. We've invested in those kids. So maybe they will have to play till they're 20 or 18 or 19 where they can now go out, you understand, to play abroad. But there must be a structure in place. And there must be laws guiding it. That's the only way we can excel. It also goes to it also goes back to what I've been saying. The girls, the female team in Nigeria today, I believe the girls, I call them girls or ladies, are the ones that will ever win the World Cup first. They got the capacity, they got the women football, they can win the World Cup. They got what it takes. But then it now goes back to our attitude and the corruption in the system. You understand me? If you allow the other girls from a very early age develop, and you have the same system I'm talking about, that cap of under 5, under 8, under 10, and you structure and you do it continuously in uniformity, we will be world beaters. We will win the World Cup at any given time because the women have got the grit. They pick up very faster than our army. They tap the balls. They are more technically better, within that range. So, but it's for us to develop those things and to take away corruption. First, when we talk about indigenous coaches, what coaches do we have? You see, if you don't have a competitive league, a highly professional league, how do you want to get good coaches? You can't get good coaches. The coaches, it's not that we don't have the capacity to build good coaches. We have a lot of talents in this country that can be world beaters, that could be top coaches. I talk to young stars. Young stars will talk to you about the technicality of the game. They're very bright. Even my son, when he talks to me about football, I think he knows the game better than I do today. The technicalities of the game, you understand me? The formations, how players play back and forth. It's because you've given them the exposure. And we need to give our young stars that exposure. We need to develop them. That's what we're not doing. We have to invest in them. But for now, we have not done that. And what we're doing today is those bunch of coaches we have are not good enough to run the national team at that level of competition. I have one or two of them in America that are sound, they're there. But how many of them can you bring into the system? You understand me? Our local coaches, we need National Institute of Sports. Now, please, let's forget about the National Institute of Sports. That I use a word, it's been alamalized. That's a very poor system. It has nothing. We have nothing there. I'm serious. I'm not running anything. Our National Sports Institute is a disgrace. So we shouldn't be talking about that. Yeah. If you want to talk about a National Sports Institute, then you go to Australia and other countries and you see what it is. You see the standards. We don't have those things. Ours is archaic.
Is it beyond redemption?
There's nothing beyond redemption. It can be, we can work on it. We can develop it. We just have a time frame, work around it. See, there's nothing we cannot do in this country. We got everything possible to do it. It's the wherewithal. Do we have that mindset to do it? Are we ready for it? Those are the things we have to look at. Or do we want to continue with our mediocrity? But really, sincerely speaking, there's nothing impossible. We can do anything here. We've got great youngsters. We have to remove all this old, archaic way of thinking and then bring in a more modern, professional approach to things. So that's it. The media is one of the most corrupt anyway, I'm sorry to say. The sports media and all that, the sports writers. I worked in the system, I know how corrupt they are. Majority of them are corrupt. I'm saying it. They can challenge me, but it's the truth. Until we get rid of all those things, where our boys go and collect envelopes to write or favor people, we're not going to get anywhere. I'm not saying the press in general, but the sports writers are a disgrace. See, the supporters club is not going to do anything or develop football. This is just to travel, get things. Oh, it's fine. It's good to have fans. But what has that got to do with football development? Nothing. Supporters club is not going to do anything. They're playing their own politics. You understand me? They want to travel. That's it. Travel around the world, do things. But is that part of football development? That is not football development. So let's leave that aside. We're talking about the professional, the technicalities, what it takes to develop national sides or a proper league. Then the supporters club has nothing to do with it. Do you see, how many people do you see at stadiums in Nigeria instead of watching football? Scanty, there's nothing. It's not like in the days where in the 70s or even in the 60s, if we are going to play a game at 4:45 in the afternoon, the stadium is full to capacity at 11 in the morning. You don't have that anymore. So what are we talking about supporters club?
Is there a way we can bring that back, that passion?
Yeah, if you build a league that has the quality, the professionalism, and all the standards are put in place, then you can bring them back. Then you can bring the crowd back. I think it's very unfair to call it lesser sports. All sports are tops. Yeah, it's very wrong to call them. They're top sports. Basketball is tops. Athletics is tops. It's very wrong. I think it's very unfair to call them lesser sports. See, bottom line is the politics, the greed. You understand me? We have top talented basketball players all over the world. We can put them together. It's all about management. It's all about commitment. But you don't have those things there. It's about myself. It's all about self-aggrandization. What do I get from this? It's not about what do we do to build these teams or these athletes to be world beaters. Do you understand me? So you're not going to get anything out of it. You will never. It's the bottom line. You'll never ever get anything. So you'll always have factions, you'll always have people fighting. Why do you fight for what? If you can collectively come together to build a system, a structure for basketball, for example, because the girls are tops, they can perform, they can do far better than where they are today. I always tell you, the female teams in Nigeria will always excel in athletics, in basketball and all that. Our male are a bit arrogant and clunky in doing things, but the ladies are always more committed. They've got what it takes, but they need good management. It's not that the men can't do it too, the men can do it, but it all also evolves with good management. Taking away politics, taking away greed, not a situation where a coach is collecting money from a player to put a player in the team, or a member of the football association fighting for their children or family to play in the national team, or a member of government is asking someone to put their kids in the team. No, that's not it. Where is the nationalism? Where's that patriotism? Patriotism. I don't care where you come from. If you're good, you're good. If you're better than my own people, then my own people have to sit down and you let them, the others that can perform. Where would you have quota system in football? Where's that done? Do you understand me? So we have a lot of issues we need to resolve. Well, what do you expect? The athletes themselves are far more successful and far more exposed than the administrators. So the administrators obviously are always envious of those ones, and they make life difficult for them. Do you understand me? Where you have people that are not competent enough running a system, people that are not exposed, that haven't got the professional ethics to run the thing. That's what you get. Then the greed aspect, which is a standard norm for us in this country. Greed. Where people believe athletics is only, you being a member of the Athletics Federation is all about traveling. You understand me? He wants to travel, she wants to travel. She wants to be in the, what do you call them, in the group of people that are going away. See, you can never get no results. They're all fighting to get something. Then they don't care about the athletes. They want to be in a delegation that is going to travel. Do you understand me? So that's basically it. They're not interested in the development. They haven't got the zeal. You understand me, sir? So once you don't have those things, you can never get anything right. Yeah, the private sector is one. The cricket has more because, government involvement is not as, I think you have more of the private people, interested private people that have gone to schools, top schools, that played cricket in those days. Those are the ones that are promoting cricket. So you're going to get results, you understand me? Because they're far more exposed, they understand what it takes. So the commitment is there. They're using their own funds to push, to develop the game. You understand sports. So that's why cricket is picking up. Oh, you mean the National Sports Festival? I think for now we don't really need that. We need to do more with the private sector. I think the new chairman of the National Sports Commission, he seems he's an exposed person. I think he's got to sit right and see how he can profile solutions to these things and change the course of. He's got what it takes to do it. He just has to come out of that shell, come out of that darkness. I'll call it darkness, and come into real light. I think he has it. But National Sports Festival, I don't think we're ready. We really need that now. We need to do more with youth development programs. You see, a National Sports Festival in those days was more interesting because you had more schools, inter-school sports. And that is where the best athletes came from. We don't have that anymore. So first we need to build the school sports, schools, athletics and all that, build it to a standard and then go into national sports festivals. For now, we don't have that. And I think the National Sports Commission has to look into that, how they can work with the Ministry of Education and see how they can build that again. School sports. That's where you get the best. In those days, the best athletes. We knew those that will run, that will actually participate and run for Nigeria. We knew the ones that will do high jump, long jump, triple jump. We knew them, both female and females, from secondary school. You don't have that anymore. So where do they come from? Nowhere. So you have, like in those days where some schools will go and get mercenaries, pay for them to come and run. That's what you get today. So it's corrupt. Now, the Sports Commission has to work on that. It has to change it. I know they can do it. They just need to sit back and look at how they will change the course of things. If you want to unite Nigeria with good sports, then you got to give them good results, good teams that can perform. You understand me? In the process of winning competitions, or they have a team, or they have teams that have got the quality that can move the nation, then you unite. Everybody wants to watch good football. Everybody wants to see a great athlete running. You want to see a good high jumper performing at the best. When you see that, it draws everybody together. If you have a good national team that plays excellent football, look, in Nigeria, when you look at our team, the 94 team, we were the 5th in world ranking. You were talking about ranking, which I don't really. When we really had a good ranking, we were number 5 in the world. The 94 team was number 5.
The World Cup 94, we were rated as the 5th best team in the world. And you look at the style of football we played. We developed our own style of football, took it to the world, and we were respected. We don't do that anymore. We have to have an identity. You understand me? Our footballers are not the best. We're good, we're very athletic, we're strong, we're physical. You understand me? We've got to build that kind of football. We are not as technical when it comes to techniques and all that, like the Europeans. But when it comes to the physicality, you understand me, we're better. When it comes to the physicality, the mental strength, we have it. So you have to build around that. You're putting a bit of technical things there, but the main issues is we got to have the muscles, the strength to run any team down. That's the kind of football we should play. We're playing lazy football now. We have to play what we played then, where we run any team down. We can play 2-3 hours non-stop. We never get tired. We don't have that anymore. We can't even string passes. We can't play 2 against 4, 3 against. We don't do it anymore. We're lazy. It's got to do with the kind of coach. It's not only the coach. Yeah, the coach and then the association, the federation. They don't have a vision. You have to know what you want to present to the world. It's like any other top team in the world. In Real Madrid, Barcelona, they have their own type ethos, their own style of football. And this is what they sell to the world. We don't even know what we're doing. We have to have what it takes to sell to the world. This is what we want to do. This is how we can perform. This is the style we're going to play. And that style we believe in. And then we build the youngsters from very early to play that same type of football. We have the manual that we can work with. Uniformity. Simple. That's it. No, it's individual and the corporate organizations. They're not doing enough. Everything can't just be government. Today, you don't even have Nigerians pumping money into sports like they used to do that. I'm sorry, I don't want to digress, and I don't want to say what my father did. I'm not promoting my family, but I knew how he invested millions of dollars building the national teams. Yeah, his personal funds. You don't get those things anymore. Do you understand me? You have to see the '94 team was done outside the outside government. It was done by individuals. That was why we were successful. But you don't have those things anymore. You just have a bunch of greedy leaders and greedy individuals or corporate bodies. It's all about them and their family. They're not giving it. So how do you want the kids to perform? How? All the kids are out there wasting away. We've got great talents in this country, but they're wasting away because we're not helping out. We're not encouraging them. We're not building structures, institutions where you can build those, you can develop those kids. Yeah. So they're on the street doing yahoo, doing all sorts of stupid things. Yeah. Because there's no competition. There's nothing to draw their attention. You understand me? Until we do those things, we can never ever change. We can't get it right. Yeah, well, for me, I don't see any difference for me, whatever you give to the female teams, you also give to the seniors, to men. Because our team, our female team, at the world ranking today, we're tops, we're recognized. So you have to also allow, but for men, anywhere in the world, men always have an advantage. But doesn't mean the disparity should be so much. You give the ladies, I remember, when I was the FA chairman, I remember once the female team was in camp, and we went there in Ota. When we found out what they were earning, it was disgraceful. They couldn't even buy their, I'm sorry to say that, what you ladies use, your pads, you couldn't even buy it. I had to tell them, these are women. Why are you treating them like rubbish? They have to be looked after. Because they're going to need more of those systems because you have more wastage than men. Don't let me go into what I'm saying, but I understand. So the women have to be well taken care of. Yeah, simple. So you've got to give them what it takes. To strike a balance. You have to strike a balance. solutions I'm going to give you, I can't give you a straight off head, right? But really, since first, we have to get rid of greed. We have to go away from all this religiosity in the system, because religion has destroyed the fabrics of a nation. See, being a Christian or a Muslim or whatever doesn't mean you got to cheat people or lie to people or not show love. You understand me? Or the religious, when I come to religion, the churches, the institutions we have today are not developing education. There must be uniformity in education. They're not developing education. Education is key. But you know what we have today? Half-baked educated youths. Half-baked. And that's the worst you can ever have. And that is key in anything we do. First, to have good leaders, well-structured. In Germany, in Europe, and now, the kids that go to the best universities, some kids are developed, they're built up to the top civil servants. So they go to Oxford, they go to Cambridge, they become top politicians. Then you have the ones that will become big and top engineers, and now they go to certain universities. All those things are structured. We had it before in the past. It's gone. We've got to find the way. It's not about just giving licenses to universities. But for me, the foundation, education, is very key. When you have half-baked youths and you have half-baked leaders that haven't got that structure in place, that proper education, they can never excel.
A very good afternoon to you and welcome to the Midday News. We are reaching you live from our studios at SOUQ News TV. I'm Oyin Priye Krumale. Now let's begin. Nigeria's energy stakeholders are converging in Lagos for the Nigerian Energy 2025 conference to address the nation's $34.5 billion funding gap required to achieve universal electricity access by the year 2030. The three-day event taking place at the Landmark Event Center brings together government officials, regulators, investors, and innovators under the theme, Powering Nigeria Through Investment, Innovation, and Partnership. Organizers describe this, the 12th edition, as a turning point for the sector, aiming to move discussions from policies to tangible actions. The Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabo, is expected to deliver the ministerial address, while Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu will deliver the keynote speech. Both are expected to highlight Lagos's progress in establishing a state-level electricity market under the Electricity Act of 2023. Experts said the conference will explore how public-private partnerships, innovative financing, and efficient regulations can reshape Nigeria's energy landscape, close infrastructure gaps, and unlock the investments needed to deliver reliable power to millions of citizens nationwide. Now, aviation experts are calling on the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority to tighten control over the rising number of aviation fuel marketers, warning that the trend could compromise flight safety. They expressed concern that the number of marketers has grown from 6 to 45, creating room for black market activities and doubts about product quality. Stakeholders emphasized that the unchecked expansion of fuel suppliers pose significant operational and safety challenges across Nigerian airports. They urged Aviation Authority to conduct thorough audits, standardized quality checks, and ensure that only licensed and competent operators are permitted to distribute aviation fuel. The experts warned that without firm regulation, contamination risks and unprofessional handling could lead to costly disruptions or safety incidents within the sector. Now, Dangote Refinery has reinstated engineers dismissed amid recent labor crisis with the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria. The re-employed engineers have been redeployed to various Dangote projects in Borno State, in Zamfara, Benue, and other states. Some of the workers still in training during their dismissal were directed to report within 14 days or forfeit their new placements. Letters issued to the affected engineers signed by Chief General Manager of Human Asset Management, Femi Adekunle, confirmed their re-engagement as trainee engineers for coal and road projects. However, some workers expressed concern over their safety and lack of specific office locations, according to reports. Now, the British Council, in collaboration with the Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises Development Agency of Nigeria and supported by the Investment Climate Reform Facility, has inaugurated the Impact Advisory Group, a platform designed to strengthen inclusive business reforms and improve access to finance for macro, small, and medium-sized enterprises across Nigeria. The inauguration held during the National Roundtable on MSMEs financing at the Lagos Continental Hotel brought together policymakers, financing institutions, and development partners to deliberate on sustainable strategies for unlocking funding opportunities. The British Council Country Director, Donna McGowan, reaffirmed the Council's commitment to empowering women and youth entrepreneurs, stressing that women's economic participation remains key to achieving long-term national prosperity. Representing Smeden's Director General, Dabureje Onesi Lawani, commended the partnership and urged stakeholders to close the nation's estimated 3 trillion naira MSME funding gaps, according to reports. Now, investors are anticipating sweeping economic reforms in Argentina following President Javier Milei's decisive midterm victory, which solidified his political influence and renewed global confidence in the country's recovery prospects. Analysts believe the win-win will also allow Milei to pursue ambitious labor and tax changes that could attract billions of dollars in foreign investments, especially in Argentina's vast energy and mining sector. The United States has pledged up to $40 billion in support, a move expected to bolster investor sentiment and encourage long-term commitment, despite the country's volatile policy history. Experts said the election outcome marks a turning point for Argentina's reform agenda, signaling a shift towards stability and stronger fiscal discipline. Investors are now watching how quickly Milei's administration can turn its promises into concrete legislation capable of driving structural transformation. Now, oil prices continued to slip on Tuesday, marking their third consecutive day of decline as OPEC and its allies considered raising production levels. The move by the oil production group appeared to upset investor optimism about renewed trade discussions between the United States and China, the world's two largest economies. Brent crude dropped by 83 cents, or 1.26% to settle at $64.79 per barrel. Similarly, United States West Texas Intermediate crude fell by 75 cents, or 1.22% to $60.56. Analysts said traders were responding to reports that OPEC Plus may approve a modest supply increase in December, having previously reduced output to stabilize prices. Now, thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. Coming up shortly is Just Africa. Do stay with us.
Elon Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. His talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Musk has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, Musk shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group. The family operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed winds to his sail came in 1990. The government, owners of the Delta Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogun-Ogbela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which is at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. It operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, our younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of Bois Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40, the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, Chausseo. Bois invested $300 million in the 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Ogun-Ogbela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, Bois Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. Bois Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as of 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, Bois Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in Bois Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. Boa Foods PLC and Boa Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, Boa Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, and an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development, partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of the 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021. A recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. SOUQ News, keep out.
watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Hello and welcome to Just Africa, the show where we explore forces shaping the continent's progress and the challenges that go often unnoticed. Stories are a big part of who we are as Africans, from tales we heard growing up to the movies and shows that we enjoy today. Storytelling helps us remember our roots, talk about real issues, and dream of better days. But making stories that truly touch people's hearts while also passing a message takes creativity, passion, and courage. This is Just Africa, reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. I am Olumide Shukoya. I also have Omevi Idola. So glad to have you, Omevi.
Yeah, good afternoon, Olumide. Good afternoon, Lagos, Nigeria, Africa, and to you, wherever you're watching from across the globe. And once again, welcome to Just Africa.
You know, storytelling reminds me of the good old days of Tales by Moonlight, Storyland by Jimmy Sholanke. Yeah. Those were beautiful days when Sunday evening, I think around Thursday, Tales by Moonlight was Sunday evening, I think around 6 p.m. You are seated at the table watching TV, waiting for a beautiful story to be told.
But these days, you know, the bigger screen has come to take those memories, or those beautiful moments. Although I will not say they took it away completely, I will say that innovation, things are changing by the day. So our storytelling is coming in different form. We don't just have to sit watching that box anymore. On your phone, you can capture or you can get a clue of the African stories. And you know, the beautiful movies you're having these days, especially in Nollywood, they are now bringing our cultural stories, our tribes, our heroes and heroines. They're now bringing them into our stories. It's not making the world at large to see, yes, Africa is really rich in culture. You know, there's a whole lot when it comes to storytelling, and it's a beautiful thing that we're going to do something like that this afternoon.
Yes, we are going to do something like that. Now, on Just Africa today, we are sitting down with Ngozi Label Ogbonna, a voice-over actor, producer, and strong believer in using storytelling for impact. From radio to film, Ngozi has used her creative talent to bring African stories to life and start meaningful conversation. Now, our latest work, Voltage, is a 2024 Nollywood crime action movie directed by Fred Amata. It follows Tega, a young man who discovers a dangerous secret about his family's energy business and must find powerful cartels to uncover the truth. We'll find out more about this just right after the break. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Just Africa. Now, don't forget to also like, comment, and share on our YouTube page at SOUQ News TV. Today's topic centers around using African culture and storytelling to drive social change. Now, joining us to unpack this robust topic is Ngozi Label Ogbonna, a voice artist, actor, producer, media personality, advocate for creative integrity. Ngozi Label is a multifaceted talent in the Nigerian media industry, renowned as one of the country's finest voiceover artists. A passionate storyteller, her inspiring career spans voice acting, film production, and broadcasting. Ogbonna is a sought-after voice known for numerous memorable campaigns. She previously served as the president of the Association of Voiceover Artists of Nigeria, AVOA, where she championed the professionalism and recognition of voice artistry nationwide. So glad to have you, Ngozi Label, as she's fondly called.
If you see the way I'm blushing, I'm like, only me.
Yeah, what a beautiful profile.
I'm glad to be here.
Yes,
I'm really glad to be
an
here.
accomplishment.
You're welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, you've worked in the radio, voice acting, and film, but how did storytelling become such a huge part in your life?
Yeah, thank you so much. In fact, the topic actually motivated me to be here because I would say that my journey through entertainment started from, that cultural background. I started as a stage actor, a stage dancer, a stage singer. So you can imagine, it's just simply passion that started from the scratch, from the beginning of my career as an entertainer.
So what drew you to that? What drew you to acting, especially on stage acting? Because these days we don't really have stage actors anymore.
I'm just praying to God to help me. I really want to bring that back. I produced a couple of stage productions previously, before films. I did one stage production, which later, Amayo Uzo Phillips even made a movie from my story called The Naked Wrestler. It was a very popular stage production that we used to tour in and outside Nigeria.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Olumide, you can never beat stage actors.
No, you can't.
They are the best.
No, you can't. You can't. You can't.
They are always the best.
You can't, yes.
Now, you're talking about African stories. What makes a story African? Is it just the dialect, like the language, or is just the location? What makes a story African, really?
What makes a story African is, first and foremost, when you tell an African story, you're preserving our culture, you're preserving our value as Africans, and then you are expanding, the value of the fact that we are, this kind of, ethnic people who have African value, who have cultural value that is so rich, that's so vast, and somehow we all know that we are losing it. So some of us are still interested in pushing it to create values, to preserve our culture, our tradition, and to remind the young people that this is where we're coming from. This is our roots. This is how it happened, and we can't let it die.
Yes, I like the fact that you were referring to the younger ones.
Yes.
And you also mentioned that we are beginning to lose
the
values of our culture.
Exactly.
Now, some persons feel that it's not compulsory now. You can be any part of the world. What do we need to do, or what should we put in place to ensure that our values, our culture, our traditions, because in some of our stories these days, we are not doing so much of love, we want to love up and all that.
But some people are doing epic. Some people are doing epic.
Yes,
I don't know if you watch.
But sometimes they try to put the touch of the foreign, should I say foreign culture. Now, let's focus on our own culture. Now, how do we bring this into the industry to ensure that we do not lose
totally?
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I just said. That's why you see some people, they do epic movies. Some people just do historic movies. I know a lot of them on, African Magic Epic. I see a lot of them in cinemas. Lately, some of my Yoruba colleagues, you can see it's historic stories that they do, even on Netflix, because some of us are passionate about not losing this value. You just said something, you said what do we do to sustain it? And some people will say, oh, it's not by force. You don't have to force me to live my life. Of course, we cannot, throw away or forget the fact that civilization has come and has really touched, touched some part of those values, and is natural. Is natural because the time is going, life is evolving, civilization is here, so you cannot throw that away. But all you can do as a storyteller, especially through the medium we are using as films, is to still remind them that no matter what, this is where we're coming from, this is our history.
All right, so now I want us to look at creativity.
Okay.
Certain films give us a glimpse of culture, language, and the rest of them. If you look at Gangs in Lagos, we got a glimpse of what Eyo used to be like. Other films have thought about the Oyo Empire, and there was a particular film that I watched. For the first time, I got to know about what they call the Osus, and I had to do more research and all that stuff. But looking at you in writing films, in telling stories, what does creativity means to you? Is it about culture? Is it about language, a way of life? What does creativity mean?
Creativity means everything to me because that is that's my mind. My mindset is simply creativity. That is why I just look at somebody and story. The other day, a guy, a little boy, a young boy, not the other day, about 3-4 months ago, he spoke to me about his predicament, how he has lived. He has parents, but he has always lived apart with his parents. Nice looking boy. Young, a university undergraduate, graduating even soon, and looking so beautiful, so fine. When you see him, you look like, this boy is fine. So gallant, but he's pained inside. He's not himself. So when I said, you are looking so beautiful, mind you, don't let all these girls, and I said, Mommy, leave that thing. You don't even know what thing they worry me. As I do, so I know they're happy. I'm not happy. Then I was interested, So, and I started asking him questions. I discovered that, he's just in his world. He's just on his own. He has parents, he has siblings, but he's alone. He has a lot of people around him, but he's alone. Then I just look at it. At the end of the day, out of my intuition, out of the creative ability that I have, I knew that this is, a boy-child issue, which nobody talks about. And then after having that chat with that boy, I went in and I made a story out of boy-child issues. And I have the story that I want to produce right now. I've turned it to a script. I have 13 episodes of it, boy-child. So you can imagine. So my life is just about creativity. Everything I see is creativity for me because I can make out anything out of what I see.
Right. Now, there's this debate that Africans should write their own stories, not the other way around. What's your thought about it? Do you feel Africans must write all their stories, or some can be written? Because some people say that when Western people write our stories, or people who are not African, they don't capture everything. But if Africans write that, they capture everything.
Well, if everything being equal, everything being okay, of course, you should encourage yourself first before promoting another person. You should promote yourself first. That's how it's supposed to be. But because of the economy, the industry, the challenges of making a movie, sometimes you are just forced to put in some things for your market. So that is just the painful truth. That's just the truth. So it's not as if we don't agree. We all agree that you should tell your story, you should promote yourself, you should promote your people, your race. I have a project I'm doing now, okay, on a race, okay. So sometimes the challenges will make you bend. It's not as if you don't know, but you have a lot of challenges trying to put things together, the funding, everything. Sometimes you compromise. That's just the problem. All right. So as for whether we should tell our stories, of course we should tell our stories. We should promote ourselves. We should promote our cultures, traditions, and our values. Yeah.
One of your movies, Voltage. Yes. What inspired that movie, and what message are you trying to pass?
Voltage. I'm sure you know it's about Nepa.
Yeah.
Okay. So everybody is inspired. Everybody is inspired. It's just that you're not a movie maker, but you're inspired. I'm sure if you're given opportunities to do anything on it, you will be inspired.
Yeah.
So it's simply the way it is. It's just the way it is. You know, I got tired and I said, what do I do with this situation? And I created a story out of it, you know, but in a very creative way, you know, in a very interesting way to entertain, to inform, and to educate. Simply.
Yeah, I love Voltage. I love the characters in it. It's you know, once you see the likes of Shego Arinze.
Yes, I have Shego Arinze, I have Ketenshaw, I have Kevin Ikeduba, I have Olumido Woro, I have Linda Osifo, I have White Money, I have Kepi Ekpenyong Basi, I have Sonny McDonald, I have Jude Chukwuka.
So you see, when you have those kind of,
I have wrote in
you know that so much is coming out of it. Now, but the thing is, many people think that storytelling is all about having a story. It's all about writing a script. It's all about just putting out the movie there. Can you tell us some of those hidden things that are behind bringing out a good story that people don't see?
One just struck me so hard after, I'm sorry to say, but I have to, after our late colleague, Junior Pope died, it really struck me so hard because I had such scene in Voltage where at 1 a.m. we are at the middle of the sea shooting, filming. I had Kevin in that boat. I had White Money, I think. I had a couple of them with a camera, what I shot with Ari. I don't know if you know how much it takes to have Ari. To rent Ari in a day, I think it's about 300,000 now. And, you know, I had that camera, I had the lights, I have my lights crew, my audio crew, everybody in that boat at about 1 a.m., right at the middle of the sea, and the boat went off. Okay? So, and I was just shouting, blood of Jesus, blood of Jesus, blood of Jesus. So, they came out. Now, let me tell you why I'm bringing this. When Pope's incident happened, people are blaming the producer, oh, this, blah, blah, blah. You know, I don't know me that this was just grace. Because I actually paid divers to be in charge of that scene. They brought the boat. I made sure it was the best of the boats. But behold, the boat stopped at the middle of the sea at 1 a.m.
Wow.
Okay, so I paid for life jackets, new ones, they were in packs. When we wanted to go, roll the camera, nobody remembered the life jackets. Everybody went in just like that. Wow. They were all on the floor there. Nobody remembered. Nobody remembered, oh, let me wear life jackets. Nobody. And they were there on the floor. And everybody went inside the boat, and we went to shoot. So these are the challenges that when you come out of it, you begin to reminisce, you begin to think about it and say, wow, you mean I took that risk? You mean I went that far with that kind of thing and I'm still standing?
Yeah.
Okay? And another challenge is that I had about 300 people on set. It's not easy. Human management. I saw me. Yes.
Yeah. We'll get to that. Yeah. But I'm still wondering, you are a voiceover artist.
Yes, I am.
You're a stage performer. Then A-list. In fact, being the president of voiceover artists of Nigeria, that is huge. You get it. So now you are multifaceted. How do you manage all these? Being a movie producer, being an actor, being a voiceover artist, being this, you are doing different things.
And doing them well.
Exactly. So how do you manage everything and so nicely that you come out still being the best?
I think it's just about how the story started. Like I told you earlier, I started during my secondary school time. I've always loved arts. I've always loved dancing, loved, you know, I'm a church family girl. Yeah, so they were restricting me. So, of course, I used to choose the people I work with. I worked with Brightway Chimezie, you know, I worked with a couple of them, even Pasuma and all that. So, so being a dancer, a backup singer, a stage singer, so one day, one woman, Obiagolimo Olube, that used to play Mama Nduka in Checkmate. Okay. So she was a known voiceover artist then. So she called me to come and sing a jingle. you know. Then we had a studio called the Rema Ikwachukwu Studio, you know. So she took me there. I met a couple of voiceover, Uncle Femi Showolu and all the rest. So they tried to put me through on how to do it. I had a good voice, but I didn't know how to do it, but they put me through. So from time to time, she would come and pick me to do voiceovers. She started teaching me Igbo voiceovers because then we were very few. She started teaching me Igbo. My Igbo wasn't very clear, but so because I was making money out of it, I started being intentional. I became intentional about learning the Igbo well, because speaking Igbo is different from the way you use it in advertising, even writing it. But today, I'm an A-list translator and a voiceover artist. All glory to God and true Auntie Obiageli Molube. I don't deny her that credit because she was on me. At a point, I felt disturbed, like this woman, leave me alone, you know, but she was on me. She was training me. So from there, I started training for Pidgin, you know, started doing some English voiceovers. And, you know, I think it's just about time, consistency, and training. Then I started going for trainings, of course. Yeah. And then the rest, you know, the story.
This is history.
All right, so now, you often say that stories can change the way people think. Can you share one experience?
Yes. Yeah, I think I would say personally, I have been with people who just watched movies and their perception about a particular issue or a particular tradition changes. So, and even some people around me, you know, when they see how you do research, some people, they follow me and they see that these things are not just that people come to write stories, they are real. You know, sometimes some of our stories are real. You might just expand it, put in some ajasas, and azia to make it sweet, but sometimes they are real. So, and in the process, you just see people around you because they see it, wow, so Angie, this is real, like their perception changes, their mindset change about, you know, a particular issue, how they believe, how they used to see it, and how they think about it. So,
all right. So, when writing stories and, you know, transforming it into a film or a movie, how do you place character in which actor? How do you do that? Is it that it's a particular actor you just say, oh, this person?
Funny enough, that is even a strength for me. You know, casting is very big strength for me. Yes. When it comes to movie, I give the credit to Zebejiro. I worked with Zebejiro. He's my father, my mentor. Even as I was here, he was telling me, I never see you on TV. So he's watching. So Zeb trained me. And, you know, Zeb does not compromise quality when it comes to production. Yes. He does not at all. So he taught me, you know, how to, you know, look at someone and fit in. Zeb will just look at you. You know, I'm sure you know, I don't know if you're aware that he's a star maker. He'll look at you and say, oh, I'm going to write a story on you. Before you know it, there's a story on you, and he will train you, put you on that role, nurture you, and bring a character out of you and makes it a movie. That is how he works. Yes. So I trained under him. So
all right. So now,
you cannot have less.
Many creatives now talk about real issues, but also keep their audience entertained. So how do you address certain issues? Recently, you talked about the boy child, how you interviewed someone and you were able to create the boy child. So how do you balance entertaining the audience, but also driving a social change, driving towards a social change?
Yeah, I think it's just a kind of chain reaction thing. What you put out there goes a long way, okay? What you put out goes a long way, which is why some of us are always intentional about what you put out. Because, just like I just said, when people see some things, it actually changes their mindset. You know, it actually impacts in them. It changes their mind and it touches them. That's why you see some, when they are watching film, you see them crying. That's why you see people watching film, they are shouting, don't drink that thing, they forget. It's the impact. And that's the social change we're talking about. It's the impact. So what you put out there and the way you put it out, you know, just go out to speak for you.
Yeah. Okay, exactly. So let's go to the business, a little bit of the business aspect of this. A lot goes into movie production. So
a lot.
A lot.
A whole lot. Plenty.
So I want to
Financially,
ask.
Abi?
Yes, I'm talking about the financial aspect right now. So I want to ask the budgeting aspect of it. How do you go about it? Did you just do, because we've seen some producers, I have been on
Sell
set.
their properties. You've heard
See,
that.
one said, don't worry, 800,000 will do this job. I'm like, are you kidding me? How do you want to do it? What magic do you want to perform?
The person, indeed.
So now the question is, how do you take budgeting when it comes to movie productions? And how, do you see some producers just feel like, okay, we can just boycott some of these things, and is it still possible to come out with a very good project where budgeting is not involved in a movie production?
It's not possible. It's not possible. That's why you see people castigate some productions. People don't like what some people put out. It's not possible because everything must be in place. Everything must be in place. If you must do a good movie, you must use a very good quality camera. So if you cut corners, you know the quality you're going to get. If you need to use quality actors, you know you have to pay them. So if you use less, you get less. So there's no cutting corners. The only cutting corners you can get is some of us who have been there, who are, by grace, recognized, appreciated, and respected by, the stakeholders. So sometimes, probably if it's somebody that maybe ordinarily by standard, you need 5 million to get the person. If you have a personal relationship, you can now beg, bros, please now, help your girl. At 3M I get and all that. That's the only cut corners you can get. As for saying, oh, it's supposed to be a quality production, quality camera, and you are using the lesser quality, how are you going to achieve that? You can't achieve that. So there's no cutting corners.
Okay.
Cutting corners you can get is just goodwill.
Okay, now let's go to the marketing. During my master's, one of my courses is production, movie production. And another.
And did you do a project on that?
No, I did not. So my lecturer was so emphatic when it comes to marketing.
The marketing.
Well, to market your finished product, finished movie. Now, how do you go about it though? How do you make your money? Because what if it doesn't sell at the box office? What if people do not come to the cinema? What if the views on YouTube?
I made the hustling maybe.
How do you know?
Have you been to cinema before? Have you got to watch when films are have producers? You won't close your eyes now.
So how do you go about marketing?
First and foremost, let me let you know that we have distributors.
Okay.
So you cannot go to cinema on your own. Your distributor will go for you. They have association. They are a standard association, a body. So they control the marketing. They know where to put your movie. They know where to push your movie to. They know what to tell you to do for the cinemas. They teach you, they guide you, and they help you market your movie. They have the connect, they have the contact. But you don't sleep. You don't keep quiet because you can't just go home and sleep and say, oh, my distributor is there. Oh, he knows. No, yourself, you help yourself. Before you produce a movie, you must have had 1 or 2 experiences. I am not a marketer, I'm not a distributor, but over the years, I've had a lot of connects, outside with some film promoters, film marketers, film content buyers outside Nigeria. It's not because of then I've not even done my movie, but I do dubs. I don't know if you're aware. I dub movies, into languages. So I'm a dub specialist. So that took me to a couple of places where I met content buyers, content this and that. So you put all that together with what your distributor will put on the table and then push your movie for sales.
All right, so I want to ask this because we've seen whereby some of these streaming sites are buying the film and all that. Which is more lucrative, or which would you advise, or which do you think is more way to make more profit? Selling to a giant like Netflix, or putting it on the cinema, or just putting it on YouTube? Because these days we're seeing situations whereby films are just put on YouTube, and you wonder, are they actually making that money as compared to the old way was you going to Alaba and There's no more Alaba anymore.
Yeah, no more Alaba, yeah. No more Alaba because streaming, like you said, you know, cables came and phased them out. I cannot sit here and tell you this is more lucrative or that is more lucrative. I think it's all about how you market your movie and where the platform. Okay, those days when Netflix came, yes, Netflix was the highest bidding platform where you can put your movie and you are sure if they like your movie. But over time it changed. I'm not sure they are even still in Nigeria. I'm not sure. We heard they are no more here. So, and when they came, I will use this opportunity to say it, I don't care. When they came, they just called few group of people and called them aggregators. And those were the people they were dealing with. So if you are not in the good book of the aggregators, you are not their friend. You are not, so Netflix existence in Nigeria has no impact in your creative work. Okay? Has no impact in any way. So that's why I'm not even 100% saying, because a lot of people produce their movies and they didn't fly on Netflix. Okay? So I think it depends on how you push your movie, the grace, how it is accepted, and the connects where you push it to. I can't say this is the best or the other one. Because like I said, Netflix used to be, if you make your movie, they buy. But how many movies did they buy? How many producers, still the same people, the few people, they are not up to 10. They recognized and they were working with. So how many people produce their movies, push them, they didn't take them. It's not as if the movies were not up to standard. It's not as if they are not, anything was wrong with it. It was just because they were not from the people they recognized. And whatever it is, I don't know how it's going right now.
One more thing. When you write stories, do you do a bit of research, especially when you're writing about a particular culture, value?
Yes.
Then how do you also balance fiction?
Yeah, you know, like I said, sometimes when you get some real stories, you put fiction to expand it, to make it more interesting, you know, because some stories, some issues are so heartbreaking that if you just put it out there, people will just look at it and cover. In fact, you need to put viewers' discretion and all that, so nobody wants to make that kind of movie. So sometimes you put reality and fiction together and get a good story. Sometimes it's just fiction, but you definitely would do research. Why won't you research on a story? What are you going to write? What story are you going to tell? Those days I used to go when the North was at school, when I did something on AIDS, you know, a small sketch movies I was doing on AIDS. Then I went to Daura and I saw something that really, you know, motivated me and was, you know, very huge, that some NGOs were partnering with me, because I just went, I saw them doing tribal mark, and they were just lined up on a queue. It was the same knife, and it was a knife. If you end, they will just give you your own, you go, the same knife. And AIDS campaign was on ground. So it was, you know, it was just, you know, part of the research. I spent about 2 weeks there, did videos, and I came back. So there's no way you can put up a story without research. Yeah,
okay, so I like the fact that you carry out research to help your movie to be different from what many people are putting out there, because we have seen movies almost same storyline, maybe just a touch of, maybe just little.
Have you seen what? Okay, you can't see footage, but have you seen the trailer?
Yes, I have. I have. So there is a whole lot of difference. But I would like to ask, first, before I ask my question, if you're a member of AGN.
Yes.
Good. So what is AGN doing to the number of movies or substandard movies that are coming into the market on daily basis? Because there is a lot in the market. Some of them are not things that, okay, maybe they are supposed to be family rated, but it's not something that you would want your child to watch anymore. Is there something that AGN
on African Magic or YouTube? Mind you, YouTube cannot be vetted.
Exactly.
But all the movies that comes out, maybe on Netflix, maybe on, not even Netflix, maybe cinemas, on TV, they are vetted by Censors Board.
Okay.
National Film and Video Censors Board. They vet your movie. Your movie cannot go out without being vetted. Now, let me come to the question about AGN.
Yes.
I'm not very active when it comes to AGN. I'm very active when it comes to Producers Association, Voiceover Association, you know. So, But I know Emeka Rollers, who is the national president, is my person. I know he's been working so hard. But now, let me tell you something. People don't like hearing this, but it's the truth. We are self-made. You understand?
True.
You can't you cannot totally control somebody who owns his or her thing, struggled for his or her thing, helped him or herself. You know, there's limits to the law and restriction you can put to that person. You understand? If we were like in America, you know, Asia, India, you know, where they have grants, people just every year they disburse grants to, they have lists of producers. The government can, you know, enact laws, you know, rules and regulations. People will just, and you won't cry foul because you know that, you know, there's a place the money is coming from. You don't need to kill yourself to pay back and all that. It's a grant to support your creativity. And then you work and, you know, but when you need, somebody gives you 50 million to go and do a movie and they're telling you, don't do this, don't do that. Even the person that wants to tell you will not have the guts to even tell you, don't do this, don't do that. But I'm not saying that we don't have that sense of decency to have put limits. And the associations are doing, we have guild of associations. You understand? Guild that, you know, an umbrella body that controls. And Nollywood has different associations. We have AVOA, we have AGN, we have DGN, we have AMP, we have many of them, you know, cinematographers, they have the association, the makeup artists, we have different guilds. So they all have all their constitutions. We have constitutions guiding what we are doing. But like I said, it's men, humans that makes the constitution.
Yes.
You can't just kill people.
Yes,
you know
I wanted to ask about government involvement in Nollywood.
Don't ask me that one.
Okay, so let me stay away from that. Yeah, I like the fact that you made it clear.
No, ask me that one because
but we can ask.
If you ask me, I should answer you.
Yes, that's
answer you.
Yes.
I will not say that.
They're doing enough.
No, the government is not doing enough because I think it's Nigerian factor. It's man no man. If you know people in the government, you get in. If you don't know people, go and struggle your thing.
I was in a summit, was it a few months ago, where the director of video and film sensors was Dr. Shaibu Hussaini.
He's my person.
Good. Where he was talking about grants that will be given. I think the first phase has been disbursed. That the second phase will
I
come
didn't
up.
hear about it. I'm going to
Exactly.
I'll call Shaibu today. You must give me that money.
That was his emphasis. He said most times this information, they come out and people don't tend to hear about it, and we think that the government is actually not doing it.
So why is it not campaigned?
No, it's
why
out
is it
there.
not advertised?
It's out
because
there.
if anything, I'm on all the platforms. If anything is advertised, I will know. Shoaib is personally my person. We are in the national troop camp together. We lived together for years. So he's a brother. So, and he's one person. When he became the DG, I was very, very happy because at least he's at home. He has been in the system. He knows he has been here with us. So there he is now. So I was very, very happy. And I know he's working.
Yes.
Probably people like him will change the narratives.
Yes.
All right, so now, having worked with NGOs, what's it like working with NGOs? And, you know, have you helped them, collaborate and also bring out some certain social issues? Because they are also there, they are on the field, experiencing certain, things that are happening.
Yeah, I've worked with a couple of NGOs, still working with them, because on my show, Heart Nurse, my radio show that is running right now on Ego FM, I have a couple of NGOs, but the challenge has always been funding. They too, they are crying foul. Because they source for funds.
Yes.
So it's the same chain reaction. It has always been, funding constraints here and there, So the job is enormous. The things we need to do are so many, so enormous that the funding is not there. So they are crying for a lot of times. You just, start up a project with them. At the end, when it comes to the point of funding, you just see that they are not forthcoming. They are lacking, and they keep crying. No money, no funding, no this. Sometimes the project dies. Sometimes they cut it down, below the standard, as it was initiated. So, for me, it's a chain reaction. Still, the funding issue that the industry has always suffered.
All right. So now, talking about driving social change and all that, are there specific areas or topics that you don't want to talk about, or no boundaries?
No boundaries.
You feel
No boundaries. Why? anything that will make impact.
I'm talking about social, whether social, cultural, political, anything.
Political, maybe, no. Okay. Maybe political, no. I run away from anything politics.
Okay. Okay, so you have been on radio. You're producing movies. You've been doing voiceover. Now, you've not thought of radio drama.
I do radio. I've done a couple of radio drama. I'm working on one now.
I like that. Why is radio drama not being promoted in Nigeria?
You see the same funding. I'm working on one now.
Funding?
There's one I'm working on now on health, family health, on family health. You don't want to know what I've been through. You don't want to know what I've been through.
I'm really interested.
Maybe you come and act one role there. Because it's actually on family health.
Okay.
Because recently on my show, I began to note, because my show is a love relationship show. But it's not like all those kissing, loving relationship. We are talking about family values. When we talk about love and relationship on my show, we talk about family values, what it takes to be in a proper relationship, nurture it, and it will now, metamorphose into a family life for better society. That is what my show is all about. And I have segments of, this health segment, proudly sponsored by Leadway, So in the process of running the show, I've seen that a lot of people are not well physically, not mentally, not, physically. People are sick. Yeah. People, high blood pressure here, diabetes here, all manners of ailments, people are sick. So, and a lot of times you discover that people don't even manage their health at all, at all, from the beginning until it degenerates into something else. So that inspired me for this radio drama. I've been, a couple of health organizations, we are still talking.
Okay, before Lumide takes you, one of our viewers just sent a question to you. Okay. I said, where is the place of Indian filmmakers, that is independent filmmakers? Where is their place in Nollywood right now?
Is it Indians?
No, independent filmmakers.
Okay.
How are they being treated right now? What
people like us now?
For them?
People like us. I'm telling you that we are self-made. We keep pushing.
Is there hope?
There's hope. Because it's getting better. It's getting better. You need to see my last movie. The quality is mad. My last movie, Green Card, is not out. The quality is mad. It features Zubi Michael, Ife Henry, Steph Nora, and all the rest. There's hope. You know why? Because even the, should I say, the business people, the investors, they are seeing the impact. They are seeing the revenue generation, the way it's growing. Like now, people just make movies, put it on YouTube, and make money without struggling, without looking for promoters, without looking for even the distributors I talk about. And they make money. So platforms are emerging for people to make money. So there's hope. There's hope. There's hope. Yeah.
All right. So what role do you think private companies or investors can play in helping creatives tell their stories
if
better?
private companies, multinationals, and, yes, private companies, and government will just cut off man, no man, and look at potential, it will be better. Yeah, it will be better. But you see, Nigerian factor, I keep saying it, man, no man, is what is killing everything. Because a lot of people have quality content, quality things that could, help, like we are talking, social change, cultural values and all that, but no help. They will go, even to see the person go myself. You will sit there and your bonbon will roast and you go home. But
I think you should write a story and you should produce a film titled Man No Man.
They tell you. I'm telling you. Yes. So that is what is killing the whole thing, because you want a multinational to do something. Let me not talk.
Okay, Green Card. When is it coming out?
Soon.
How soon? Because I believe our viewers are expecting. After seeing voting, people really want to see what Green Card.
Green Card is quite interesting. Green Card is still about the kind of quest, young people's quest to make money, to survive what they do, trample on people do all kinds of things. Even this guy did all sorts to his wife just because he met someone he feels would help him survive, you know, introduce him to her father, who is a mayor, and it was all lies. He had already messed up everything for himself before he could find out that this person actually came for revenge.
Okay, so I know Louis don't want to wrap up this segment, but I want to ask, you as a person, how many people have you been able to maybe to help come into the industry and they are doing well for themselves instead of looking for a job or looking for someone who would put food on their tables? You've been able to bring some people from the street, and this job is putting food on their tables. How many people have you been able to do? And how are you doing it?
I can't even count them. If you understand Yoruba, they call me Eleru. I have them. They are enormous, and they work with me. One thing about me is that all the people that has been with me has always been with me.
Yeah.
They have always worked with me. They have always been with me. And God helping us, we are doing, you know, a lot, trying to, you know, progress and make impact out there. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Ngozi NG Label Ogbonna, for your insight. Thank you for also joining Just Africa. We do hope that when Voltage is out and other films, we'll invite you again to come and tell us the experience, the profit you made. Share it with us. I sure will. I promise to. Definitely. Yes, we have been discussing using African culture and storytelling to drive social change with Ngozi NG Label Ogbonna, a voice artist, actor, producer, media personality, advocate for creative integrity. We'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll continue with the second segment of Just Africa. Stay tuned.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Welcome to the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. ADSC is an organization focused on training and research to advance sustainable development and growth in Africa. We exist to facilitate customized training, research, and study exchanges worldwide on leadership, management, and critical development issues. The center offers a platform for the exchange of ideas and best practices. Our comprehensive services encompass research, consultancy, capacity building, training, and education programs, as well as publishing and disseminating development-related knowledge. Our faculty consists of experts and researchers with extensive experience in policy formulation, implementation techniques, and monitoring and evaluation. Our methodology involves talks, individual and group exercises, games, video screenings, and discussion seminar sessions in a cozy atmosphere, making learning enjoyable for our participants. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website at www.adstudiecenter.com to learn more about our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Worldwide to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekbetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State, on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with the Daily Service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as Executive Governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, SOUQ Enlightenment. Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an Armed Forces Remembrance Cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of lock-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge, ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Markets, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Iluegbunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer, he was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
Traffic regulations are practices put in place in both developed and underdeveloped countries. They are designed to ensure the safety of all road users, reduce accidents, and promote orderly movement. Either you are a driver or a passenger, every road user is required to understand and follow these laws. Under obligations, drivers must possess a valid driver's license issued by the authorized body. In Nigeria, this is the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC.
Individual, like I've just said, most Nigerians, as we know, celebrate their date of birth. And as such, when you obtain a driver's license, says for 3 years or 5 years, you already know if you do it today, in the next 5 years, when you'll be celebrating your birthday, you are already aware that your license is due for renewal. You don't have to even wait until that date. By law, a month to that date, you should start processing the renewal of the driver's license.
While other countries have their respective designated authorities, vehicles must also be properly registered and insured, with up-to-date documentation readily available when requested by law enforcement officers. Mandatory rules include observing speed limits, which vary depending on the road type. In cities, the limit is 50 km per hour, increasing to 80 km per hour on highways and 100 km per hour on expressways. Before hitting the road, seat belts are mandatory for both drivers and front seat passengers. Also, all traffic signs, signals, and road markings must be obeyed. Drivers must remember that using a mobile phone while driving is a punishable offense unless assisted by a hands-free device. Drunk driving is illegal, with penalties ranging from fines and license suspension to imprisonment. For passengers, wearing seatbelts is essential, and distracting the driver should be avoided at all costs. In public transport, any reckless driving should be reported to the authorities, and pedestrians, on the other hand, must also cross at designated pedestrian crossings, zebra crossings, or pedestrian bridges where available. They should follow pedestrian traffic lights and only cross when the signal indicates it is safe. Looking left, right, and left again before stepping onto the road is crucial and should avoid running while crossing. Making eye contact with approaching vehicles ensures they see you before you proceed. By following traffic regulations, road users can prevent accidents, protect lives, and contribute to smoother transportation for everyone. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News Television.
Eko Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of I belong and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadiwe used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfa Towers, the Wings and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The Eko Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters headquarters to the 10 square kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into Eko City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there, developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arkaland Property Investment and Oak Homes are also in the city, developing A&A Towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, Eco Pearl with Champagne Tower and Eco Pearl Black Tower, Amni Towers and Ani International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes spread between 2 towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets, and other facilities. It is designed to employ modern technology to achieve smart living and high standards. Eko Atlantic is an exclusive luxury city with superior infrastructure that appeals to the kind of investors we have seen in the city so far. Nigeria leather industry has a storied history, particularly in the northern parts of the country where the art of leather farming and crafting has been perfected over centuries. Traditionally, leather was used primarily for functional items like sandals, bags, and saddles, with little emphasis on fashion. However, the narrative has changed drastically in recent years as Nigerian leather has evolved from a utilitarian product to a symbol of luxury and high fashion. Here is a special report by Bayo Olaoye. The turning point for Nigerian leather came as local designers began to recognize its potential beyond traditional uses. They started to experiment with new designs, creating products that appeal to the modern consumer while maintaining the heritage of craftsmanship. The result has been a wave of leather products that are not only functional, but also stylish and desirable on the global stage. One of the key factors driving the revolution is the exceptional quality of Nigerian leather. Known for its durability and unique texture, Nigerian leather, particularly from goats and cattle, has become highly sought after by fashion houses both within and outside Africa. This demand has encouraged local artisans to up their game, focusing on quality control and finishing techniques to meet international standards. Moreover, Nigerian leather products have benefited from the global trend towards sustainable and ethically produced goods. Consumers are increasingly turning away from massively produced items in favor of the handcrafted sustainable alternatives. Nigerian leather made using traditional methods with minimal environmental impact fits perfectly into this narrative. This has opened up markets for Nigerian leather goods, particularly in Europe and North America. where there is a growing appreciation for products with a story and a conscience. The rise of Nigerian leather on the fashion scene is also closely tied to the country's booming creative industry. Fashion designers, many of whom had gained international recognition, are incorporating leather into their collections and innovative ways, from sleek handbags and bespoke shoes to stylish jackets and accessories. The Nigerian leather is becoming a staple in high fashion. This trend is not only boosting the profile of Nigerian fashion, but also creating new opportunities for economic growth. The leather industry, once dominated by small-scale craftsmen, is now attracting significant investment. Entrepreneurs are setting up modern tannery and workshops, creating jobs and fostering skills development in the process. This industrialization of leather products is helping to formalize what was once an informal sector, leading to better working conditions and high incomes for artisans. However, the success of Nigerian leather market did not emerge without challenges. The industry still faces issues related to infrastructure, access to finance, and competition from imported goods. Additionally, there is the need for more investment in technology and innovation to further enhance the quality of leather products and make them more competitive in the global market. Despite these challenges, the future of Nigerian leather products looks bright. There is a growing recognition of the value of locally produced leather goods, both within Nigeria and globally. This is evident in the increasing number of fashion shows and trade fairs dedicated to promoting Nigerian leather products, as well as the rising demand from international buyers. The evolution of Nigerian leather from a utilitarian material to a symbol of high fashion is a testament to the creativity and resilience of the Nigerian artisans. It reflects the broader trend in the global fashion industry towards sustainability and craftsmanship. As the world continues to embrace African fashion, Nigerian leather is poised to become a major player on the international stage, offering a unique blend of tradition, quality, and style. This is just the beginning of what promises to be an exciting new chapter for Nigerian leather.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Cashcraft. I am Grace Komolafe. Today I have for you something that really looks ordinary, but it's more than how some people perceive it. This isn't just news, it's a wake-up call, a signal, especially if you live in or near Kayama, Kwara State, or you have any connection to the north-central zone of Nigeria. According to reports, the Kwara State shea butter factory in Kayama is projected to create 10,000 direct and indirect jobs, officially confirmed by the Commissioner for Agriculture and Rural Development, Dr. Hafiz Alawi. Now, this news isn't meant to bore you. It's a flashlight revealing something you need to tap into. Don't sleep on shea butter, and you ask me why. That's because this is not just a skincare ingredient. It is a multi-million-dollar global commodity, and it starts from the word shea 3. Shea butter is a natural fat extracted from the nut of the African shea 3, Vitellaria paradoxa, native to the savanna belt of West Africa. It's rich in vitamins A and E, packed with essential fatty acids, and used in skincare and cosmetics, cream, balms, soaps, hair products, pharmaceuticals, chocolate industry as cocoa butter substitute. From Africa to America, France to Japan, shea butter is in demand. A metric ton of raw shea butters can fetch around 350,000 to 500,000 naira, depending on quality and volume. Processed butter can go for about 2,500 to 4,000 naira per kilo locally, and higher when exported. In global markets, refined organic shea butter is gold, trading at $4 to $10 per pound, depending on certification. Nigeria is the world's largest producer of shea nuts, yet we are not making nearly enough from it yet. Are you still thinking it's a job not fit for you? Perhaps that's right. Yeah, but here is the reality. Anyone can go into this, male or female, young or old, educated or not. It's not about the job title, it's about your operational model. Now let's take a look at ways to tap into the shea butter business. 1. Shea nut collection and selling. If you live near wild shea trees, you can gather and sell nuts in bulk to processors or exporters. 2. Local processing and packaging. With basic training and equipment, you can extract and sell raw shea butter to traders, beauty salons, or markets. 3. Skincare line startup. Infuse shea butter into soaps, body butters, hair food, lip balms, brand it, sell online or offline. Let's go to 4. If you are thinking export, then join cooperatives or secure necessary certifications like NOP Organic, Fair Trade, or EcoSat to export high-value shea butter. Now we move to 5. Value chain services. Offer drying, logistics, aggregation, quality testing, or training services in rural communities. If you are in Kwara and ignoring this, then you are sleeping on what could become your ticket out of poverty or your ladder to wealth. Kayama is becoming a hub, and the government is backing it with infrastructure and policy support. So why miss out? While this is not a professional advice, remember to do these things to get started. 1. Join a shea producer cooperative. Example, National Shea Products Association of Nigeria. You can search for a whole lot of them. Attend local trainings, workshops, often supported by NGOs and donor agencies. Start small. Even with 50,000 to 100,000 naira, you can begin processing locally, packaging neatly, label professionally, even if you're selling on Instagram. Now, research export guides from NEPC, Nigerian Export Promotion Council. The Kayama Shea Butter Factory is only one part of the story. You are the next chapter. Don't let ignorance or pride rob you of this golden opportunity. Whether it's as a collector, a processor, or a brand owner, shea butter is calling. Will you answer? That's it on Cashcraft, where we turn everyday ideas into smart business moves. I am Grace Komolafe, helping you start up your day and making it count. Bye.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Kame.
Welcome back to Just Africa, the program where we explore bold ideas shaping the continent's growth and its place in the world. Now, the 9th edition of the Future Investment Initiative, FII9, tagged The Key to Prosperity, Unlocking New Frontiers of Growth, is holding from October 27th to 30th, 2025 in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and brings together the world's most influential leaders to forge the key global prosperity, unlocking new solutions and pathways forward. Now, FII9 showcases a unique assembly of global investors, visionary leaders, and pioneering minds that translate thoughtful debate and long-term vision into collaborative actions with the following roadmap. To shed more light on this initiative, we have a special guest that we will be bringing in shortly after this break. So we'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll bring in our guest. Stay tuned.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching.
All right, we have a special guest. His name is Patrick Basham. He is the Director, Democracy Institute. Welcome, Patrick Basham. Glad to have you.
Thank you so much for having me on. Pleasure to be with you.
Yes, and congratulations on the new on this initiative program that you are in. Now, so to begin with, could you give us a sense of what Future Investment Initiative is? That's FII9. It's all about, and why has it become such a key event in shaping global investment agenda?
Sure. This is the 9th annual edition. It's an initiative begun by the Saudi Arabian government. The idea was exclusively to make Saudi investment in Saudi Arabia more attractive, to make people aware around the world that Saudi Arabia was sort of opening itself up to the world, and there was a lot of new things going on economically, financially, business-wise, but also culturally and politically. And what has happened over the years is that more and more people from around the world, investors especially, but not exclusively, have been drawn here to Riyadh for this annual event as it has gained momentum. And what is known colloquially as Davos in the desert has really, I think, for a couple of years now at least, begun to outpace Davos in the Alps, the World Economic Forum annual meetings in January. And I think the reason for that is that Davos, the World Economic Forum style, is very top-down. It's very much about the people who run the world, or at least think they should run the world, telling the rest of us how things should be, why things the way they are, and how we should sort of keep quiet and get on with it. Whereas the Future Investment Initiative has always been, and I think increasingly is so, about a more interactive, more inclusive approach. So it's not just policymakers talking to people, it's not just bureaucrats talking to people. It's principally business people, investors, tech people, along with policymakers, along with administrators, interacting, discussing, debating, interacting with the audience, where everyone, potentially has a voice. Everyone has a sort of seat at the table, a place in the room, an opportunity to listen and to be heard. And it's about, again, I think this is the striking contrast with Davos in the Alps, is that Davos here in the desert is really about finding pragmatic prescriptions and solutions. It's not about, we know the answers to everything, and we've got this idealistic or philosophical notion of the way direction the world should be in, and you must follow us. It's more, let's figure out together how we can minimize some of the problems that we all recognize globally, and also what are the potential solutions that perhaps, or in fact often are, driven by technology and innovation. So there's always been a tremendous emphasis on the innovative entrepreneurial elements of the marketplace and of capitalism. And that, of course, means that many of the attendees here skew quite young, relatively speaking. So many sort of young tech types who have something to offer, have a lot to offer, both already in terms of experience, but also in terms of attitude and their worldview. So it's a very eclectic mix of people and industries and companies and organizations, and it is truly a global enterprise with a global audience. And there's a particular effort over the last couple of years to include more and more African delegates and also more and more African leaders who tend to, these days, receive quite prominent speaking positions, etc., in the plenary sessions.
All right, so I was coming to Africa. So when discussions like FII9 focus on the future of investment and prosperity, how prominently does Africa feature in those conversations?
Well, sort of broadly generalizing, Africa certainly features more than it did, and it features quite a bit. I mean, I'll give you one example. Just earlier this afternoon, there was an entire session devoted to the question of whether foreign investment is moving away from the West to the East, but also the global South, and obviously Africa. And that question was raised because many of the influential people here, many of the investors here, are deciding that, for a variety of reasons, that Western investment isn't necessarily where they want to continue putting all, or at least some, or certainly not all of their investment chips, as it were. And so people are arguing that the push for more sophisticated infrastructure, digital innovation, issues like those are actually they are making it more advantageous if you are non-Western, because of some of the developments that have been made in some non-Western parts of the world. And of course, Africa, there's no reason why Africa cannot be part of that discussion, and in certain sectors, in certain ways, is already. So in a nutshell, Africa is increasingly part of the discussion in terms of investment flows. And of course, the very fact that there is a non-Western investment discussion is a strong signal of that. But there are specific panels and specific sessions and specific discussions which are either exclusively about African issues or they lend themselves to them very well. And so Africa is correctly and importantly a major part of the conversation now here in Riyadh.
Okay, thank you very much. So I want to ask, what's, from your perspective and from the conversations that have taken place or that are still taking place right now, what are those barriers that are hindering Africa from benefiting or from attracting investors to come down here to Africa to invest?
Well, I think as a general statement, for many investors, there's sort of fear of the unknown. And you could say that applies to one or two other continents as well, but I think probably particularly to Africa. But when you sort of, when people kind of push through that, as many investors hopefully have the sort of the courage to do so, then they run into, from their point of view, they run into some of the sort of traditional roadblocks that are not exclusive to Africa by any means, but they tend to be either more prominent in Africa or more thought of to be more prominent. And that's everything from perhaps inadequate infrastructure, from a Western investment point of view, an inadequately educated, comparatively unskilled labor pool, although the labor pool is obviously large, expanding, young, etc., which those things are attractive. And then you have an issue of governance. There's a concern, as a general statement, that corruption is maybe something you're going to run up against if you invest in Africa, that you may not be able to perhaps trust the judicial system, the legal protections. What are the, are there sufficient protections for your property? What are the property rights protections in place? And will they be adhered to? How transparent is that judicial system? And the regulatory system, is it appropriate that it makes sure that people investing don't do sort of bad things? Does it protect Africans and it protect employees, or is it more of a hindrance to investment because it puts up so much, so it sort of wraps them in so much bureaucratic red tape that it's almost impossible to do business? Are the taxes too high? That's often a concern. That how are we going to make a profit if we have to give so much of it to the government in country X or Y? So it's those. I mean, that's not the whole list, obviously, but that's many of the concerns that I think that most of the people here have who are or who might look at Africa as a potential destination.
All right, thank you very much. So how can, with all this that you've stated, all these hindrances, how can African government and businesses better position themselves to benefit from the global investment momentum championed, by initiatives like this?
Well, the good news is, of course, that Africa isn't actually a monolith, right? Many countries, each one competing individually for foreign investment, or should be. And that means that African country, or those African countries that take heed of those hindrances and challenges for foreign investment and act upon them, right? The good news is that with the exception of the threat of American or reality of American tariffs, depending on which African country you're referring to, those challenges and hindrances are almost exclusively made in Africa, right? So that means the solutions are made in Africa. So policy changes are a huge way in which your average African country can make a difference, right? Bottom line is by running your country better in terms of governance, and by operating and encouraging and fostering a better economic climate. These things are going to be good for your domestic population, your citizens, your voters. But the win-win is that those things are the very things that will make your country more attractive to foreign investors, right? So the answers in the palm of your average African country's government's hands is whether, not to advocate for palm reading, but if they can read their palm well enough, insightfully enough, they can see what the solutions are. Now, of course, once you've begun on this upward trajectory in a policy sense, in the governance sense, because that's only part of it. It's necessary, but it's not sufficient, because what you need to do then is you actually then need to sell that to the world, obviously. So you have to build a narrative, a storyline around what you're doing and why you're doing it and how things are getting better and more attractive to investors. And you have to do that in a way that not simply gets you in front of investors, as one would be, for example, if said African government was speaking here in Riyadh at this event, but you also have to outcompete, outmuscle, outsell your neighbor or your neighbor's neighbor, those other countries that you're competing with for those, there's a lot of foreign investment dollars, et cetera, out there, but it is obviously a finite amount in any given year. So you have to do a better job in your own country and do a better job of selling what you're doing.
Yeah, thank you very much. Excuse me. Looking ahead, how do you see Africa shaping the narrative, the prosperity narrative on the global stage in the next decade?
Well, it's really, in a nutshell, it's about those two things. It's about making concerted, tangible change domestically, and then taking that change to the international stage. Now, obviously, for an individual country, particularly a small African country, that's going to be that much harder, because the resource, particularly on the selling, marketing, narrative side, because the resources are going to be far more limited than with a larger African country. However, if if a sort of critical mass of African countries working independently but pushing in the same direction are able to recognize that, for example, a sort of informal, maybe an informal marketing alliance between them could make sense if they pool their marketing resources and their marketing talents and ingenuity and entrepreneurial spirit, that they perhaps can make a push for West Africa or East Africa, or what regionally, for example, or perhaps a more sort of not apparently random, but not necessarily so, set of countries who can make a more of a splash internationally. I mean, there's all kinds of ways this could be done, but obviously it's not done overnight. First of all, you've got to start improving the situation domestically, and these marketing campaigns are not to be rushed if the money is not to be wasted and they're to be successful. But the best time to start is yesterday. Yesterday's gone, so let's start today. And at worst case, let's start tomorrow, because there's so much potential in Africa, obviously. But too much of it is unrealized.
All right. Thank you very much, Patrick Basham, for your insights. And thank you for joining us on Just Africa.
My great pleasure. Thank you.
All right. You're welcome. Yes, so we have been discussing on the 9th edition of the Future Investment Initiative, FII-9, holding from October 27th to 30th, 2025 in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. FII-9 showcases a unique assembly of global investors, visionary leaders, and pioneering minds that translate thoughtful debate and long-term vision into collaborative action with the following roadmap. Now, this is where we round up today's edition of Just Africa. We'd like to thank our two guests on Just Africa today, that is Ngozi N.G. Labelle Ogbonna and, of course, Patrick Basham. This has been an impactful edition, I must say. It has been an impactful discussion. And from here on, I am Olumide Shokoya.
And I am Omevi Idolo. Many thanks for joining us today.
Nigerian National Medicine Development Agency, NNMDA, was created in 1997 and backed by Act 2019 to enable the federal government of Nigeria through Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation actualize its critical and strategic mandates to research, develop, document, preserve, conserve, and promote Nigeria's natural medicine, defined as indigenous medicine. 4 Director Generals had steered the affairs of the agency since its creation 28 years ago. A new vista, however, opened in the history of the existence of the agency when Martins Emeje, a distinguished pharmacist and professor of nanotechnology, was appointed as the 5th Director General and Chief Executive Officer in May 2023. Before taking on the mantle of leadership at the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje was the chair R&D at the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, with many feats on drug formulation and R&D results to his credit.
I deliberately applied for this job. There was advertisement. I applied. I wrote the exam. It was an online exam. Nobody saw anybody. And 1 hour exam online. When you submit your answer sheet, you have a copy of the answer sheet. So I have the copy of the answer that I submitted online that day. And that is my manifesto. So every month, I look at the answers that I submitted, and it guides me in the work that I do. As a researcher and proudly the first and only research fellow in Nigeria who is heading a research institute, I know exactly the problems of R&D in Nigeria, because nobody in Nigeria has or is currently heading a research institute, and he went through the rank and file from being a trainee researcher to an intern researcher, an NYSC researcher, and then a research professor. This is the background that I have.
Call him a round peg in a round hole, and you won't be wrong, as he hit the ground running, leaving a lot of innovations on his trail, achieving great strides in the areas of education, agriculture, and health, thereby raising the bar in R&D in natural medicine for the agency. From May 2023, when he was appointed, within just a few months, 4 oral solid dosage formulation products were unveiled.
My greatest moment actually happened on 8th of March 2024, when the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Naji, came to Lagos in the campus of NNMDA here to launch 4 oral solid dosage forms. It was not just the first time it was happening in NNMDA, the very first time it was happening in Nigeria. We decided that we will go for education as a major target, as a major KPI. And we went for it aggressively and got accreditation to start a 2-year national diploma in natural medicine. So this agency, for the first time in Nigeria, we now have a school of natural medicine. It's never been heard before. It happened in this administration within these 2 years. Within these 2 years too, because the country saw that we had made explosive advancement in this area, we got upgraded to what we call an awarding body for national skills acquisition in traditional medicine. One of the best medicinal gardens that you can find in Africa right now is in this country, owned by the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency, and we did this these 2 years. In fact, two of our products that is waiting for Mr. President launch was we got our raw materials from our Nasarawa State Farm in Karo. Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava in the world. Cassava. The only country that competes with Nigeria is Brazil. Yet, Nigeria does not have value-added cassava products. Yet, Nigeria imports starch to make pharmaceutical products. We made a presentation to the National Assembly, and the Senate of our National Assembly supported us. So we went into development of pharmaceutical grade starch. Today, we have pharmaceutical grade starch. In health itself, we have developed and submitted to NAFDAC about 23 different products. 23. And they are all at advanced stage of NAFDAC's regulatory assessment at this point. Now, 3 of such products plus 5 of what we did the previous years is available, and people, because we are a research institution not capacitated or competent by reason of mandate and skilling to do marketing, we do them. We do proof of concept and we wait for entrepreneurs of pharmaceutical industries, nutraceutical industries, food industries to come take them to the market, right? But we also owe, because, like I said, the huge component of the Renewed Hope agenda is that people should be attended to so that they know that they cannot lose their hope completely in their country. So in this environment, anybody who wants drug for hypertension, for malaria, for erectile dysfunction, for arthritis, for diabetes, for hepatitis, for about at least 8 different disease areas, they come to our pharmacy here to get the drugs.
The past 2 years, under the leadership of Professor Martins Emeje, has seen human capacity development like never before. A development that propelled the agency's researchers into breaking new ground.
This agency had never, in its almost 30 years of existence, had never participated in any local conference where researchers went with work they did in their own laboratory to go make competitive presentation. In our maiden outing in these 2 years, we won 2 awards. We went out for the first time and we got 2 awards. We took first position and we took third position. That is gold and bronze. When I came, I met researchers that have been here working for 15 years but with 1 degree. And I told them, you can't be a researcher with 1 degree. So I embarked on rigorous and aggressive drive to partner and collaborate with investors. So we went into that. Today, as I'm talking to you, we have at least 13 researchers and of the agency that are doing different postgraduate studies in different universities in Nigeria. I have a staff that was in Zimbabwe for 6 months. Now he has a master's in intellectual property. At least 7 of my staff have gone to India.
Quality assurance has been one of the top priorities of the NNMDA Director General, and the accreditation of the agency's laboratory and product development unit for pharmacy internship program by the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria a year ago. Under the watch of Professor Martins Emeje, the agency recently graduated its pioneer pharmacy interns.
I went into nanotechnology or nanosciences after PhD, and I had to go out of the country to train in this area for more than 4 years. So it's an area that I'm keen about. I'm one of the first people, if not the first, in Nigeria to have put in practice nanotechnology. What it has done to me as someone who studied Western pharmacy, which is more like macro study, it is that it has taught me how to manage resources, no matter how simple.
The last 2 years has seen NNMDA signing important memoranda of understanding with reputable academic institutions and other critical stakeholders in the areas of training and laboratory services to Nigerian universities. As part of its advocacy and public enlightenment drive, the agency brought together critical stakeholders in the nation's natural medicine space for a national dialogue on rethinking natural medicine aimed at galvanizing the needed support and political will.
I want the president of Nigeria to just be coming on television and saying that Simple natural medicine. No other thing. Natural medicine. Let's do our own. Let's do our own. Let him just be saying it. Anytime he's talking to press, let him say it. Because once people know that this is where the president is, this is where his mind is, this is what his body language is, they will start investing in natural medicine.
A turning point for the agency was the resolution of the National Assembly on Natural Medicine Gazette. The visit by the chairman, House Committee on Legislative Compliance, was a further demonstration of the renewed impetus.
We cannot have 160 million people subscribing to something, and then the remaining 40 million people, you now want to say that foreign medicine, what you call allopathic medicine, that is the superior to our natural medicine. No, it's not. So when the House of Representatives passed that resolution, I told myself, I have now achieved. So what I was thinking would take me 4 years to achieve, actually, we got it done in 2 years. And it's one of the, so our target has actually increased. The best place to actually functionalize or operationalize Renew Hope agenda, Mr. President, is in the health sector. It's in the health sector. And I always tell people, 2 things that if you have security in it, then you are safe. Food and medicine. Any intervention, any project that we do, that it is not about developing our own indigenous resources, is short-term. It's not sustainable. The only sustainable form of development is indigenous development. So anybody who wants to give me support now, I will just tell you what I want. For example, I want all my staff to live in this compound. If you go to other countries of the world, all these staff of the research institution, they live inside the compound.
Inspiring a new mindset among staff and attitude to work, for the NNMDA Director General, the task of achieving the mandate and the vision of the agency is work in progress.
Thank you so much. I think the bill is a good one for Nigeria. And I think that the bill will be a catalyst for business to thrive in Nigeria. So my position and my perspective to the bill would be that to be a very positive one for Nigeria going forward. If eventually the bill scales through the legislative processes and it have actually eventually become a law. So that would be my position. Thank you. Yeah, the bill will help business in different areas. Let me mention, for instance, the payee is part of cost for a business. It's part of staff cost. And for especially small businesses, which are the major backbone of the economy, the bill is proposing a reduction, that is proposing tax exemption for some category of lower staff cadre, which in essence is a cost reduction for businesses. So by that, it will help the business to thrive. Also, many people will come, by virtue of that, employ more people, which will bring a robust activity for the economy. And at the same time, there's some category of people that their tasks will also be reduced compared to what is currently in operation. So it is a positive atmosphere for business. And when you look at it from the perspective of VAT too, you also see that there's going to be zero tax on some product. There's also going to be a tax exempt on some products, especially for masses, people, low income earner. So some certain products they're going to be exemption. There's some certain product that's going to be zero tax related. So by that, it will bring a more robust business activity. So by it, and then it will have positive effect on business and economy in general. Yeah, the argument is important. It's very, very important. But when you look at it, fix the small business, it will encourage more small business. And also, even the 50 million turnover is not a small thing for business, though it is still small relatively to the economic activity. Then, but it is a plus, right? And again, for business that their activity are more than 50 million, then it's good that they should pay tax and contribute little as company income tax back to the economy. Now, if their taxes are used judiciously, then it will bring more infrastructure to the economy. Then there will be development in the country. Then we'll also be able to look at the advanced country. We envy them, we look at them that they are infrastructurals in places, then these things are not cheap. They are not cheap. So, but the main focus for now is that is in a positive trend. It's a positive trend. I encourage that the bill should be passed and the implementation then should be followed so that it will bring a positive effect to the economic generally and the business will thrive going forward. Well, I don't see disadvantage, but I see challenge. Okay. Yeah, one of the things is that naturally, human beings were adverse to change. So if something is bringing a change, especially when you want to take us out of a comfort zone, we may not want to willingly agree with it. But for me, I think the positive and the benefits outweigh whatever probably challenge or the disadvantage we may envisage. So I still strongly believe that the bill is in the right direction for us. Okay, I think from the angle of the value-added tax, what I would like to say in that area is that it will help the lower income earners because, like I mentioned earlier, that there's some products that's going to be zero rated, which means that there is not going to be tax VAT on them. There are some that are totally tax VAT exempted, so which means that, and these products, they are products that commonly they are everybody really, but more of a masses low income earner will not with the VAT that will have been paid on it will have been an impact on them, then it's taking off. So I think from that perspective is also a good and a welcome one. And it compared to what was proposed before, a general increase in the VAT rate across board. So this one is narrow it down to a particular area. So wherein it also exempt or puts zero rated on some product that are commonly used by the masses. So it's a positive direction. It's a good one. Yeah, Okay, one, from the tax perspective, one of the very good things about this bill is that it allows that you claim input fats. VAT is what you sell, what you buy. So the net effect of is what you remit. Then this bill also helps to claim some expenses which currently is not in operation. So it's a positive one. Then again, you mentioned the increase in the VAT going forward. Well, let's appreciate that the increase is going to be gradual. That's one. Then two, let's also remember that the VAT, some of these products, they are not going to be with VAT again. That with common people like me and you, transport, there's not going to be VAT on it. Rent, no VAT on it. Food item, no VAT on it any longer. And many more. Health, no VAT on it any longer. So you can see that the VAT is going to be increased gradually, but it's not across board. So those basic that we know is every day is already been taken care of. So I think it should give it to the people that work on this bill. Okay, thank you so much for that angle and the question. I want to say that Federal Inland Revenue Services, they are really trying. And I can tell you, there's no system that doesn't have its own challenge. For FRS, they are trying. And they are moving from those days of Alanok. Now we have tax promise. You can do your filing right from the comfort of your office. You don't need to visit their office except there is a challenge. Right? So they are doing well, but they are not yet at the best. So, and there is room for improvement. They are already deploying technology. So what they need to do is to scale up and up to the task. But currently, they are doing well. So they just need to improve. Yeah, well, it depends on the perspective you look at it. If is it shrinking? Yes, we have some companies, they are no more within the soul of the Nigerian. So in that case, their taxes is no more coming to us. But again, look at other businesses that are springing forth. So definitely those are coming to the tax net. And then again, there are some companies that are not, businesses that are not in tax net. So through the use of technologies by FRS, they're already bringing them to tax net. So the tax net is increasing. So the net effect of it, you can say, is increasing. Though we have some that are leaving the soul of Nigeria. So net effect of it, the tax net is increasing. Because we have people businesses that are coming to Nigeria, and we have people that are businesses that are already in Nigeria, but they are not in tax net, but they are already bringing them to tax net. So it's like they are looking at perspective of increasing the threshold from 25 million to 50 million, as the case may be. Yeah, so are they saying that government should also still be taxing 25 million threshold? So we should applaud the bill that give opportunity for businesses that their threshold is less than 50 million, as the case may be. So, but from that angle, if you are looking at it that the business is shrinking, I don't see from that angle. I see from the angle of if the business is doing well and you are not to pay tax, rent, then your business is becoming robust, then you exceed the 50 million threshold, then you also come back to the tax to be paid. So it is a way of giving boost to the business. And by the time the business is doing well beyond that threshold, then they'll be able to give back to the society. So it's a win-win situation. It's like giving a kind of relief to a business for them to thrive. And when they become better, doing well, then it's an encouragement to business, which they will also come to the net after that. So it's a good one. The chairman of the year.
The chairman.
SOUQ.
Yes. How would you assess his performance so far?
Yeah, I think Mr. SOUQ is a reformer. Yes. Looking at the step he has taken after assuming the office, and I also see that he's somebody that is listening. He has a close relationship with the former chairman of FRS. Probably he has learned some of things from him, challenges that he faced when he was there. So I think he's helping the current chairman. And if you look at the revenue they are getting, they are meeting up with the target. And at the same time, if you look at the staff, I don't see much of issues, challenges within them. So those are the indices that you can look at from the performance of a leader. Look at the staff that is leading, look at the target, the businesses also, are they fairly? So I think he's doing well, but he can do better.
Interest in Nigeria's lithium reserves comes as countries worldwide scramble to secure supplies of the mineral which is essential for powering the green energy revolution. In this special report by Bayo Olaoye, the need to harness this resource for growth and development is examined, with the evolution of electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems. Lithium is a key component in the production of batteries for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems, and Nigeria is positioning itself to become a major player in the global lithium market. Nigeria's vast lithium reserves, valued over $34 billion, is no doubt attracting world attention, while lithium factories are springing up in different parts of Nigeria already. The attention of the international mining industry is also focused on lithium because it is critical raw material for the production of solar panels and electric vehicles. Analysts predict that global lithium market could grow robustly over the next decade, driven by the rapid adoption of electric vehicles and renewable energy technologies. Data from a global future market insight showed that the lithium mining industry has emerged as a cornerstone of the clean energy transition, driven by the skyrocketing demand for lithium-ion batteries. The surge in lithium demand is driven largely by the electric vehicles market, which accounted for over 70% of the global lithium consumption in 2024, according to an Iranian-based research firm. With countries such as the United States, China, and members of the European Union pushing for next zero emission by mid-century, lithium demand is expected to escalate further. The federal government, indeed, the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, should intensify efforts geared at renewing and resuscitating the viable lithium industry in the country to its full potential. As Nigeria diversifies its economy into other sectors, the lithium industry offers hope and expectation that this sector would earn more revenue for the country. Nigeria should not just watch with folded arms, but must strive with the political will to develop and strengthen the country's vast lithium reserves.
My name is Muiba Wonu Folami, an indigenous of Lagos State, Ikorodu, to be specific. I was born in Lagos 86 years ago, and to the glory of God, I'm still alive and well, and trying to be a relative in the cause of women. I attended primary school. I started at Ansarudin Alakuru School. From there to CMS Girls School, and then Queen's College, Lagos. From Queen's College, I went to the Portsmouth College of Technology for my A-levels, and then University of London for my first degree in law. The same university for my master's degree in law. I had, between obtaining my master's and my first degree, I was in Nigeria to do the mandatory law school course. I was one of the last people to do a 3-month course before it was changed to 1 year. And then went back to England for my master's. And from there to lecture at the University of Zambia. Back to Nigeria, I was appointed by Dr. Taslim Elias, the CJ of Nigeria, to the Commission for Advanced Notice to Lawyers of Developments in Law. It was a commission funded by the Ford Foundation to keep lawyers abreast of the developments in law. I was a director there. Then from there, I was admitted to the Federal Ministry of Justice. After being legal advisor to many ministries, I ended up as the Director of Public Prosecutions for the Federation. And after that, whilst I was the Director of DPP, I was appointed Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Lagos State. After retirement, I've been involved in social work, in religion. I've always had religion, but I spend more time on religion. I read, I watch telly, and I live a good life to the glory of God. You see, when you begin to think that it was not until 2007 that women started to get equal pay in tennis tournaments. And it was something that was fought for. Little things like that does not add to equality. But when it was done, it may be small, but at work, even at work in employment, women are still discriminated against. And most women do two jobs. They look after the home, and they do the normal work that a man does in an office. Why I fail to understand this inequality in the treatment of women is that the work, the responsibilities in the workplace is not reduced for women, even though we do not want to be paid the same salary as men. It's a fight that has continued, and in that area, I think we need to do more to push for more recognition. Women have contributed immensely to the society. The men that are now resisting equal pay were brought up by women. Exactly. That's what I do not understand, that they can think like that. We continue to push.
But how can we speed this up?
By bringing it to the attention of world powers, recognition by every country of equal opportunities, equal pay. I want to know, I want somebody to explain to me the jobs that women cannot do.
Yeah.
They've contributed immensely. Even in the new thing, IT, we're at par with men. So I do not see the reason for it. Unfortunately, I did not experience it, because when I left university, I practiced law briefly in my uncle's chambers before I went to University of Zambia as a lecturer. There, my position was enhanced in the sense that I was a foreigner, and I got all the benefits of being a foreigner, serving in their service. Fortunately, in Nigeria today, the federal government does not discriminate in terms of salaries. Whether you're a man or a woman, you get the same salary scale, and you are promoted on equal basis. Kudos to the federal government, to Nigeria for that. But in the private sector, things are different. In some companies, this is the areas that we have to work on, because the job content is the same. Some of these facilities are available in Nigeria. I learned by being a member of the Society for the Disabled that every government body must admit a certain percentage of women and of disabled people. So most times this opportunity is not taken. They are bound to employ them. We continue to push for that to be implemented in most ministries. It's important because it's there. You have to take a certain percentage of disabled people to work in government positions. It's important that we work to enforce that rule in our society. When it comes to discrimination, Nigeria is way ahead of some developed countries because we, through slavery, we faced discrimination right from the beginning. We now know how to resist it. But in my country, Nigeria, in the federal government, in the state government, there is no discrimination. It may happen in private organizations, but they must continue to push to let them understand that the job content is the same. Well, you see, traditionally, under our culture, women are in the other room. To borrow the quotation. Yeah. That's our society. That's our culture. It's going to take a long time to evolve. In my time, female education was not so-called popular. It's only the educated few that strove to send their children to school, their girl child to school. They end up trading with their mothers or going to market and getting married off early. But as education began to rise in our community, its value was seen by my parents and others of their contemporaries to educate the girl child. And I believe the society is benefiting from that. So we must continue to push for the education of women, of girls. I have thought that, when I read that, the certain state government has appointed look at our National Assembly, 4 women in the Senate. Isn't that shameful? And that is the society. We have to continue to push women up. Let these political parties know that we want women. Let us organize ourselves to continue to vote for women massively. I give kudos to our governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu. His cabinet women is well represented in his cabinet. And I enjoy that. I love him for that. And I continue to urge him to do more. He's done a lot. I think Lagos State has the largest representative of women in cabinet. First of all, they have to project themselves in their office space, their workspace. let everybody know that they are equal to the task. Let us organize. There's a lot of society groups and societies that cater for the interests of women. I believe now violence against women is reducing in the society because there are sanctions for such behavior. I must say that speaking to the organization in charge of violence against women, I was amused to learn that some men come there to complain and that they are also being violated and abused.
Yes, it's a two-way thing.
It's a two-way thing. So that is reducing our society. Education of the girl child is important. We have to let the locals know that education is important. Let them showcase to them the lives of those who have been educated and who are holding high positions. I'm glad that our president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has returned history to the classrooms. It's important. Let them know about people that have contributed to the development of our societies and country. It's important. Yes, it's education. It's education. Once people are educated and they know that there is nothing a man can do that a woman cannot do when it comes to the workplace. We have women engineers, miners, and also all of that. Give me a job specific that a woman cannot do, then I'll change my views. So the moment you begin to upgrade education, let government now continue to vote more for education. I don't believe we are doing enough. There is a UN convention, and I think Nigeria is part of that convention, that a certain amount of a nation's income should be devoted to education. I'm not sure whether Nigeria is complying with that. But some states are better than others. And we must, education, I believe in education of the girl child. Some states now are taking children, girls off the street. Walking is completely prohibited. Things like that will help. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, we are not advanced enough to use our votes to change things. We are still not voting for individuals. We are voting for parties, irrespective of performance. Education will help. And when we join other nations for the same purpose, we get results. Our organizations who are fighting for women in Nigeria should join worldwide organizations to showcase our own situation and learn. I believe that when you talk to others, you come back with ideas on how to improve things. So we must improve things by telling women in positions to continue to prove that they are more than up to the task. It will not come to us on a platter of gold. We must show by our actions and behavior that we are up to the task. Of course, some women are wrong in claiming equal rights to their husbands and they have. I completely abhor that behavior. Even though they are husband and wife, the man in my culture remains the head. You should be respected. You should be respected. It's only now the condition of living is so high that you join the two incomes together to run the house. In the past, it was the men that ran the house to pay for everything. Maybe some of these women are thinking that because they are contributing a quota to the development, that they have equal rights. Yes, they have equal rights on the upbringing of the children in their homes and everything. But respect is important. That will keep the home, and the children will learn and imbibe it into their own children too. Equal right does not, in my view, mean that you can be good, can not submit to your husband's wishes. Equal right means something differently. Respect comes out of it. It's important. I go out and I'm like appalled at the way women dress. There's a competition to show as much of your body, to do that much as your put as much of your body that you can. It's absolutely difficult. They're not women. They're no longer women. The exposure, things that if you did in my time, a member of the community will cover you with a cloth and send you home. Because community mattered at that time. You dare not misbehave outside your compound because this community is watching you and reprimanding you if you go wrong, if you behave badly outside. That is law. And that is why you see people, even their dressing, show disrespect to womanhood and to themselves and to the community. We must learn, teach our children etiquette of dressing, speech, how to think and speak in a decent manner. We don't have it anymore. We're losing it, and it's shameful because people are appreciating naked women on the streets. Both sides. If people dress badly and you tell them and ignore them, they won't try the next time. For instance, I believe nobody can dress to come to my house or to come to my party like a naked woman. I will turn her back. I will turn her back. So that's the type of thing that we should all do. Let the people doing this know that we do not appreciate things like this. When the society itself corrects it, we must correct it individually. We should, if their parents cannot correct it, we must, by ignoring them and not allowing them to come near us. Show our women that have contributed to the society. Yeah. Show them, showcase them, showcase them. Yeah. We have the first woman senior advocate of Nigeria. We have Okonjo. We have, in the UN. We have all sorts. We have what's this pharmaceutical woman? She's done so much. The younger ones are there. Little ones like Shadi Okoya is managing her husband's company and doing well. Let's encourage them. They are young. The young ones, they are working to improve the society. There's so many of them out there. We should showcase them. Let them know that we have women who are of top quality, intelligent, and well-behaved, and they dress well. Dressing well is dressing in a manner that is appealing to the eyes, not nakedness. That's my darling, this new CJN of Nigeria.
Okay.
Who do that? I did talk about Kikili. I mean, we're there. Female CJN.
Yeah.
And there are so many female chief judges all over the Federation. There are so many in the medical profession, in the engineering profession. We have pilots. So let them know that there is nothing that a woman cannot do. In IT, in everything, women are moving forward. We should showcase them. We should let their pictures be seen in our newspapers, in our news, in everything, to encourage young girls that you too can get there. If they don't see, and if they don't know the history of these women, how they got there, they too will not be inspired. We have to inspire the young people with the achievements of women achievers. Kekere rose from magistrate to right to the top. I admire her. She's well composed, well behaved. Some of these people, when they become something, they lose their heads. They start to, no, she's so respectful, well behaved, well dressed. I don't think she would allow herself or her children to come out naked. Never. So people like that, Okonjo well are the same. We have a lot.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
very good afternoon to you and welcome to the World News here on SOUQ News Television. We're reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. My name is Grace Komalafe. First, let's start with our top stories. Federal government unveils strategic plans to boost food supply and stabilize prices through expanded dry season farming. FIRS Chairman SOUQ Adedeji says ongoing tax reforms have transformed Nigeria's fiscal landscape through major amendments to finance. World Trade Organization calls for structural reform, says consensus rule among 166 members hampers progress on global trade deals. Trump signs rare earth supply deals with Japan, others to cut U.S. dependence on China and strengthening tech manufacturing. Premier League braces for mid-season disruption as top African players depart for 2025 AFCON in Morocco, running from December 21 to January 18, 2026. Thank you for joining us on the news this afternoon, and we give you the news in details. The federal government has outlined a strategic plan to boost food supply and stabilize prices following a consistent drop in food costs across Nigeria. Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Kyari, said on Monday that the plan includes scaling up dry season farming, improving fertilizer access, and strengthening coordination with states to enhance food production. This comes as the National Bureau of Statistics reported a drop in headline inflation to 18.02% in September 2025 from 20.12% in August, the sixth consecutive monthly decline since April. The minister attributed this trend to improved local harvest and targeted interventions to ease food supply pressures. A news agency of Nigeria NAM market survey in Lagos confirmed the trend, showing noticeable decline in rice prices. A 50 kg bag of local rice now sells for between 38,000 naira and 42,000 naira, down from highs of 55,000 naira in July. Kyari noted that ensuring long-term affordability of food remains a key priority for the Tinubu-led administration. The federal government has faulted state government for Nigeria's worsening urban sprawl, unregulated settlements, and ineffective city planning, blaming the failures to implement the urban and regional planning law more than 3 decades after its enactment. The Urban and Regional Planning Law, Decree 88 of 1992, now captured in 138 laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, was designed to ensure orderly development, yet many states have yet to domesticate or enforce its provisions, according to the Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Ahmed Musa Dangiwa. Speaking at the National Colloquium in Abuja, organized by the Nigerian Institute of Town Planners, Dangiwa said the lack of legislative adoption and political will at the sub-national levels has allowed informal settlements and disorganized urban growth to thrive unchecked. Nigeria may soon cut down its $2 billion annual rice import bill as the Senate Committee on Agricultural Production Services and Rural Development advanced deliberations on the Rice Council Development Bill. The proposed legislation is designed to boost local production and drive food self-sufficiency. Spearheaded by Senator Adamu Alero, the bill seeks to establish the Rice Development Council of Nigeria. The council would coordinate research, set production standards, support farmers, and drive innovation across the rice value chain. Experts believe the move could position Nigeria as Africa's top rice producer while generating jobs and enhancing national food security. At a public hearing on the bill, alongside the cassava inclusion and flour production, Bill and National Food Reserve Agency Bill. Senate President Godswill Akpabio, represented by Senator Mohammed Manguno, noted that the proposal aligned with President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda. The initiative signals a broader legislative push to transform agriculture into a pillar of economic growth. Executive Chairman of the Federal Island Revenue Service, FIRS, SOUQ Adedeji, says Nigeria's recent tax reforms have fundamentally transformed the country's tax environment through sweeping amendments to key laws and regulatory frameworks. This includes the Finance Act, the Petroleum Industry Act, and multiple subsidiary legislations. Speaking at a workshop for Supreme Court justices, appeal court judges, and federal high court judges, Adedeji noted that the reforms introduced new compliance mandates, dispute resolution procedures, and enforcement tools that require firm judicial interpretation to function effectively. He stressed that the importance of the judiciary in interpreting these laws to support implementation. He praised the judiciary's proactive effort in aligning with the reforms, describing their role as critical to realizing the government's broader tax objectives and improving revenue mobilization in the country. Still in the news, Nigeria's removal from the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, grey list has sparked renewed optimism in the financial markets, with experts and stakeholders praising the move as a significant boost in investor confidence and a reflection of regulatory progress. The FATF dislisting indicates Nigeria's improved compliance with global standards on anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing. Analysts note that the development could trigger increased foreign investment inflows, lower country risk rating, and strengthen Nigeria's position in international financial circles. The exit also validates recent economic reforms and stronger institutional oversight, particularly in the financial services and regulatory space. The positive momentum was mirrored in the foreign exchange market, where the naira appreciated by 10 naira on Monday to close at 1,486 naira per dollar at the parallel market. Currency traders attributed the gain to growing investor confidence and improved dollar supply amid better macroeconomic outlook. Experts urge the government to consolidate on the reforms to sustain momentum and deepen Nigeria's integration into the global financial system. And away from that, Chairman of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee, Taiwo Oyedele, has dismissed reports that foreign investors are frustrated by Nigeria's new capital gains tax, CGT, describing the claims as inaccurate and misleading. Oyedele took to his official X handle on Monday to clarify that his recent interaction with investors was misinterpreted in the media. He stated that the tax reform efforts are aimed at improving fairness and simplifying compliance, not discouraging investment. The CGT, introduced in one of the 4 reforms bills signed by President Bola Tinubu in June, targets profit made from shared sales. For low-income earners and small investors. The reforms will be part of the government's broader strategy to boost non-oil revenues and unlock economic potential in the informal sector, which contributes significantly to the nation's GDP. Still in the news, Nigeria spends an estimated 600 million annually on palm oil import, highlighting a deep disconnect between its natural agricultural potential and actual output. Once the world's leading producer in the 1950s, Nigeria has slipped behind due to outdated practices and lack of structured investment. Over 80% of the country's current palm oil supply comes from smallholders farmers operating with rudimentary tools and inefficient methods. This fragmentation in the value chain results in low yields and poor quality outputs, further deepening reliance on foreign supplies. Agribusiness ventures like Palm City are now offering a viable alternative with investor-backed estate modern agronomy and integrated processing systems that provide a scalable and transparent model for revitalizing Nigerian palm oil industry. Experts argue that with the right policy support, infrastructure, and private sector partnerships, Nigeria could significantly reduce its import bill and reclaim its position as a global palm oil leader. Coming up after this break, China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi has hinted at the possibility of a high-level meeting between Chinese President Xi Jinping and Japan's new Prime Minister Senel Takahashi. And that's what we'll bring to you after this break. Please stay with us.
My name is SOUQ Business. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoin you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
The story of Ile-Ife. Ile-Ife, often described as the spiritual heart of the Yoruba people, is not just a city. It is the cradle of identity, civilization, and belief for millions across West Africa. Located in present-day Osun State, Ile-Ife is revered in Yoruba tradition as the place where life began and where the gods descended to create the earth. Archaeological findings, however, suggest the city's origins date back to between the 8th and 11th centuries CE, making it one of the oldest continuously inhabited urban centers in sub-Saharan Africa. According to Yoruba mythology, Oduduwa is regarded as the progenitor of the Yoruba race and the first ruler of Ile-Ife. Oral traditions say he founded the kingdom, from which many Yoruba monarchs trace their descent. His legacy symbolizes unity and divine kingship among the Yoruba. Centuries later, under the reign of Obalufon II, believed to have ruled in the 14th century, Ile-Ife experienced a golden era marked by exceptional artistic and technological achievements. This period produced the world-famous Ife bronze and terracotta heads, celebrated for their realism and craftsmanship. Scholars have described these artifacts as evidence of an advanced mythological culture that rivaled any in medieval Europe or Asia. Recent archaeological discoveries at Igbo Olokun, near Ile-Ife, revealed ancient glass bead production sites, one of the earliest in sub-Saharan Africa. The finds, led by researchers such as Professor Adisa Ogunfolakan and Dr. Babalola Abidemi, confirm that the people of Ife were skilled innovators in trade and material science. Beyond its material legacy, Ile-Ife remains a sacred and living symbol of Yoruba spirituality. Its monarch, the Ooni of Ife, is still regarded as a custodian of tradition and a spiritual bridge between the people and their ancestral heritage. According to Bayo Laoye, a veteran journalist with SOUQ News Television, the story of Ile-Ife is not merely about the past, but about continuity. Ife tells us how knowledge, art, and belief shaped the destiny of a people. It is a reminder that civilization in Africa didn't begin with contact from outside. It grew from within. Today, Ile-Ife continues to attract scholars, tourists, and spiritual pilgrims from around the world, all drawn by the enduring mystery of the source. I'm Moyosore Adibi for SOUQ News TV.
Glad to know you're still with us. It's still the World News, and now we'll bring you more stories. Director General of the World Trade Organization, WTO, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, earlier today reiterated the urgent need for structural reforms within the global trade body, particularly its long-standing consensus-based decision-making process. She argued that the rule, which requires unanimous agreement from all 166 member countries to pass trade deals, is increasingly impractical and has hindered progress on critical issues. Speaking at a press briefing, Okonjo-Iweala also urged WTO members to constructively engage with the United States over its criticism of the organization. She acknowledged that several of the U.S. concerns, including dispute settlement, inefficiencies, and lack of enforcement mechanisms, are valid and must be addressed for the WTO to remain effective in a fast-changing global economy. Describing the current state of global trade as facing its biggest disruption in 8 decades, Okonjo-Iweala said the WTO remains resilient despite mounting pressures. She said, "The system is battered but not broken," calling for political will and international cooperation to modernize the institution and restore confidence in multilateral trade governance. And now China has announced plans to substantially increase the role of consumer spending in its economy over the next 5 years, signaling a strategic shift towards domestic-driven growth. The pledge was detailed in a policy document released after the Communist Party's fourth plenum in Beijing last week. According to the document, China aims to form an economic development model driven more by domestic demand and powered by consumption, while continuing to prioritize its technology and manufacturing sectors. The move reflects Beijing's intention to reduce dependence on global trade and external demand amid geopolitical tensions and slowing export growth. Analysts see the plan as part of a broader effort to balance industrial expansion with consumer welfare and household income growth. By emphasizing internal demand, the government hopes to stabilize long-term economic momentum and cushion the economic from external shocks, creating a more sustainable foundation for future developments. Away from that, Bank of China Limited has announced a 5% rise in its third quarter profit, reflecting resilience in the face of slowing credit demand and a challenging economic environment. The state-owned lender reported net income of 60,100 million yuan, equivalent to $8,500 million, according to a filing released today in Beijing. The bank's net interest margin, a critical indicator of lending profitability, remained steady at 1.26% from the end of June, signaling effective cost management and stable lending operations. Likewise, its non-performing loan ratio stayed unchanged, showing continued strength in asset quality despite broader concerns over China's economic recovery and property sector strain. Analysts suggest the reforms highlight the bank's ability to navigate a weak credit market while maintaining profitability. As global financial conditions tightened and domestic borrowing slows, Bank of China's stability underscores its role as a key pillar in sustaining China's financial system. And away from that story, Japan has announced a comprehensive list of proposed projects under its $550 billion United States dollars investment framework, with Washington shedding light on the scope of ventures expected to strengthen economic and technological collaboration between the two nations. The initiative forms a central pillar of their expanding trade agreement aimed at enhancing innovation, energy security, and infrastructure development. According to Japan's Ministry of Trade, the fact sheet released today highlighted several major sectors, including artificial intelligence, clean energy, and critical minerals exploration. The potential projects span from $350 million to as much as $100 billion, reflecting the ambition to deepen bilateral cooperation and accelerate mutual growth. Analysts view the move as a strategic step to diversify Japan's industrial partnerships while reinforcing its alignment with the United States amid global economic realignment. Experts add that the investment plan could create a more resilient supply chain across technology and energy sectors, ensuring long-term growth and sustainability. And now India and Russia have formalized a joint agreement to manufacture passenger aircraft, underscoring the enduring strength of their strategic partnership ahead of President Vladimir Putin's scheduled visit to New Delhi. The move highlighted both nations' resolve to deepen defense and industrial cooperation despite mounting Western pressure on Moscow. According to India's state-run Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, the deal was signed with Russia's United Aircraft Corporation to co-produce the SJ-100 civil commuter aircraft. Although the statement did not disclose investment details or technology transfer terms, officials viewed the accord as a milestone in boosting India's aviation manufacturing capacity and reducing reliance on Western suppliers. Analysts say the timing of the pact sends a strong geopolitical message. It reinforced New Delhi's balancing act, maintaining ties with Moscow while navigating growing relations with Washington. As global power blocs continue to shift, the partnerships demonstrates India's commitment to strategic autonomy and diversified international engagements. Moving on, Thailand is working to capitalize on its recent peace accord with Cambodia to secure tariff concessions from the United States and strengthen its decade-long alliance with Washington. Foreign Minister SOUQ Pulse said the agreement, which resolved a lingering border dispute, could positively influence trade discussions with the U.S. SOUQ emphasized that while border and trade matters are distinct, Thailand hopes its diplomatic effort will encourage Washington to reconsider existing tariffs, currently at 19%. The move aligns with President Donald Trump's focus on rewarding peace and cooperation among U.S. allies in Asia. During Trump's recent visit to the region, the U.S. signed several trade and critical minerals agreements with Southeast Asia nations, including Thailand. SOUQ described the moment as an opportunity to reset bilateral ties by expanding cooperation in areas such as climate change, health, and transnational crime. As Thailand prepares for national elections, its leadership sees closer U.S. engagement as vital to restoring political stability and reclaiming the country's strategic prominence in Southeast Asia. You're still watching the World News, and now China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi has hinted at the possibility of a high-level meeting between Chinese President Xi Jinping and Japan's new Prime Minister Sani Takaichi during the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation APEC summit in South Korea. The two leaders are expected to attend the summit, providing an opportunity for talks amid rising tensions in the Asia-Pacific region. Wang emphasized the importance of the high-level exchanges in improving bilateral relations, saying China has noticed positive signals from Japan's new cabinet. The prospect of a meeting comes as Takaichi seeks to strengthen Tokyo's defense posture and reinforce ties with key allies. Beijing remains cautious about the growing alignment between the United States and Japan under Takaichi's leadership, viewing it as a potential challenge to China's influence. Xi's engagement with Japan's first female prime minister could mark an important step towards stabilizing relations between the two major Asian economies after a year of friction. Still to come on the World News, Malta has introduced a new tax incentive targeting families with 2 or more children as part of effort to address the country's demographic declines. You're still watching the World News. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll bring you more stories. Please stay with us.
It begins with the ordinary. A shopper walks into a supermarket, picks a product from the shelf, marked 2,000 naira, and gets to the counter only to be told it costs 2,400 naira. To most Nigerians, it's just another frustrating moment at the checkout. But to the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, it's a violation, one that captures the complex realities of consumer rights and fair competition in Nigeria's fast-moving consumer goods sector. Between March and August 2025, the FCCPC recorded 1,543 consumer complaints within the FMCG sector, the second highest across all industries during that period. The complaints range from deceptive marketing and product defects to poor disclosure of terms and delayed complaint resolution. The FMCG industry, known for its quick turnover and intense price sensitivity, remains one of Nigeria's most competitive sectors. Yet, beneath its vibrancy lies a network of compliance hurdles and market pressure points. Bayo Olaoye notes in this special report that the FCCPC continues to face tough challenges in maintaining balance between regulation and market realities. He explains that some trade associations allegedly adopt restrictive practices such as uniform pricing, high membership fees, and entry barriers, which can distort fair competition if unchecked. In one notable case, he recalls, the FCCPC sealed a supermarket in Abuja in February 2024 after discovering discrepancies between displayed prices and checkout charges, a clear case of deceptive pricing. According to Olaoye's analysis, Nigeria's Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act, FCCPA 2018, provides the strongest legal foundation for consumer rights protection in the country. The Act guarantees the right to safety, requiring that all goods and services sold to the public be safe for ordinary use. Unsafe products must be withdrawn immediately once identified. It also guarantees the right to information, ensuring that consumers receive accurate details about price, composition, quantity, and use conditions before purchase. Where goods turn out defective, the consumer is entitled to repair, replacement, or refund. Sections of the FCCPA further prohibit false representation, bait advertising, and exaggerated claims, with sanctions reaching up to 10% of a company's annual turnover. Olaoye points out that state agencies such as LASCOPA complement FCCPC's efforts, helping consumers access information, redress, and awareness of their rights. Despite these laws, FMCG companies operate under immense economic strain. Rising inflation, forex shortages, and unpredictable input costs have made compliance increasingly difficult. Several multinationals have either scaled down or exited the Nigerian market, citing high operating costs and regulatory pressures. Still, as Olaoye observes, consumer protection and fair competition remain non-negotiable principles for any healthy economy. In 2023, the FCCPC fined a multinational FMCG company $110 million for abusing market dominance and stifling competition. Olaoye highlights the case as a major signal of the Commission's resolve to hold both local and foreign players accountable. Olaoye argues that compliance should not be viewed merely as a legal requirement, but a strategic business investment that strengthens consumers' trust and market credibility. He recommends that FMCG firms integrate compliance clauses into contracts, conduct regular audits, and maintain transparent pricing practices. Predatory or collusive pricing, he warns, can damage reputation and attract severe sanctions. The way forward. For Nigeria's FMCG sector, the path forward lies in collaboration, transparency, and innovation. Olaoye concludes that legal practitioners and compliance officers must continue to bridge the gap between policy and practice through staff training, regulatory monitoring, and transparent communication. I'm Moyosore Adibi, SOUQ News TV.
Thank you for staying with us. It's always a delight to know that you never left. And now, U.S. President Donald Trump has signed a series of agreements with Asian countries to secure supplies of rare earth minerals, aiming to reduce America's dependence on China. The deals made with Japan, Malaysia, Thailand, Vietnam, and Cambodia focused on diversifying access to these critical minerals used in manufacturing electric vehicles, smartphones, and other advanced technologies. China has long dominated the rare earth market, controlling much of the global supply chain. Trump's agreements seek to create alternative sources and strengthen trade ties with U.S. partners in the region. While the deals differ in size and scope, they collectively represent a strategic effort to challenge Beijing's stronghold. Experts say that despite the promise of diversification, building independent rare earth supply chains will be a costly and lengthy process, likely taking years to fully develop. The agreement also comes ahead of a crucial planned meeting between Trump and China's President Xi Jinping, signaling a clear intent to address trade imbalances and supply vulnerabilities. Overall, the initiative reflects the U.S. government's broader goal to secure critical resources essential for future technological competitiveness. The European Central Bank reported that inflation expectations among euro area consumers showed little change in September, reinforcing the bank's cautious stance on maintaining current interest rates. The latest survey data revealed that consumers expect prices to rise 2.7% over the next 12 months, slightly down from 2.8% in August. Expectations for inflation 3 years ahead remain steady at 2.5%, while projections for 5 years ahead stayed at 2.2%. The ECB, interprets this stability as a sign that its tight monetary policy continues to anchor inflation expectations despite persistent uncertainty in global markets. Analysts suggest that the data supports the ECB's decision to hold off on any immediate rate adjustment, allowing policymakers to monitor broader economic indicators. With energy prices stabilizing and wage pressures easing across the Eurozone, officials believe the path towards the 2% target is within reach, though risks from geopolitical tensions and slower growth remain significant. And now Malta has introduced a new tax incentive targeting families with 2 or more children as part of effort to address the country's demographic decline. Finance Minister Clyde Caruana unveiled the measure while presenting the 2026 national budget at Parliament House in Valletta, describing the low fertility rate as Malta's biggest challenge. The European Union's statistical agency Eurostat recently reported Malta's fertility rate at just over 1 child per mother, the lowest in the bloc. From 2026, eligible parents will be exempted from paying income tax on the first 18,500 euros, rising to 30,000 euros by 2028. The exemption will apply until the children reach 23 years of age. Caruana noted that nearly a quarter of Malta's native population is over 65, underscoring the urgency of boosting family growth. Despite its high population density, a significant portion of Malta's residents are foreign workers, intensifying government efforts to encourage native birth and sustain long-term demographic balance. Still in the news, Venezuela's President Nicolas Maduro on Monday announced the suspension of energy cooperation with Trinidad and Tobago, effectively freezing joint natural gas development project between both nations. Speaking during a televised broadcast, Maduro said the country's oil ministry and the board of state-owned oil firm PDVSA submitted a formal proposal to halt the ongoing cooperation agreement. While he did not provide detailed reasons, the move signals rising tensions that could impact regional energy stability. The suspended projects, which included offshore gas development, were expected to boost Trinidad's gas supply and generate economic benefit for Venezuela. Analysts warn the decision may complicate future investment plans and disrupt diplomatic relations between both countries. And wrapping up with sport-related stories, Premier League clubs are set for a significant mid-season shake-up as several African stars prepare to represent their countries at the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations in Morocco. The tournament, scheduled from December 21, 2025 to January 18, 2026, will see clubs lose key players during the demanding winter fixture list. Top teams like Liverpool, Manchester United, Fulham and Nottingham Forest are expected to feel the impact. Liverpool's Mohamed Salah leads the list of high-profile absentees, with the Egyptian forward potentially missing up to 6 matches, including crucial ties against Tottenham, Arsenal and Fulham. The timing of AFCON often stirs debate, with club managers concerned about the tournament's clash with key domestic features. While clubs must adapt their lineups, the competition remains a point of pride for African players who aim to deliver continental glory for their nations. And lastly, on the news, Super Falcons star and Brighton and Hove Albion goalkeeper Chiamaka Nnadozie has been nominated for the 2025 International Federation of Football History and Statistics IFFHS Women's World Best Goalkeeper Award. Nnadozie is the only African player shortlisted among 10 global nominees, highlighting her exceptional form for both club and country over the past years. The nomination recognizes her standout performances in the Women's Super League and on the international stage with Nigeria. She faces tough competition from a host of world-class goalkeepers, including gymnast Anne-Catherine Berger, Gotham FC, Spain's Carter Cole, Barcelona, England's Hannah Hampton, Chelsea, and Charles Christian Endler, Lyon. This marks a major milestone for Nnadozie, who continues to rise as one of Africa's brightest football talents. Her inclusion on the shortlist not only honors her consistency, but also skilled, and also places Nigeria women's football firmly on the global map. And that's a wrap on the news, but before we go, here is a recap of the top stories. Federal government unveils strategic plans to boost food supply and stabilize prices through expanded dry season farming. FIRS Chairman SOUQ Adedeji says ongoing tax reforms have transformed Nigeria's fiscal landscape through major amendments to finance. World Trade Organization calls for structural reforms, says Kansasu's role among 166 members hampers progress on global trade deals. Trump signs rare earth supply deals with Japan, others to cut U.S. dependence on China and strengthen tech manufacturing. And lastly, Premier League braces for mid-season disruption as top African players depart for 2025 AFCON in Morocco, running from December 21 to January 18. Many thanks for watching That's the News this afternoon. Please follow us via social media platforms at SOUQ News TV for more details. My name is Grace Komalafe. Do have a great afternoon.
Every day, information shapes the way we live, the choices we make, the innovations we pursue, and the future we build. In a world divided by access and opportunity, information can either empower or exclude. Today, we celebrate World Development Information Day, a reminder that knowledge is not just power, it's progress. In 1972, the United Nations General Assembly established World Development Information Day. The goal was simple: to use information and communication to mobilize the world for development, especially in countries struggling to build economic and social divides. This day, observed on October 24th, shares its date with United Nations Day, reinforcing a single message: global cooperation begins with understanding. From digital innovation to grassroots storytelling, information drives development in ways once unimaginable. Farmers now access real-time weather forecast. Students learn across borders through online platforms. Health workers share life-saving data in seconds. When information flows freely, communities grow stronger. Yet, billions remain disconnected, cut off from the tools that could change their lives. The digital divide continues to limit opportunities, deepen inequality, and silence voices that deserve to be heard. Bridging this gap isn't just about technology, it's about justice, inclusion, and shared humanity. As the world races towards the Sustainable Development Goals, the role of information is more vital than ever. Artificial intelligence, open data, and digital inclusion hold the promise to accelerate progress if used responsibly and fairly. When truth travels faster than misinformation and data serves people over profit, development becomes sustainable. On this World Development Day, let's remember every message shared, every byte of data, every story told has the power to change your life. Because when information reaches everyone, development belongs to everyone. Olumide Shokoya reporting for SOUQ News TV.
To start with, let me give some introduction to myself. As you said, I was a former Commissioner of Finance. I was a Commissioner of Finance during the Ganduja's administration from June 2015 to October 2018. I was there for 28 months, okay, as a Commissioner of Finance. And I had been with Bayero University, Kano, before I was appointed Commissioner of Finance. Still, I'm a professor of accounting in the university, but I double as a Commissioner of Taxation, because at the Prince Abubakar Audu University, Ayumba, Kogi State, there was a chair that had been vested there by the Federal Revenue Service in 2011. And they invited applicant for that chair, and I was the successful person, successful applicant. So I still occupy that chair, even though the chair is not functioning. But I got the privilege of serving as the elected or selected professor of taxation in that university. So I am in the area of taxation. I've done a lot of researches in that. And then I serve as the Federal Commissioner of the Tax Appeal Tribunal. So it was on 15th November that our tenure came to an end, from 2018 to 2024 November. So you can see that I have been involved at various levels on the issue of fiscal policy, tax revenue generation, tax revenue utilization. So this reform that we are talking about was brought about by the president with a view to maybe perfecting the tax system in the country. So he formed a committee to advise him as to how to go about coming up with very good national fiscal policy, not just tax policy, and then how to reform the taxes in the country to make them better, so that Nigeria can compete with other economies that are advanced in the area of utilization of taxation as a means of growing up the economy and achieving sustainable development. So this I know, the process and all that have gone into this project of reform. So bills were developed out of the report of that committee appointed by the president under the chairmanship of Mr. Tayo Oyedele. And for the first time in the history of forming a committee in Nigeria, we had a committee that the president has given the power of implementation. So it's not just about recommending something to him. It is about coming up with a report which will be convincing to him, and if he's convinced, he will ask them to be involved in the implementation of the recommendation of the report. So I think that is why the committee just presented the proposed bill to him without taking this bill to the public domain. Because of the trust that he has on the committee, he just sent the bill to the National Assembly for consideration, for passage into law. And in the bill, they even gave deadline as to when the bill to be passed into law. They expected that the National Assembly would deliberate on this committee, on this bill, to the extent that the bill will be passed into law before 1st January 2025, so that by 1st January 2025, the content or the provision in these bills will begin to be implemented by the government. 4 bills were developed and proposed. And then, unlike the expectation, the comment you made that people are more concerned about the administrative, tax administrative bill. What the bill that is generating the highest controversy is the Nigerian tax bill. That is the bill that has made provision for repealing about 11 taxes that are currently existing, including the VAT itself, including petroleum profit tax, including personal income tax, including companies income tax, and other taxes like capital gain tax, casino tax, etc., etc. And then about 14 laws that are related to taxation, including laws that are designed to exercise control over consumption, over production. They made substantial amendment on them, and then take the amended part of those laws into the Nigerian tax bill, which means that the laws have suffered from, or they have enjoyed consequential amendment. So this bill, which is expected to become an act by 1st January, is now becoming an amalgamation of most of the taxes that Nigeria is using now. Most of the taxes, those that have been repealed, part of the provision in them have been injected into the Nigerian tax bill. Those that have been considered for consequential amendment, they are also captured in the Nigerian tax bill. And then they made a lot of paragraphing, creating part, creating section, etc., etc., to the extent that the content of that bill that the new sharing formula for VAT was stated. VAT have been extensively explained or described in the Nigerian tax bill, but how to share the proceeds of VAT have not been captured there. That provision could only be seen when you go to Nigerian Tax Administration Bill, which is the bill that has been designed to show how the tax authorities in the country at the federal level, state level, and local government should be relating with one another so as to avoid conflict, so as to avoid a situation whereby all of them may go to a taxpayer with different dimension of claim. The bill was designed to achieve this main objective, to resolve the conflict that has been happening between tax authorities or even revenue generating agencies. Because when you talk about the revenue, we shouldn't be talking just about the tax revenue. You have revenue that custom is collecting. That bill, second bill, is saying that custom should no longer be involved in collecting revenue. It is the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. Custom, let them take care of their responsibility of checking item coming in, item going out, which is another area of clash. These custom people, they are used to collecting money. Okay, and they are used to, many of them, a lot of allegations are there as to how they are collecting this money, how they are not remitting the correct amount. So now, collection of custom duty will no longer be the responsibility of custom official, custom service. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. The same thing with all other agencies of government that are considered as revenue centers. So that bill has made adequate provision to show that they know the moment this bill is passed into law, they don't have any power to collect revenue. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should collect. Let them deal with their own responsibilities of stabilizing the economy, ensuring control over consumption, over production, over whatever. But then collection of revenue is not their own. And then between the state internal revenue service and the Nigerian Revenue Service, there should be harmony. If there are revenues sources that are difficult for the state revenue service to utilize in generating revenue, they can bring in, they can collaborate, or they can reach agreement with the Nigerian Revenue Service to do the collection and then share the amount collected as per the agreement, or take cost of collection as per the agreement and then give the state internal revenue service or even local government revenue committee what they deserve. So the expectation of the Nigerian Revenue Nigerian Tax Administration Bill is to bring about harmony and understanding. So how that could be brought about is a question to be answered. because of the nature of Nigerian, the nature of official, and the way the people put their eyes on money. They want to be the one collecting money or keeping money or doing something with money. And now you are saying that all those that are used to that, they have to, they will be suspended from doing that, or they will be banned from doing that. It is only that agency, the Nigeria Revenue Service, that will be doing it. So there are some issues there that are calling for a question, okay, understanding among the agencies involved or the tier of government involved, and then of course patriotism to ensure that whatever we do as revenue collectors, as treasury managers, as revenue utilizers for the execution of various projects, we demonstrate ethics, we demonstrate honesty and integrity. The revenue agency itself, before now, the revenue agency is behaving as if it is for the federal government. And this bill that has been sent to the National Assembly is encouraging the Nigerian Revenue Service, which will now replace the Federal Revenue Service and the law that established it. It's encouraging it to consider itself as a federation agency, not federal government agency. It is to be serving the interests of the federation. And so the concern of the state should be addressed by that agency. The concern of local government should also be addressed. It should be an agency that should be mentoring local government revenue agencies or tax authorities and state government revenue authorities or tax authority, so that they carry themselves together as a team, then ensuring that we have very good tax system in the country, that we have adequate revenue generation on taxation, which should be put to use for executing various projects that will bring about sustainable development in the country. So when you look at all the provision made in the Nigeria Revenue Service Bill, they are talking about the need for harmonious working relationship. They're talking about the federal Nigeria Revenue Service to serve as the model to state revenue service and local government revenue committee, so that they have very good understanding in implementing the provision in the Nigerian tax bill and the Nigerian tax administration bill. So all the provisions are like that. And then provision have been made adequately as to the position of the executive chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service, the need for governing board, which will have that chairman as the chairman, the need to have the technical committee at the state level, and who are to be members of that committee, the whole and representation to be drawn from various MDAs and other agencies of government and federal government into the committee, and many other issues. And even at the local government level, there is a need for revenue, local government revenue committee, which should be chaired by the councillor in charge of revenue or finance at the local government level, and who the members are and their function. So when you look at all the provision there shouldn't be any controversy. Even if there will be controversy, it should be less, and it should be something that could be resolved. For example, personally, I will not support a situation whereby the chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service should also be the chairman of the board. This is against corporate governance system. And then the same person will be the chairman of the technical committee. The same person will be the chairman of the revenue joint committee, where all the representatives for local government will be members and other agencies. So it will be as if the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will become the alpha and omega on all revenue issues in the state. And that person may even be seen himself to be more powerful than Commissioner of Finance. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I was serving as the supervisory person on all the activity in the Internal Revenue Service. The chairman of Internal Revenue Service should be reporting to me.
should be taking orders from him. He shouldn't be going directly to the governor. But the provision is showing that the chairman of the Revenue Service is equal to the commissioner. And in fact, they were even saying that governor is just to nominate him and has to go to the House of Assembly for clearance. Just as commissioner will go to House of Assembly for clearance. And there is no provision to show that this person should be answerable to the Commissioner of Finance. So something like this, I think many people may not see it. But with my own experience as a Commissioner of Finance, who have been intimately related to the Minister of Finance that time, I know the problem many states were facing as they empower the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service, they empower too much the Accountant General against the Commissioner of Finance, who should be the supervisor to all these agencies of government. So issues like these are there, and appropriate action need to be taken by the National Assembly in correcting the lapses in the bill. Then the last one, which is about institutionalizing revenue board. Okay, a revenue board. Before we have joint revenue board. Before we have joint tax board. So now that joint tax board is an appendix of the personal income tax. It's just under personal income tax. So now, the drafters of the bill, they will want joint revenue board to be on its own, have a law supporting it, so that at the federal level where we have the chairman of the Federal Revenue Service, he will now serve as the chairman of the Joint Revenue Board. Then all the chairmen of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will be members. Ministry of Finance will have a representative. Ministry of Budget and Planning will have a representative. And you have some other agencies of federal government that may send representatives into that board. So that board will be taking decision on monthly basis on where improvement should be made, how to solve problems between one tier of government and another, and many other things, which will be very, very beneficial to the president or the Federal Executive Council, and then beneficial to governors and the various state executive council on fiscal policy and on utilization of taxation to generate revenue and on utilization of the revenue being generated by these agencies. Because many people are having the feeling that the agency, they collect this money and they spend the money. But in real sense, they only collect. But they remit to the government, into the treasury of government. So while they collect, they have the responsibility of collection, they don't have the power to spend a kobo from the amount generated. It is the government that takes care of that. So the Joint Revenue Board has been given a lot of responsibilities in that bill. So when it becomes act, become a law of itself, so the Joint Revenue Board will now be more powerful than what we know before as a joint tax board. So this is just the summary of the bill that have been sent to the National Assembly for passage into law. Yeah, my thought is that we need reform in our tax system. As a student of taxation, I have the belief that no economy can make any progress if it doesn't have a good tax system. Most of the economies of the world, or I can say all of them, all the developed economies of the world, they are tax-based economies. And most of the natural resource-based economies, they are among the backward economies in the world. Look at it. All the members of OPEC, none of them is part of the G20. They have the revenue, they have the oil, they are producing it in great quantity, but they are still being considered as developing economies. Well, when you look at UK, Germany, France, US, other countries like that, they don't claim to be having enough revenue, enough oil to refine for their use and then to export the excess for sale. They don't claim for that, and that's why they don't belong to the OPEC, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. They base their economy on taxation, but then they have very good tax system, which is just attracting minimal complaint. And the moment they hear some complaint from either the taxpayers or the tax administrators, they take appropriate action immediately, so that at the end, nobody will complain. And because of the reliance on taxation, the citizen of that countries, both natural and artificial person, companies and individual, the citizen of the country, as they pay tax, they have the right to demand accountability. They have the right to demand prudence. They have the right to demand transparency. And for that, those impositions of austerity, they are always in fear that whatever, if they steal a kobo, people will shout, this is our money. We contributed this money for execution of progress that will amount to a project that will amount to sustainable development, not for the money to be stolen. So this person that is stealing money, appropriate legal action should be taken against him. Sometimes you hear some leaders being hung. Sometimes you hear some leaders being shot, the firing squad, because of the misuse of public money. So members of the public that are contributing this money in the form of taxation, they complain. And then they insist on appropriate action to be taken. So before you come out and claim that you want people to vote for you to go to the parliament or to be the governor or the president or whatever, you will have it in your mind that when you go there, you touch public money, that may be the end of your life. Because that the contributors of that money will be, their eyes and attention will be on the money. And the moment you misuse it, they will take appropriate action against you. Your image will be tarnished. You may even lose your life. So those economies that are considered as developed, they rely substantially or totally on taxation for their development. And then those economies that are reliant on natural resources, oil, cocoa, solid mineral, whatever, as they use the money from this to execute project, the members of the citizens of that country, both natural and artificial, they don't care if they see them stealing the money and abusing the money, because it's not their money. It's not their own contribution to the economy. Number one, the prohibition on VAT, which you said earlier has attracted a lot of attention from leaders in the northern part of the country. VAT could be addressed in two ways. Okay, the first way affects everybody, and then the second way is what the leaders in the north are complaining about. The first way is on the increase in the VAT rate. Increase in the VAT rate. We have never had a situation whereby progressive increase will be brought to VAT rate in any country in the world. From my reading, I have never experienced it. But this is being brought about in Nigeria through these laws. They said VAT rate now, which is 7.5%, as per the Content of Finance Act 2020, will be increased to 10% from January 2025. Just about a month away. If the bills are passing to law, VAT will be increased to 10% of all VATable goods and services. And then just 1 year after, 2026, it will be increased to 12.5%. Then you have a small raise for 3 years. By 2030, the rate will be increased to 15%. So you can see the progression in the increase of VAT. And the moment you increase VAT rate, inflation will come up very powerfully, especially as you are increasing from 20 to 2025, 2026, they are increasing 2.5%. So the goods and services throughout the country, you see their prices going up. And there is no separate market for battable goods and services and non-battable goods and services. No separate market. Don't just feel that when you increase VAT rate, the increase in price will be on battable goods only. All other goods and services, their prices will go up. And how do you survive that? Nigerians now are complaining about fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal, and many people have become unemployed. Many people have become disabled. Nobody, no any earner of salary can claim to be saving anything for investment. People are borrowing money to top up to the income that they have for survival. And those that have no work, they are complaining. We just finished induction for ICANN. About 3 inductees met me that if I have any chance for them to get employment, you are qualified as a chartered accountant and you're looking for jobs. So what about the secondary school leavers, diploma holders, and other people that have not even attended school? So unemployment is on the high side. And increase in inflation is a killer to businesses, because when you don't have people buying, you have to stop production. You have to stop providing services. And when you stop production, you sack your employees. And then you have more people go into the employment market and labor market. So increase in the VAT rate is a very big killer to an economy. And this is a problem that affects all the states in Nigeria. And our president himself in 2020, I could remember, when they are trying to increase VAT rate from 5% to 7.5%, he came up and warned the government that this increase in VAT rate will be harmful to the economy because of the inflation that it will ignite. That was during his, I think, 68 or 69 birthday lecture. When he was to comment, he talked harshly against the increase in VAT rate. And now the same government is accepting the bill to go to the National Assembly for increase in VAT rate on a continuous basis. So I see this as a very big mistake. The timing is very wrong. And then the policy, the idea of progressively increasing VAT rate, especially as Nigerians are complaining about subsidy, fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal. So this is one thing that needs to be looked into. And as we are interested in generating more revenue through taxes, particularly consumption tax, we have to be very careful about the consequences of the increase. And this is for the whole country. So that is one part. The second part is about the sharing of the amount that will be generated. Yes, right now, when VAT is generated internally, and of course the one for custom, they put it together and share it using vertical formula and horizontal formula. Vertical formula between federal government, state government, and local government. So federal government takes 15%, state government 50%, local government 35%. That's how they share it vertically. And then for local government and state, since they are not at the same level in terms of population, in terms of level of economic development, in terms of weight for industrial development, so they have to use the separate formula. And they agreed that 50% of whatever belongs to state government should be shared equally. 30% should be shared on the basis of population. And then 20% should be shared on the basis of derivation. And that derivation, the simple language, is about the contribution of every state to the VAT that has been generated. And at the local government level, they are to consider the contribution of each local government to the VAT that has been generated. Okay? So at the state level, when you say contribution of every state on the VAT that has been generated, consumption is much more in some state than in some other state. But then the formula, the derivation, the term derivation, this date, that is being applied now, is giving priority to state where the head offices of companies providing services and goods allocated. You do consumption in Adamawa on services, maybe the chat card and other communication or telecommunication services, or bank services, or insurance services, or whatever. So since you are just dealing with the branches there, the head office of the bank producing these services is in Lagos or in Rivers or whatever. So it will be deemed as if you do the consumption there. And so the credit will go to Lagos or Rivers or Ogun or wherever, where the headquarters of it is located. Not where you do the consumption. So at the end of the day, you see that a state like Lagos, its own contribution may be 50% or 60% or more every month. At the state like Rivers, its contribution may be about 15% or 20%. Abuja may be about 10% or 50%. And then the heavy consumers, the northern state, like Kano, which is a commercial center, its own contribution may be 1% or 2%, because it doesn't have the head offices of the companies providing these goods and services that are being consumed there. So at the end of the day, you see that 20%, if it is 6 billion, for example, if it is 6 billion, for example, so 60% of that 6 billion will be about 3.6 billion. That may go to Lagos. And then 10% of that 60% may be about 600 million. It may go to this. And then you, the consumers, you may get 1% of that. So you can see that particular 20% is the crux of the matter. That is the basis of the controversy. So now that this bill has been submitted to the National Assembly, then these people saw that this derivation has been increased to 60%. 60% instead of 20%. Now, not previously, right now, 20%.
Not right now, 20%.
And it has been jacked up.
It has been jacked up.
And the deflation has been jacked up. And then in the law, derivation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it, since now derivation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% derivation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law. When you say the issue of derivation has been increased to 60%, but what we mean by derivation is this and that. So that controversy will have been avoided. Or you go under the interpretation section. And so as you are interpreting this, and then you say derivation. By derivation, we mean this and that. That has not been done in both the Nigerian Tax Act and the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. So you can sympathize with the people complaining. And then if it goes like that, if they don't correct it at the National Assembly before passing into law, the moment it is passed into law, they will go back to this issue. The suspicion is that they will just go back to a pleasing state where the headquarters of the companies are located, because there is no definition that says that it is about consumption. So everything needs to be documented. Yeah, in a society that is well informed, you should always talk on the basis of evidence. And evidence in accounting, we said you prioritize when you are to prioritize between two evidence, verbal and written. Written is more important than verbal evidence. Okay, and that is why in court, even if you say you give verbal evidence, they want to write it down and read it for you. Then you sign. or you put your thumbprint that yes, this is your comment. Because written evidence will continue to remain. Verbal evidence could be denied in a later day. So these are two issues, all based on that. And then you can appreciate why people are talking too much on this matter, to the extent that they don't even care to notice other lapses that in the act. But they, as student of taxation, I have to read and try to pinpoint lapses that need to be corrected so that we have a perfect reform on taxation or on revenue generation in our dear country. So you see, I saw provision on development levy. That there will be development levy, and that development levy will be 4% of accessible profit of companies whose turnover is more than 50 million per annum. So their accessible profit, 4% will be charged as development levy from 2025 to 2026. From 2027 to 2029, development levy will be reduced to 3%. From 2030 and up thereafter, development levy will go down to 2%. So that development levy will be the reason for wiping out other development levies that is used by some government agencies that are providing vital services for this country. You have TED Fund, Tertiary Education Trust Fund. Now they are relying on 3% of accessible profit of companies for all the projects that they are executing across the country. TED Fund, as I hope you know it very well. So it's the one that is most of the infrastructure development in federal university, federal polytechnic, federal college education have been executed by TED Fund. They sponsor lecturers of various institutions to go for further study, to attend conferences. And they have what they call National Research Fund. They take care of all the researches that are being conducted by all these tertiary education institutions using that money. So TED Fund will now get some share from this new development levy. And then you have NIDA, Nigerian Information Technology Development Agency, which is given the mandate of making Nigeria to become an ICT economy. And that agency is relying on 1%, of the profit before tax of GSM companies, banks, insurance companies, etc. These are companies that are pushing for ICT technology development. So the agency is the one to be monitoring the activities, and they want to be funding ICT development in various institutions and taking many other measures which should take Nigeria to ICT economic level. You have NASENI, Nigerian Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure. So that is an agency that has been given the mandate to make Nigeria become science and technology economy, to promote local manufacture of cars, local manufacture of motorcycle, and many other things that we show that we have grown up as an economy that can compete with all these developed economies. So that agency is also relying on a particular share, I cannot remember, from what internal, I think, Federal Revenue Service is collecting. And now the government has introduced NEL Fund. So NEL Fund is collecting 1% of the total taxes, levies, etc. that are passing through the Federal Revenue Service. So these are 4 agencies of government that are relying on levies, charges, etc. for them to take care of the mandate given to them. So this development levy is designed to ensure that 3 of them are phased out systematically. Only NEL fund, which is for giving loan to students, will survive. By 2030, that 2% that we are talking about, from 4% to 3% to 2%, the whole of that 2% will be for the NEL fund. While all these have been put aside, it's up to the government to decide whether to disband them or to put them into the mainstream budgeting system. So in 2025 to 2026, TED fund will get 50% of that 4%. And NEL fund will get 25%. NIDA will get 20%, and SEMI will get 2%. So by the end of 2026, NASENI, NIDA will no longer get anything from that development levy. So they will be on their own. It's up to the government to decide whether to cut them out or to continue to fund them through the budgeting system. And then by the end of 2029, TED fund will not be getting anything. But from that 27 to 29, they said TED fund will be getting 66 and 2/3%. And NELDA will get 33 and 1/3%. That is what will happen for 2028 and 2029. By the end of 2029, forget about TED fund. It is only NEL fund that will be getting that 2% development levy that will be charged. So you can see that by 2029, all the three agencies that have clear mandate for moving the Nigerian economy forward, they may either be passed out or they may be taken back into the mainstream federal government budget. And agencies that are used to being independent, are being to working on target, how can they survive under the mainstream government budget? So the other implication is that as you have only NEL fund, even before transferring everything to NEL fund is there to give loan to students. All this money that will be coming to you just for giving loan to students. So this shows that a Nigerian student will mainly become debtors. And when they become debtors, will they have the mouth to complain about the government being a debtor nation? Nigeria as a whole becoming a debtor nation. Every day loan is increasing. So students too will now become debtors. Secondly, the federal institution, all these federal universities, they are not charging tuition fee up to now. They only charge registration fee. University of Lagos, University of Ibadan, Bayero University, Kano, ABU, all these federal universities, and many of the state universities, they don't charge tuition fee, just to encourage children of the poor to attend university or polytechnic or colleges of education. So as TED fund is put in place, nobody can claim that he or she cannot pay tuition fee. And then no university or polytechnic should be going to government asking for money. In fact, government may even give them target of the amount that they should be remitting to the government. Because you are charging tuition fee, you are charging registration fee. You are having enough money to take care of yourself. And then we want you to remit something to us because we own the federal university college education polytechnic. So at the end of the day, you see that students will become debtors, students and their parents will insist on making sure that their children attend universities or polytechnic or college of education. And then the universities will no longer be complaining about insufficiency of funds because private universities are not complaining of it. They have their founders who are funding them and they are charging fee. Some are even charging 2.something million per semester. In Nigeria here, some are charging 2 million, some are charging 1.5 million per semester, and some per session. And so they have a lot of money to execute various projects, to pay high salary to their staff. And then the private universities, they are complaining that no money. When you go to go, they say no money. Even for execution of project, they either tell one to do it for you, or you go cap in hand as for support from individual and organization to execute project for you. But now that you are allowed to charge fees, and the student, if they don't have money to pay, or their parents don't have money to pay, they go to NELFO to collect loan for the payment of the tuition fee and the registration fee, and even for living costs. And they made it very clear that when you borrow such kind of money, you will start making repayment 2 years after graduation. And even 2 years after graduation until you get a job to do. And then from the job that you are doing, you'll be paying 10% annually up to when you finish paying the loan. How will that be feasible in Nigeria? How will that be feasible? So this provision too is a matter of concern. Yes, for people that will look about what will happen in the future. Look at the implication of the policies contained in that bill. Okay? So I'm of the opinion that to correct these lapses, they should just stop at the first formula. When you collect 4%, you increase the rate to 3%, as again to 4%, as again 3% for third point, in order to accommodate other agencies, and you stop charging the other day. And then, so the first year they said 50% will go to third point, which is like reducing what third point is getting from 3% to 2%. I hope you understand. When I say 50% of 4, that is 2. Before third point is getting 3% of the accessible profit. So we can manage with the decrease from 3% to 2%. And then NEL fund, which is the baby of the government, will give you 20%. Okay? Then NISDA, which is having very clear mandate of making the Nigerian economy an ICT economy, 20%. Then NASENI, 5%. Saying we don't care much about the technological development that may come to manufacturing cars, motorcycle, etc. We give them 5%. And then allow them to look for means of further funding themselves. So you stop at that, but not to scrap any of these agencies. So that's my own advice. Okay? So that is another important area that need to be addressed in this bill before they are passed into law. In taxation, as I said, we encourage payment of what you can afford. A situation whereby, this is my own personal opinion, yes, and people may feel that I am in support of taxing the poor. No, I'm not talking about the poor. Anybody that doesn't have income, that doesn't have profit, that doesn't have gain, it should not be considered for taxation. But if you are making some gain, you are making some income, no matter how small, and you are paying something, no matter how small, out of what you are gaining, that will make you to have greater moral right to challenge government. But if you are put outside the tax net, you are not contributing anything, you don't have much moral right to come and challenge the government for inefficiency, for poor accountability, for poor transparency. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I had called to be organizing some town hall meeting with small, medium, micro, small, and medium enterprises across the market that we had in Kano. I will invite their leaders and inform and address them. You see, we are introducing presumptive tax. We are doing that with a view to ensuring that you own the government. You own the government. This government belongs to every one of us. But then those that are contributing money into running the affairs of the government, into executing various projects for the state, they have greater stake than those that are not contributing anything. And no matter how small their contribution is, you have the right to claim ownership of government. So many of them were encouraged. So I say, okay, you are in this business, you are at this level. How much can you afford to pay as your presumptive tax? So we say they themselves, yeah, they will accept, yeah. Yeah, so there was a time that we had meeting with some of them. I was saying that you are too small, or maybe every month you should be contributing 100 naira. Some say no, if that group of people can contribute 150, we can contribute 200 naira every month. Through engagement, interaction, with the micro, small, and medium enterprise, you can arrive at something that they will be contributing in the form of presumptive tax. And that payment will make them to have the pride of becoming taxpayers. And they will be having their eyes on how government is spending the money. But the situation whereby you come openly and say that you are pushing away about 90% of the people out of the tax net. So you are only relying on 10% of people for the payment of tax. So you are saying that you are now taking the whole of the government to 10% of people, or probably 1% of people. My worry is about that threshold. The fact that you have threshold does not mean that somebody that is not at that threshold, who is making money, cannot contribute with a view to owning the government. I hope you understand. My concern is about ownership. Taxation is a way of owning the government. So if I pay tax, like now I pay tax, I know every month they deduct something out of my salary as a lecturer in the university. I will look at my pay slip and see the contribution that I have made. So if I need tax clearance certificate, I can go there and collect it, whatever reason. But you that are not paying anything, what tax clearance will you ask for? Okay? And then if something bad is happening in government, you see them stealing money, do you have any right to complain? Is it their money? What have you contributed there? So a situation whereby we want people to be economically empowered, to own government. And then we are now having a reform that is saying that that is even proud to say that about 90% are made not taxable, even presumptive tax. So in other words, I am of the view that as we claim for transactional tax to be paid by the rich and luxury asset to be taxed as that are at the lower level, they should also be paying some presumptive tax, even if it is 10 naira per month or 20 naira per month, so that those rich people claim that the government belongs to them, this one too will say, yes, the government belongs to us. So provision like this is not there in the act. All they are just claiming is that they have pushed people away from the tax net. And pushing them away from the tax net, just pushing them away from ownership. So you are just surrendering the whole of the government to very few people who will now be teleguiding those in the position of authority. And you will just be asking for help all the time. Where you can also claim ownership with pride, or no matter the amount that you are contributing to government. The other aspect of it is this absence of adequate provision in the Act on property tax. Property tax, yes, property tax. Like I was talking about luxury asset. Those with luxury asset, they need to be taxed on the value of this luxury asset so that we generate more revenue. Those that are doing a transaction of high volume of money, they need to be taxed for this transaction. That's what we call transactional tax. So you can see that as we are talking of relieving the poor or income earners from tax, from this tax rate, we are not talking much about taxing the rich in the bill. It is not clear as to how properties of the rich people in this country who are very small. Someone was even telling me that in Nigeria, where you see 99% of the wealth of the country is in the hand of 1% of the people in the country. That 99% of the people of this country, they own only about 10% of the wealth of the country. What a gap! If this is true, we have not done any study empirically to ascertain this figure. But you can see some sign of it. And you need taxation to bridge the gap. And then as you are arguing for the bridging of the gap, you now have a reform that is throwing away 90% of the people from the tax net. And then the people drafting the bill are even proud to say it. So I have reservation on this. If I found my way, I will agitate for appropriate correction to be done. And that does not mean that I'm agitating for the taxing of the poor. I'm talking about those that can afford. They are not for the personal income tax rate, but then they pay presumptive tax with a view to owning the government, with a view to ensuring that the government is not allocated to only the very few rich. And then these few rich, in the other way around, there are no adequate provision, there are no clear provision to see how their wealth will be taxed. No. If you look at all the statements that we're making, there's nowhere that I mentioned that the North is having this agitation. I'm just talking to you about areas of concern in the law. Areas of concern. I think I only made reference to the North when it comes to this issue of sharing of VAT, that the governors and traditional rulers in the North, they are forced to raise alarm. And they raise alarm on this matter only. But all the other matters that I mentioned, they have not said anything. Maybe they have not seen them. They don't have this perspective that I have. Okay, so I am a Nigerian first before becoming a Northerner. So I talk as a Nigerian. My concern is about the Nigerian people. And the Northern people are also part of Nigeria. Yeah, you see their position, or the worry they express is just about the injustice they suspect from the issue of VAT collection and sharing. And even that provision has been made perfectly, I doubt very much if they will complain. And then secondly, they may be having the suspicion that the drafters of the bill were just reading the mind of the president. A president who was a governor in Lagos State, who developed, people are just having the feeling that he was the one that developed the Lagos agenda, which is about making the Lagos State to have a special status in Nigeria. And special status is just about maybe putting it into a position higher than other governors, but not up to the level of the federal government. And then when you are targeting that special status position, then a lot of things could be designed that will be favoring Lagos. So those that are attaching the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them on the VAT allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT. And then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by this bills if corrective measures are not taken. All these issues that I mentioned, I did that honestly as a Nigerian. By all standards, I should be accepted as a Nigerian. Even by virtue of my past, people should accept me as a Nigerian. I don't have any reason to be sentimental against any part of this country. I don't have any reason to be favorable to one region against another. I don't have any reason for that, but even by the virtue of my birth and my own level of experience, okay? And of course by my age, somebody that is around 60. So that person should only be thinking about what you meet when you die, when you reach your goal. Okay, so I think to be fair to them, we can say that their worry is mainly about that issue, and then all other issues are suspicion.
Human ingenuity has birthed remarkable innovations, none more so than the rise of intelligent machines. Computers, once small calculators, have evolved into sophisticated systems capable of mimicking human thought processes. Powered by artificial intelligence, AI, these systems are learning, problem solving, and making decisions that were once exclusive domain of humans. From accelerating scientific discovery to tackling climate change, AI's potential is vast, but perhaps its most profound impact lies in healthcare. Artificial intelligence, AI, it's no longer a futuristic concept. It's here with the potential to revolutionize patient care, diagnosis, and treatment. AI is emerging as a powerful tool in the hands of medical professionals. From detecting diseases early to optimizing treatment plans, AI is demonstrating remarkable capabilities. It can analyze vast amounts of medical data to identify patterns and predict outcomes, aiding in more accurate diagnosis. Also, AI-powered robots are assisting in surgeries, improving precision, and reducing recovery times. However, despite its promises, challenges persist. Concerns about data privacy, ethical implications, and the need for robust regulatory frameworks are hindering widespread AI adoption. To fully unlock AI's potential in healthcare, collaborative efforts are essential. Healthcare providers, researchers, policymakers, and technology companies must work together to develop and implement AI solutions responsibly. By addressing ethical concerns, investing in AI research, and creating supportive regulatory environments, we can accelerate the integration of AI into healthcare and improve patient outcomes. Joy Chuma, SOUQ News.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copper Belt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copper Belt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil, and South Africa, contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges, hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development, Hence, mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation. Giving copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, SOUQ News.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop in Nigeria, predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum shifted the focus away from agriculture. Despite various challenges from its introduction in 1807 to the present, efforts by successive governments and the resilience of cocoa farmers have sustained its production. To better optimize productivity and ensure fair prices for farmers and high economic returns for the government, the Cocoa Marketing Board, CMB, was established in 1947. However, the goal was not totally achieved as pricing policy weren't favorable, discouraging farmers from producing export crops, and that eventually led to the board's abolition in 1986. These resulted in reduced yields and lower quality cocoa beans. Meanwhile, the millennium era witnessed a shift in farmers' focus towards more economically viable crops like oil palm due to the high cost and intensive care required for cocoa production. Cocoa production faces several obstacles, including limited access to fertilizers, unfavorable climate conditions, pest infestation, poor infrastructure, and land shortages. Also, herders' attacks on farmers have deterred farmers from expanding their farmlands. According to research, despite challenges, cocoa production has empowered many farmers and more stakeholders in the value chain, improving their living standards, enabling them to provide education for their children, cover medical expenses, and build better homes. Concerning the future of cocoa farming in Nigeria, there are mixed opinions among farmers. Some are hopeful that government's reinvestment in addressing current challenges can revive the sector's past success. Others are pessimistic due to the persistent issues and the trend of farmers shifting to other crops. Regardless, hope remains for the sector. Solutions like improving land-labor relations, infrastructure, and financial support could revitalize cocoa production, reduce out migration, stabilize prices, and enhance value chain development, ultimately securing a brighter future for Nigerian cocoa farming and its stakeholders. Ojai Michael, reporting for SOUQ News.
Cashew nuts, ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannah, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the north central and northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, A recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility of global cashew prices poses risks to farmers' income and overall economic stability. Concerns also arise regarding labor practices in some cashew farms and the environmental impact of deforestation for new plantations. To address these challenges and maximize the benefit of its cashew industry, Ivory Coast must focus on key strategies moving forward. These include investing in local processing facilities to boost job creation, export value, and farmers' incomes. Furthermore, the Ivorian government body overseeing the cashew sector, ARECA, must promote fair trade practices and ethical sourcing to ensure better prices for farmers and improve working conditions. Sustainable farming practices will also help to protect the environment and ensure long-term cashew production. According to a recommendation made at a workshop organized by the World Bank, tax exemptions and access to credit facilities will help to tackle some of these challenges. Furthermore, the private sector can also invest in research to develop high-yielding cashew varieties, improve processing techniques, explore new cashew products, as well as develop and implement digital platforms that connect farmers to market in order to facilitate financial transactions. Organizations like the Africa Cashew Initiative (ACI) must also assist in data compilation in the value chain at macro, meso, and micro level. By addressing this and harnessing its cashew potential, the country can further enhance its economy and build a more sustainable future for its citizens. Israel Adeyemi, reporting for SOUQ News.
Augmented reality (AR) is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities, such as things you can see, hear, and even feel, making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core. Then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. Despite its potential, AR faces challenges such as technical advancements and user privacy concerns. Overcoming these hurdles will unlock even more seamless and immersive AR experiences, making it an integral